regards to drivers from all over the world and mixed chassis and that type of thing. So for Daigo to come here and being the Japanese champ as well as the Formula+drift Asia champ, I think it's great. You know, it's going to push everybody to have, you know, closer tandem, better qualifying runs, make more smoke, have more angle. I mean, Daigo's just been blowing people's minds all season, so I can only imagine that, you know, that's helping a lot of us kind of push the envelope and reach new boundaries.
Taka there just saved it from the wall.
Yeah, that was a pretty close call on Taka's part. It looks like he's going to head straight back into the pits. Might have something to fix here or there.
You've also driven a Corolla as well. You've actually driven a lot of these platforms. Give me a real quick. Did you like driving? Yes, no. Did you love the Corolla? Did you hate the Corolla?
I've driven, I think, more chassis than I can count on my hands. And honestly, I love Corollas. That's what I started in. My heart is always set on building another Corolla. You know, I was very depressed when I had to sell my car to build my S14. But to me, you know, it's the perfect starting platform for anybody that really wants to learn how to drift, because it's really a car that teaches control, steering, and throttle, and it really makes you learn how to commit to a course or a corner and that type of thing. So, you know, Corollas are just, to me, it's absolutely the best chassis to really become a driver in. If you want to be in this in the long run, if you look at most D1 drivers, maybe half of the FD field, we've all started in Corollas at some point or another, and I really think that says a lot about the chassis and what it's capable of and what it does to the people that drive it.
Yeah, Forsberg's really been struggling with this first turn here. I was saying Forsberg's really been struggling with this first turn with some of the mechanical grip issues. It kind of looks like just really not being able to be shallow. One of the interesting things that Tyler and I were talking about last night was mechanical grip versus kind of like downforce grip. Walker Wilkerson way wide. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it looks like Walker's almost losing his bumper here. I'm actually pretty surprised it didn't fly off right here. But it looks like he lucked out and that zip tie held together.
Wow. That was pretty wild right there. So let's talk about one other thing real quick, Pat. You've had a lot of tire companies as well, which I like. You know, you can testament a lot of the tires. You're one of the few drivers that's been able to help bring Yokohama back, one of the real founders of drifting here in the United States. What do you like about running on the Yokohama?
You know, I've been absolutely ecstatic working with Yokohama. You know, what most people don't realize is they were actually one of the first tire manufacturers in this sport, and they were one of the first to actually take a championship as well. So to be able to, you know, be a part of bringing them back into drifting, I think is absolutely huge. And I couldn't be, you know, I couldn't be happier with the Yokohama S-Drive and the way that that tire has been performing with us. You know, the amount of grip I've been able to get out of that tire and the amount of smoke, that type of thing, is just, I've been blown away by it, and I'm so proud to be a part of helping them come back into drifting.
Here's two Z's, two chassis you're pretty familiar with. Have you ever tandem with either of these guys before, Cato or Hosford?
I've driven a lot with Ryan Cotto, just at, you know, old grassroots events and that type of thing. I haven't really driven with Corey too much, so I can't comment too much on his driving, but I kind of see Ryan Cotto as the new me in essence. I mean, you know, he's
for sure.
He's a young kid, up and coming. You know, he's got a great platform. He's got great parents and family and a team supporting him. And I think he's just been doing phenomenally this year. Obviously, as you can tell, since he sadly was the one to take me out in top 32 back in Long Beach.
Tell us real quick, maybe, a lot of people might be interested to know, how did the whole Apex Lexus come about? I mean, that car was around in the series with Ryuji Miki. It kind of took a season hiatus, and now you've brought it back. Like, what was behind that? Like, how did that all happen?
Well, basically, you know, Apex decided to take a year break off. They wanted to kind of take a step back and reorganize their, you know, their whole program and really kind of have some time to sort things out and, you know, get everything together. I started talking with them middle to late last year, but we didn't really finalize anything until about January, February, so it turned out to be a kind of last-minute deal. But, you know, they've been really amped on getting back into the sport. You know, they've tried to just make the car as best as possible. You know, obviously we couldn't get it turboed for the first 2 rounds, and that was unfortunate, but you know, obviously now we have the car together, and Apex is very happy with the car, as well as, you know, the team and the way everybody's coming together. So, you know, I think they're really happy coming back into the sport. I think they needed to do it.
I agree.
And I'm just very pleased with being able to work with them and take a step back from managing and owning and running my own team while trying to drive. You know,
Is it a lot easier?
It changes the mental game a lot to be able to focus on driving instead of, you know, the logistics and all the challenges of, you know, having your own program. So I think it's helped me as a driver focus a lot more, and it's kind of helped Apex, I think, progress as far as their program goes, now that they can really communicate with their driver and their team. And I'd like to think that I kind of have brought the team together a bit more than they have been in the past, which is why our chemistry has been working really well. So, you know, hopefully now that we're looking forward to Jersey, we'll make it there no problems, and I'll make up for our poor showings here in the past couple rounds. I think I owe it to the fans as well as Apex to, you know, definitely show what I'm really capable of and make up for this season.
How about a podium pick? You have anyone you see going all the way today after watching practice?
You know, honestly, it's kind of hard to say for me this weekend. You know, a lot of people are on point as far as this course goes, so it's really going to come down to, you know, who has their tandem battles down and who doesn't.
Very political. I like it.
Hey, you know, I mean, there's people that are on point and there's people that aren't, but, you know, of course, me personally, I'd love to see, you know, Tyler McQuarrie,
some Yokohama
you know,
teammate action.
podium with those Yokohama Advan 8008s and the S drives. But at the same time, you know, speak of the devil, as Tyler makes a nice pass here following Matt Powers. But aside from liking to see Tyler on the podium, you know, it'd be good to maybe see one of the new kids on the block, or maybe somebody that doesn't quite have the commercial support as some of the other teams. Just because, you know, the gap is definitely getting bigger between the top teams and the mid-tier teams, so it'd be really nice to see one of the people in a new chassis, or somebody that's been in it a long time and hasn't gotten a podium, to come out and show what they really are made of here at this event.
Absolutely, and Mohan actually had some contact with the wall. I'm not sure if you saw it earlier, but it looks like they got that car back up and running.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna happen, you know, that's drifting for you. You're always gonna tap walls, brake bumpers, tail lights, you know, suspension links. That just comes with the territory. So, you know, I'm just glad to see that Kyle got the car back together, and it looks like it's still running pretty solid.
Yeah, how many spare, like, exterior parts do you guys have packed in your trailer?
It's funny that you should ask that, because typically we try to bring spare aero, but this time around, Daigo Saito actually took our spare front bumper, since he's using an SC430 chassis as well on Seibon. So this time around, we actually only have the body kit on the car.
Well, I guess that could get a little dicey, but at the end of the day, you didn't really get out there, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah, you know, it was a little bit of a risky call, but I guess it worked out, whether you want to say in our favor or not. But, you know, I'm sure either way the aero will survive next round. It's the same body kit that's been on the car for a couple years now. You know, I'd really like to think I'm not going to thrash it or trash it or anything, so, you know, I can only hope for the best with that aero kit.
Yeah, what about Robin Nishida right here? You know, he's been in the sport a long time. He had a little bit of an absence. He's now back with Achilles. He's got a 2JZ setup like Daigo. How do you feel he's coming into that car?
You know, I think Robbie is a just absolutely amazing driver to begin with. So for him to finally have real support behind him like he did back in the, you know,
days of old.
Yeah, back in the good old days when he was driving the 350Z or the GTR for Dynamic Autosports, you know, he did well back then, and it's really nice to see him back in I think a competitive chassis with serious support behind him. You know, I'd really like to see him take a podium because they've had a lot of trouble finishing up that car and getting it to run right, and you know, all the little things have really been fighting them. So it'd be nice to see somebody like them really come in and do well this round.
So this is your front bumper right here driving by us right now. This is your front bumper driving by us here right now?
Yes, if you look on Daigo Saito's front end, that's actually the Apexy spare Sabon front bumper. But we are lucky enough to share sponsors, so we're more than happy to you know, extend that helping hand out to Daigo since he decided to smash his front aero last round.
Here comes the tandem battle. Jun Mang along with Tony Angelo here. What do you see now that you've been up here with me for, I guess, 30, 40 runs? Like, what are you really learning about this entry that drivers kind of need to do, or what are they trying to get set up for top 32?
I think really being able to adjust your line and being able to run the course from different lines or different parts of the track is going to be really important for their top 32 runs. That's why you might see some people experimenting with lines or initiations or...
Jeremy Lowe is going into the tires, and he managed to drive out of that. Sorry to interrupt you there, Pat, but for a moment he was looking like he was going straight in.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, that was a real close call on Jeremy's part. You know, the car almost got totally wrecked right there, so it's just good to see him be able to drive off course and hopefully walk away with nothing too badly damaged.
All right, Pat, well, thanks for visiting us. We're going to let Jacob hop back on here. You can go have some fun, drink some juice boxes or something. I guess you haven't had that nickname in a while.
Thank you very much, Joey. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you to all you guys out here on the live stream. Sorry I couldn't be running today, guys, but I'll see you guys all in New Jersey. It's Pat Mordon signing out.
Awesome, dude.
So we're just going to be wrapping up the last couple of minutes of practice, about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, we're running a little over because we kind of got a late start on this practice session. Pat really gave a lot of good insight while you were sitting around drinking water, getting fanned in the shade by hot ladies. Yeah. You know, it's a real bummer what happened to him, but, you know, Pat, I feel like, has just had a lot of bad luck throughout the years. He pretty much totaled the Corolla. He drove it straight into the K-rail back as far as, like, 2004 D1 at Irwindale.
Yep.
All the way to he was involved in the big Tiregate scandal with the tire durometers here about 3 years ago at Road Atlanta. But I love his attitude. I love his spirit. You know, he just really has proven time and time again that he's committed to the sport, because he could have easily quit, and he stayed out. Here's going to be a great battle. Dye has been struggling this whole time with this entryway. He's following Chris Ward, a slower rookie, really hard to follow. See if he can pull through the turn here.
Looks good there.
Chris Ward losing his rear bumper. Going a little wide there.
But, you know, we were talking about the cars washing out in this entry in front of the crowd. Two things to keep in mind. One, they ran some street sweepers through here last night to clean up a lot of the rubber and debris, but I think it also cleaned up some of the rubber. And secondly, it also rained overnight, which cleaned away a lot of the rubber. So the traction levels are very different to what they were used to yesterday.
Yeah, if you watch or listen to Formula 1, they talk about tire clag a lot, and that's basically what the street sweepers left all in the corners of the turn. Luckily, I think the rain actually helped, because with all that tire clag, as you call it, or debris, basically when you were running offline, and I think in tandem there would have been a lot of issues with cars getting loose. I mean, that stuff really has no grip to it at all. It really prevents you from attaching yourself to the pavement.
And again, we talked about the teams making adjustments to the cars. It's a great opportunity for them to try new things out in practice. So I think we'll see a lot more consistency once top 32 actually kicks in.
Forsberg really has had some problems coming through turn one along with Vaughn. Pat and I were pointing out both of the Mustangs earlier were having problems getting through that first turn. But I pointed out to Pat, and Pat pointed out to me that both Mustangs are kind of having the same problem. So we were really assuming it was like a setup issue instead of a malfunction. And I think Vaughn right there just showed that they've got this setup back and they've kind of caught up to the track, if you will.
Here we go again with Ryan Cato, Luke Lomberger. Both these guys are pretty familiar with each other as they're both from NorCal. They both drive in the Thunder Drift series. Lomberg actually helps organize that series for Pro-Am drivers that are coming up in NorCal. Look it up, Thunder Drift, up at Thunder Hill Raceway. But you know, talking about the young guns, when Formula D started out, Ken Gucci was the young gun who was 16, and it kind of evolved now to Pat Mordaunt, who was 16 and 17 when he first started driving competitively, and now Ryan Cato, who was 16, 17 when he getting into the Pro-Am ranks. So I know we have a lot of younger viewers watching the drift stream on the internet that, you know, this isn't that hard or that difficult for you to break into with a lot of dedication and a lot of driving. If you're 14, 15, 16 now, find out about your local events and check them out, because 3, 4, 5 years down the road, you could be out here driving with
you know, I didn't realize Ryan Cato was that young. That probably explains why last night he was trying to get us to buy him cigarettes. But no, I'm totally kidding.
No.
You know, Ryan Cato is showing a lot of great promise. I think he's got a lot of dedication. Darren McNamara just came through at 78.5. That's a number we're not really seeing a lot. Odie's following him. Odie's got his hands full with June Mang here in the top 32.
You know, Darren's getting more and more comfortable in that car. Again, this is only his second event driving in a left-hand drive car after he totaled this guy in Long Beach. So every pass, Darren's going to be more comfortable grabbing that e-brake with his right hand instead of his left-handed. It's something that it takes a little bit of getting used to. It's something Dai Yoshihara had to get used to, driving left-hand drive. And he had the advantage of living in the U.S. the majority of the time, so he would drive a manual car on the streets on a regular basis. Yeah,
Darren's really had a tall order this year. You know, the Saturn and the Z really aren't similar chassis going from right-hand drive to left-hand drive. We've got to give him a lot of credit. He's come a long way. If I remember correctly, he qualified 5th here this weekend. Has just really been fighting a lot of obstacles that I guess are kind of unnecessary or in addition.
And not only did he qualify 5th, but he qualified 5th after a brief rainstorm we had yesterday. So the track was a little bit slippery and very hard to judge, and he felt right at home.
Matt Fields got some serious damage to his front bumper. I'm guessing he split it on like an earlier run. It's kind of folded back in place. Very strange there as he was coming down the front straight. Tyler just tapping the clip and driving through. You know, he was really concerned, I feel like, about less horsepower. I think he brought it up to me 4 times off the air before we got on here, and then once again on air. But to me, the car looks as fast and as slick as always. Chelsea Denofa just broke 80 miles an hour coming into the first turn.
Wow.
80.3 miles an hour, and Ken Gucci was on top of him coming through that turn.
You know, I said it earlier before the season started. I thought Chelsea Denofa was one of the rookies to keep an eye on because he has so much tandem experience. His qualifying may not be the top of the list, but he can really track drivers down as a chase driver and adjust to the driving style. So Chelsea Denofa will be interesting to see how he does.
Wow, we got some applause from the judges by Michael Esses follow right here. Looking fantastic.
Now, Tony B is on a different tire than what Tyler McQuarrie is running. Tony B is on the S drive, and Tyler McQuarrie is on the Advan Nova. It has to do with the availability of the tires and also the grip levels of the cars. Tony's going to be switching to the Advan.
Wow.
Wow.
Pollock just stepped it up again. 80.6 miles an hour coming through the traps. I have a feeling by top 16, top 8, we might have guys up into the 85 mile an hour range.
Yeah, and again, that's after initiation. So these guys are getting up to 100 or 110 and then initiating the car sideways.
I want to see one guy hit the 90 mile an hour mark by the end of the day. Lofty goal, but you know, if anyone can do it, it's definitely these drivers in Formula D.
Kyle Mohan back out after the incident he had with the tire wall earlier. He looks to be back into shape, figuring out the course. So it's great to see he had a run-in with the wall, and it looks like he's winning. And again, we bring up Miro, you know, really finally in a straight chassis. He ran the same chassis for 4 or 5 years that just got beat up time and time again, and now he's able to properly corner weight the car and everything lines up in the transmission tunnel. He had some problems with snapping drive shafts, snapping axles in his old chassis that was his Pro-Am car, but now he's finally got a straight car. He's doing a lot better.
Powers and Yoshioka S chassis battle here. I think we brought up earlier too that Powers has just come a really long way. When he kind of stepped into the new chassis, he had the LS7. He's just really been able to be on a whole new level. You know, Need for Speed picked him up. I feel like he really feeds into their program, and they really kind of mirror off each other with style and flash.
Here we are with Daigo again with Takayono. You know, I was talking with Brian Eggert, one of the judges, while you were working with Pat Mordaunt, and the one thing he said is, although they want to see that door-to-door action, they don't want to see the throttle modulation where it's real snappy. They want it to look smooth, and we may see some deductions if in order to keep that proximity, you're on and off the throttle a lot.
Well, you know, it is definitely tough, like the turbo guys, like Jun Mang, Daigo Saito, and all the other turbo by Garrett drivers. One of the real hard things is turbo cars are very obvious when you're on and off throttle, whereas a lot of these V8 guys get the advantage. The rev limiters aren't hard, they're not loud, it's not exasperated and echoed kind of by the turbo. So it's definitely kind of maybe even a little bit of a disadvantage the turbo guys need to be aware of.
Here we are again with Jeremy Lowe.
Whoa! Jeremy Lowe, 81.4 miles an hour, ripped a side skirt off, left it in the grass. I just love that J style that he. What's funny is, you know, he's from Florida, couldn't be farther across the world from Japan, but really echoes that style.
He's really figuring this track out very quickly, and he's another guy that we might see in top 16 or top 8 tonight, and it wouldn't be too much of a surprise.
Here's a tandem battle we all want to see. Dai and Osbo, two guys that just are on point all the time. Dai right now is the defending champion. He's really had a tough time. He had some huge suspension problems at Road Atlanta. That's kind of held him back in the championship points. Right now he's actually in 7th, Osbo's in 3rd. But really, if you look at the point spread between them, one event could definitely switch their ranking order.
Looks like JR's having some issues taking a cruise through the track.
Well, I think they're done with practice here, Jacob. I think that's going to be a wrap for practice today.
Yeah, it's 3:15 now, so we're going to have Pro-Am coming up, running their top 16 competition, and then that will be about an hour break. Top 32 will start on right around 4:15. We're going to give you a quick rundown.
4:15 Eastern
time.
So about 1:15 on the West Coast. Yeah, I'm going to do a quick breakdown with Jacob of the top 32 battles. So you got first place qualifier Von Gittin Jr. against Matt Field in his Maxxis Tire S14. Then you've got Michael Essa lining up against Frederick Osbo. That's a 16-17 battle. Then you got Walker Wilkerson and Luke Longberger. I like that one. Both Pacific Northwest kind of guys. Good tandem battle. Pollock versus Cato. Cato's up and coming. He's showed a lot of promise this weekend, but Pollock has yet to lose a tandem battle, period, across the board. He's going to have his hands full. Odie Botchkis versus June's going to be a great one. June, when his car is working with him, is on fire. When his car's working against him, he's kind of handcuffed. Tony Angelo versus Chelsea Didofa. Two guys that really pride themselves on just kind of being outrageous and out there. They're both, those cars are either you're going to have a clear winner in St. Tandem battle or a car's going to end up flipped over. You got D-Mac and Kenneth Moen, both European guys, both have kind of the same style, super aggressive.
They've driven a lot against each other over in
Europe and Pro Drift.
Yep.
Daigo versus Conrad, I don't even know what to think. You're not even going to be able to see the screen. Here, Jacob, what do you think about the other side of the grid?
Yeah, so looking on the other side, Miro Ovcharik and Ken Gucci. Again, Miro is a rookie. You'd think qualifying second, you would actually have an easy matchup. Ken Gucci's always a force to be reckoned with. Kenny Moen and Matt Powers, you know, Kenny Moen's, again, a great tandem person. Joey
Mohan on the other side.
Mohan
Sorry, guys.
Against D-Mac. So Kenny Moen and Matt Powers, that'll be a great battle. Tony Bracco-Hiapa, Toshiki Yoshioka, two guys with a lot of tandem experience. The Orange 350Z battle, 10 versus 23, Chris Forsberg versus Corey Hosford. should be a good one.
Corey's looked good. I think he's going to have his hands full with the former champion Forsberg, but that's really anyone's battle.
Third place qualifier Tyler McQuarrie draws Robbie Nishida in the Achilles Tires SC300. Dai Yoshihara will be up against rookie Chris Ward. Reese Millen will be up against Jeremy Lowe, the local, who we saw in that last run.
Oh, I want to see that battle big time.
That should be a great battle. Rounding out the tandem is going to be Ryan Turk versus Takayama. So stay tuned to us. We're going to have some great tandem coming up. In the meantime, we have some more tandem actually with the Pro-Am, the local Pro-Am guys. So check it out on the Drift stream. Tell your friends. We'll be back in about an hour. FormulaD.com/live.
Excellent.
Duck. Duck. Goose.
Our technology builds some of the best tires in the world. Because when it comes to performance, we don't just play around.
Cheater, we said no 360s.
Who's up for some leapfrog?
JukuRacing.com, your #1 source for all your performance parts needs.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Visit Facebook.com/Falcon Tire for your chance to win a 2013 Falcon Ford Mustang GT. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hanguk Tires.
It's 5:30 a.m. We got a car, a couple cameras. Gonna go have some fun. I can get closer. Here's the true test. Chris, let's see what you got.
Drink NOS, now with Complex 6 for high-performance energy and enhanced mental focus. Find NOS at your nearest Dollar General store.
Duck. Duck. Goose.
Our technology builds some of the best tires in the world, because when it comes to performance, we don't just play around.
Cheater, we said no 360s.
Who's up for some leapfrog?
JukuRacing.com, your #1 source for all your performance parts needs.
Juku Racing, also a contingent sponsor of Streetwise Drift Pro-Am competition, and Juku Racing right here in Florida. Check them out. Check out their car. Got full lock in the house. Some of their picking up some of the drivers in there for their clothing sponsorships. A lot of the usual suspects in Pro-Am so far in our series. Got Ryan Kaufman back with us. Ben Llewellyn in the green 240SX. You'll recognize that car from previous competition. All consistent competitors in the series. Looks like we've got a clear to start. We're going to get these guys going in Pro-Am competition. James Evans in the house, previously in XTC. Welcome to the Streetwise Drift Series, James. And he's going up against Carlos Ariza in 16th qualifier. These guys practicing and qualifying in wet conditions. It's nice and sunny and dry for them. Here they go down the lane as we get a lead out by James. Putting some serious length on Carlos there. Nice initiation. Sicky.com, Alexander P1 Fab in the house. Shallow line there taken by Carlos Ariza as he brings it around in that S14. Going to get those clips reset as quick as humanly possible. We're going to get a course reset as quickly as possible and get these guys turned around to switch it up. See how Carlos goes on his lap leading James Evans. Give him a big round of applause, Pro-Am. These are your next pros in drifting, fighting for licenses, doing battle. All right, he's going to whip it around. Look at the course reset. Looks like we're looking good so far. We're going to restart on this. Not a restart, but switch it up. See who can take an advantage on this. All right, our judges are ready. We're going to have James chase Carlos. We'll see if he will most definitely keep up. Got a pace cone set out there where these guys can back up if they get too far outrun. They got to stop before the end of it. And bringing it up all kinds of tight with angle. Looks like Carlos having some difficulty in driving it through the course there. The Sicky car just kind of playing around there. He's going to finish up that lap. Sicky.com. That's James Evans, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause. He finished up the course there. Most certain advancement on that round. We'll get a word from our judges to confirm that. James Evans, 350Z LS. Great car, new competitor to Streetwise Drift Pro-Am competition. Joined us at Road Atlanta. Got himself a podium finish there. Our next battle, Ben Llewellyn, Ron Eworth. So we got Ben Llewellyn, Ron Eworth, Rocket Engineering running a Maxxis tire. Ben on a Federal in the rear, Nitto up front. Ben Llewellyn, an LS Power 240SX. Pretty car, he's hanging it out. Good looking line so far. We'll see if he can keep it together. And as he leads, Ron Eworth through the course. Ron coming up a shallow line. Tucking up a little close there to Vision. That's a Titan motor, 5.7 liter Titan motor with a Root supercharger crammed right on top of there. Vision in the house as he chases Ben through the course. Good looking lap by both drivers. All right, they're going to turn it around, see what Ron's got. In the lead, and Ben Llewellyn. Ben Llewellyn, Charlotte, North Carolina driver. Picked up Def Motion. We're my Charlotte, North Carolina fans. A lot of drivers up and down the East Coast making some commitments to get all the way down here to South Florida. And Ron Eworth, that's your black G35. Titan motored supercharged. Vicious. We'll switch it up. Ron running a Maxxis tire on that vehicle. Our 8th and 9th qualifiers are going to switch it around. Okay, you can check these drivers out on the website, streetwisedrift.com. All these drivers' profiles posted. Always looking for more contingent sponsors, part of our contingency program. They're coming back down the hill. Ron's leading Ben into it. See who can hang it out. Nice wide line, tucking against the barrels there. Transition right in time. Ben losing it and bumper it, but tucking right back up under. Ron Eworth, get in there, Ben. Ron losing some speed there, throwing some smoke in Ben's eye, and they'll wrap it up there. Vision in the house, Ron Eworth. Ben straightening around the last there. They're going to get held. We'll figure out who advances on that pass. James Evans advancing earlier onto the grade 8. We'll see what our judges are saying about this. Again, contingent programs through Streetwise Drift growing this year, picking up Rose Simpson race gear, as well as ACT Clutch and Juku Racing offering massive discounts to our drivers in this program. And these drivers, many privateers through the Pro-Am crowd looking for the Pro-Am licenses. Waiting for a call from the judges here. So our judge, Timothy Palouse, is coming with a one more time on that. Would like to see a cleaner lap, obviously, from both drivers. And it looks like Joe Lejeune also hitting it with a one more time. So they're going to hit it again. Eworth chosen. Only about one judge there on the advancement. And so we're going to turn these guys around, do it one more time, get a closer, cleaner pass through the course by both drivers. So Fontaine preferring the line taken by Eworth on that pass. The other two judges preferred it one more time. Ben Llewellyn, Ron Eworth. Where are my Ben Llewellyn fans in the house? Who likes that green 240? I see their spotters right over here. Ben, consistent competitor up in North Carolina with us in our amateur series over the years. Now moving it on up in the Pro-Am. 8th and 9th qualifiers, these two. They're going to do a battle again in a one more time session. Ben Llewellyn's going to line up. Ron Eworth in chase. Maxxis Tire. Vision Racing Rocket Engineering G35. Right on him, paced nicely into the beginning part of the course. Ben with early angle, a little bit of a shallow line in. Looks like he's going to spin it. Ben spins it. Ron coming around the course to finish up on a clean pass there. Unfortunate for Ben Llewellyn as he moves on in the deft motion. S14 LS, 6.2 liter motor. Very popular swap in the Pro-Am series. These guys bringing it hard. Streetwise Drifts with used since 2009. Fueling victory with NOS Energy Drink. Supporting sponsor Streetwise Drift and our efforts up and down the East Coast and our licensing efforts of these drivers through Pro-Am. A 5-event series hosted since 2010. Joining alongside Formula+drift whenever they're up at the East Coast at Road Atlanta and Palm Beach International Raceway. Beautiful location, new location, an invasion, as it were. We're back, and they're going to line them back up at the line. We'll switch it up. See how Ron does, leading Ben Llewellyn down the course. Like to also thank Omega Graphics. Couldn't join us this weekend down here, but check them out online, omegagraphics.com. Swag from Streetwise Drift, and talk to them about your corporate swag needs as well. Decals and bannering for your cars, teams, etc. Judges are ready, and these guys are going to bring it down the lane. Ron Eworth leading Ben into the course. Going about 62 miles an hour, up to 66 miles an hour through the entry there. These cars. Ben keeping it close, can't make it stick, and he slides around the outer part of the clipping point there. Give it a clean route of travel for, let's hear it for Ron Eworth, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop, whoop. A Vision G35. Good job, Ron Eworth. Another consistent competitor in the series, joining us the last 2 years. A couple different cars, first year in that car. Eworth advances. Ron Eworth eliminating Ben Llewellyn on that round. Moves on to the top 8. Looks like our next battle is Bill Stinger, South Florida drifter in the house. From our Bill Stinger fans. He won it Road Atlanta. Big time, clean car, smooth line seen by that driver. And looks like he's going to do battle with Ryan Kaufman. Where's my Ryan Kaufman fans in the Aero K? Oh yeah, Aero K Fab. Lashway Fabrications, Aero K Garage in the house. He's going to chase Bill. They're close so far. They're going to pace in and looking for a great battle by these two drivers. 4th and 13th qualifiers. Bill sticking it in there, grabbing some e-brakes, still keeping a wide line there. And Kaufman's just playing with him. I'm going to put the fender right on your door, nice and close. That's what I like to see, fenders and doors. Oh, good job on the chase lap there. Ryan Kaufman handed to him. Not a bad lead lap there at all by Bill Stinger. Also, like to go by Fisher, the Dolphin tire. Ace Customs, signed Nexen tire. Just picked up a little full lot contingent there. And Ryan Kaufman, Lashway, Aero K in the house. Oh, yeah, let him hear it. Loudest car in Pro-Am right there, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Kaufman and Bill Stinger, they're going to finish up. Switch it around. We'll see who can keep the advantage here. Your 4th and 13th qualifier looking to get into the grade 8. Ryan Kaufman, Bill Stinger will get led into the course of battle. Bill running Nexen tire. Did get the tire make on Ryan there. Lashway Fab hooking him up. Some sick contenders coming into the series with us. Most recently, James Evans joining us at Road Atlanta, first time in the series. Nate Hamilton, first time with us this weekend. You may recognize that name from previous events as he's been quite competitive. There's Kaufman running away with it, putting some more space than previously allowed by Bill on that line. And Bill tucking up close. He's saying, I can answer that. LS V8's going at it. Right, the throttling around there and grabbing some gears as Bill finishes it up there. We'll hold him at the line, figure out what the judges have got to say about that pass. Little line lock coming from Bill the Dolphin. Tire sponsored. White S14 you see there. Ryan Kaufman. Beautiful white car. By Bill Fisher Stinger. Looks like Bill Stinger gets the win. That's your South Florida local. All of a 15-minute commute to get to the track. We're all just hating that guy because we all had to drive like 10 hours to get here. All right, that's awesome. Bill Stinger, the Fisher, Next End Tire, Full Luck, Ace Custom Side, Dolphin Tire advances on to the Grade 8. And our next pairing looks like Fellow and Brevio, Precision Sport in the house. Where's my Fellows fans? BMW, this is going to be an awesome matching. The 5th and 12th qualifier going up against J.J. Alfano, both turbocharged cars. Forget about it, J.J. Alfano. Giving chase to Fellows into the course at 69.8 miles an hour. Good speed. That's going to get him in a nice position to carry a broad line. It doesn't carry up too much speed. Oh, there goes some fenders and a clipping point. That's all right. Weight reduction is okay. Just got to start the competition with all panels. J.J. Alfano coming up tight. Oh, and he spins it. Exciting. Close battles, unclean. Those guys are going to pull it off. Going to get our crew. Little sloppy lead lap there. Choking up a little bit. Scrubbing too much speed, a little too much angle too early in the second part of the course, putting Fellows up. Spin out in front of JJ there. Again, both these guys running with Streetwise Drift since 2010. Pro-Am efforts, shooting for licenses. Hadn't caught it yet, but well on their way. As far as points, we'll see how these guys advance through. We're going to clean up the course here, get these guys to come back up and finish their pairing. Gagio Turbo Performance Solutions there. The Fellow in the blue BMW E30. Judges are going to get reset. We're going to reset it back on the line. Ooh, it's hot out here, a little humid. You can see all locals are used to that. You're not breaking a sweat at all. Yeah. Keeps the pores clear. At least there's a breeze and no rain. These guys had to practice and nearly do some of their qualifying in wet conditions, which made this track hyper slick yesterday. It was awesome to see them keep it together. Still coming with some pretty strong committed laps, and these guys are happy it's dry. They're throwing down so far. They're going to get started again. Judges are ready to see these guys take to it, switching it up. J.J. Alfano leads the Fellow into the course. Forget about it. I got this. JJ said, there's some dirt in your eye. A little dirt drop there. Camera guys are like, is my lens okay? Good job. Good follow. Some technical stuff around this clip there. JJ takes it right across there. Nice. Just a gymkhana that clip. JJ looking good. Where's my JJ Alfano fans? Who knows that boy from down here? Wait for some results. Looks like we've got two judges giving it to the S13. J.J. Alfano advancing. That's your S13, that brown color car out there, eliminating the Fellow. Getting a little sloppy and wide at the last part of the course, not keeping it close. J.J. advances to the Grade 8. Forget about it. Miss J.J. will be so happy. Keep going rounds. Miss JJ needs some new shoes. All right, looks like Nate Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen, the NOS, Blue Media Graphics, killer car running on Achilles tires, inky wheels. Nate Hamilton's about to come up against Sammy Tiger, the second and 15th qualifier. Nate qualifying second today. Welcome to the series, Nate. Sammy, the Cooper Tire Tiger Racing convertible. Vert. Nate leads 73.9 miles an hour, all kinds of sideways. Ooh! I'd say he was committed on that initiation, and he sure showed it. On the outside of that line, Sammy just kind of driving around there through there after that mistake by Nate. Wanted to see headlights on the initiation, but not quite that much front end. We're going to get the course reset, bring these guys back around, see if Nate can make an improvement on that pass. It's going to be a tough and improved. Tammy Tiger's going to lead him. Nate Hamilton, big round of applause. He's committed to that entry, and that's Sammy Tiger, ladies and gentlemen, in the Vert Tiger Racing, Manhattan, New York Pizza, Cooper Tires. Sammy also bringing it to competition at Road Atlanta with us and joining us just last weekend in Charlotte, North Carolina at our Metro event. Shaking it down, getting his confidence back, he says, and hopefully we'll get a clean pass on this one as he'll lead Nate into the field of battle here. We're going to make sure we're clear of any debris on track. I'd like to thank all our course workers and volunteers in support of Streetwise Drift. NTI up in Mooresville, applying a motorsports program. Let those guys come in and volunteer at our events, learn a little bit about the behind-the-scene action that happens for setup, takedown, and operations of these events. I'd like to thank NTI for their efforts in support of our series. Also, can't forget Injuku Racing, contingent supporters of our series as well. NOS Energy Drink stepping it up. Fueling victory with Streetwise Drift since 2009. With recent contingencies coming in from ACT Clutch for these drivers and their efforts in our series. And Sammy, here they go. They're off. Sammy's going to lead. Nate Hamilton, this is your 15th qualifier against your number 2 qualifier. Real slow in initiation. Cannot get it rotated. He is fighting that car. And Nate sticking it in with no complaint there. Good job, Nate. And Sammy flicking it off course. And a sloppy lap by both drivers. We'll see what the judges say about that. And Nate. Yeah, it looks like we got 2 judges on Nate Hamilton advancing, even though he took that wide line on that entry. Got the rest of the lap clean, and with Sammy going off so extremely, they're on the second. Nate Hamilton advancing to the top 8. Yeah, we had a spin from Sammy on his chase lap. Unclean, will not advance, and that's Nate Hamilton, your number 2 qualifier, moving on to the top 8. And here's a battle I've been waiting for all day. Luis Lizardi, Puerto Rico in the house. DGO1 Drift Group, all the way from Puerto Rico, bringing that car up here. Just painted it the other night. Got through tech with flying colors. Luis Lizardi on a BFG tire going up against Morgan Dion. It looks like Morgan losing some ground there. They love that barrel, and Lizardi keeping it clean. Morgan Dion, the Viking drifter. He's gone Viet hunting Viking. That's right up back up on him in the middle part of the course. Luis Lizardi, Puerto Rico, welcome. to the series. Also a new competitor. This is first event with Streetwise Drift. Going to clean up their favorite barrel here. These guys love taking that little bit of a shallow line when they get their transition done, and they're taking that thing out right in front of us. Louis Lizardi, ladies and gentlemen, that is a 2.5-liter 30R powered BMW with some tires purchased here locally. He came up to me in tech and said, man, where can I get some tires? I need some tires. I'm like, I bet you do. Killing it in qualifying. Lizardi, 7th qualifier, going up against our 10th qualifier. Morgan Dion was sitting in 6th qualifying position, did not make it where he quite needed. Now currently in 10th, BRE sponsored. That is a 3. Keeping it real, Morgan Dion. V8 hunting Viking. And they're going to switch it up. Morgan's been with us since the inception, rocking his 3rd-gen RX-7 with us there locally, getting it shook out while he built that beautiful RX-7 you see currently on course up at BRE Motorsports in Charlotte, North Carolina. Great supporting sponsor, bringing 3 cars to the competition this weekend. And putting Morgan in the top 16. These guys looking to get into the grade 8. StreetwiseDrift.com Pro-Am. Think you got something for him? Bring it. Build your car. We'll give you the opportunity in the format to do just that. I'm looking right at Pat Gooden, and, man, I'll tell you, it was awesome to see your qualifying positions in California, bringing it hard in a pro. Very happy for you, Pat. South Florida driver, Pat Gooden. Oh, man, Central Florida. Let's say Central Florida. Here we go. Morgan's going to lead Lizardi down the course. Morgan Dion. Oh, yeah. Griffin Radiator spins it. Lizardi killing it all day long in practice, and he's killing it some more for you. Big round of applause and welcome to the series. Louis Lizardi, that's the little brother. His big brother will be joining us at our next round. You guys make sure to come on out. Loving these BMWs. It's the ultimate driving machine, the Lizard. Lizardi. The BMW, folks, he will advance. That's right. To the grade 8, going rounds. We're going to keep moving through the field here. We've got Dan Savage, our 3rd place qualifier. Dan Savage in the trucked out S14. You know this guy. Been in the world for some time. He's in an Alexander Fab Falcon tire. Dan Savage. And, oh, there's Chris Ward. He's up here with us, too. Another pro driver now, licensed through the Streetwise Drift Series in 2011. 5 license given away. Zoltan Sahaju, you might recognize that name. He's also in pro fields now, coming from the Streetwise Drift ranks. Judges are ready. We're going to get this round started between Dan Savage. Where's my rapper Dan fans? Loving that trucked out. SickyPerformance.com or Sicky.com. Mount system for that venerable 350. Mostly LS horsepower. Sicky. Falcon tire Carlos offline. Rapper Dan Savage is running away with it. Motul P2 Performance in the house. With that beautiful trucked out S13. Carlos getting a little wall. Check out Sicky.com. Venerable mount system for the LS motors in these cars. Very popular swap in the series. You've seen this a lot. Sicky.com. Dan Savage also welcome to the series. Joined us at Road Atlanta. Podium finish. We're going to see if Carlos can put something together for Dan on this next pass. Alexander Fab. Falcon tire behind that Sicky. 240 SX. Big round of applause for that driver as he comes around. Give it to him. I know it's hot. You can get them hands together and up. Woo! Rapper Dan Savage. Losing some quarter there on a Cooper tire. S14, both card V8s. Check out the website for the season schedule. We're going to be up at ZMAX, huge flat pro pit parking up there, and we get about 104 miles an hour on entry. There's absolutely nothing to hit for those drivers on this broad entry, about a 660-foot apex on the corner at that competition for Pro-Am at the beautiful ZMAX Raceway in Charlotte, North Carolina. Check out the season schedule, www.streetwisedrift.com. All these drivers profiled there as well. You can check them out, see where they're from, and show your interest in their support. Carlos is going to lose the side skirt. He almost lost already. Let's see if Dan Savage can harass coming through battle in the course here shortly. I'd like to thank Kayla Montgomery for helping us on the start line out there. Kayla? Just had to clear the debris up the track. Looks like we're ready to go. Judges are ready. Carlos Hernandez, 66, 69, oh, 71 miles an hour there on entry there as he is followed hard by Rapper Dan, just totally taking line there. It's okay, I'll let you go first, man. I'm just going to tuck right back up next to you. Rapper killing it. Oh, that was so close and well executed there. He is all over. Carlos Hernandez, Rapper Dan Savage, and the Sicky.com trucked out 240 SX. Killer driving by Dan. And as you may have assumed, Dan Savage advancing on that round, a unanimous decision by the three judges. All right, Dan Savage advances to the grade 8 in competition against Carlos Hernandez. Just not able to stay away from him. And another one of my favorite pairings for the evening, Jason Giovanni and Doug Vandenbrink are going to go at it. This is our 6th and 11th qualifier. Doug Vandenbrink in the red Mustang, STS rear mount turbo. You have an opportunity to check the setup out. Very unique boosted setup for the Mustangs by STS. Check us out at fastforwards.com. Giovanni on the next end tire, trick flow heads, XD clutch. Jason Giovanni, also a very consistent competitor in the series. Both these guys, I think they had the same pairing at Road Atlanta. Here they go. Jason into the course. Woo! And he is knocking some barrels out, but that's a hell of a lot of angle. Doug straightening up a little bit there in the middle of that corner as Jason is saying, now I'll let you catch up, and swinging it around there. Jason Giovanni, ladies and gentlemen, in that yellow 240 SX, getting chased by Doug Vandenbrink. Remote mount turbo Mustang. They're going to turn it around, and Doug will lead Jason, see if he can keep it clean and not take out barrels. That was a committed line. Seen that line several times from Jason in both qualifying and practice. Stretching it out. Jason Giovanni, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for that driver. What is that? That tall wing, and that is Doug Vandenbrink. Beautiful. Beautiful Mustang. Again, rear mount turbo, remote mount turbo system in that vehicle. Doug Vandenbrink not in top 16 pro competition and duking it out in Pro-Am ranks. Perfectly fine with everybody. The mark to hit for these two guys, showing well, doing quite a few podium finishes during the last season. Going for points. And cash prizes from ACT Clutch. And Simpson Racing, as well as NOS Energy Drink, fueling victory with Streetwise Drift since 2009 out of Charlotte, North Carolina. All right, Doug's going to lead. Jason Giovanni chase. 72.4 miles an hour on that. Nice and close. Oh, whoop. Spins it. There you go. Everybody likes to see the spin, but that's going to not do you well on your lap there, Jason. Oh, smooth driving in the second half of the course by both drivers, but Jason not staying close to Doug. Van DB, that is Doug Vandenbrink, ladies and gentlemen. DVM Motorsports takes the advance, eliminating Jason Giovanni. Doug was the 11th place qualifier. Going against Jason Giovanni there and eliminating Jason, our 6th place qualifier. Doug moving on to the top 8. We are starting our grade 8, ladies and gentlemen. Stay cool and hydrated. It is not over. We're going to have James Evans going up against Ron Eworth. Previously 9th place qualifier, Ron Eworth. Going up against our top qualifier, James Evans, the beginning of the grade 8. And they're on the line. Judges ready. .71.9 by the Sicky-driven vehicle, James Evans. There's Ron coming in shallow, but up tight, close. Hit it right on in there, the vision. There's some smoke in your eye, Ron, via James Evans and the Falcon. Alexander Fab P1 Performance, Sicky.com, 350Z on Forge Line wheels. Beautiful car. Both cars very well done. They'll line it back up, see what they've got on the chase lap. Ron Eworth in that beautiful supercharged 5.7 liter Titan motor with a Roots blower on top of it. Going against that naturally aspirated power of the Sicky.com Falcon tire. Car driven by James Evans against, again, our first place qualifier. And current points leader of the Streetwise Drift 2012 Pro-Am Championship. You can check out these drivers' profiles as they're posted at streetwisedrift.com, as well as the season schedule. They'll be joining us up and down the East Coast as we license drivers for Formula Drift Pro. Rod Eworth from Georgia. In Annapolis, I believe James Evans may have seen a familiar picture of this gentleman proposing to his girlfriend at a drift. It was fantastic. I called James the proposer. No, I'm not wrong. That was a Supra. You're right. It was a Supra guy. Was it James? Yeah, I was thinking about Alan Brensel. He's not here. All right, here we go. Ron Eworth leads 63 miles an hour, much lower entry speed. That's going to put Evans right up on him, as it does just that. Good looking chase lap going on by Evans here. Yep, I'm on the throttle as Ron exits the course cleanly. Evans harassing all the way through there. Good job by the Sicky.com James Evans, driven 350Z. This is grade 8 competition. Judges taking a look at the replay here. And the Sicky car looking a little wide, as you can see in the replay there on the big screen, jumbo screen. And then tucking it up again in the latter part of the course. Tough call. That's why I'm not a judge. Looks like Fontaine's got an opinion on this pass. Looking for one more time. And let's see, fans. What do you think? One more time? Would you like to see a little cleaner between these drivers? Let's hear it from the fans. One more time. Looks like we got 2 judges wanting just that for you. They're going to do it again, turn it around, and keep it clean. Need to see clean laps by both drivers. Looks like James had a correction and went out wide on his chase lap. The judges will be ready when they're ready, and they're going to line it back up one more time for you. Give him a big round of applause as Ron Eworth, ladies and gentlemen, in the Vision Performance G35, and that's another consistent competitor. And James Evans, welcome to the series, James. Killing it so far. Number 1 qualifier today. Podium finisher at Road Atlanta. He might as well have a big target on the back of that car. Everybody's looking to have to beat him in competition this year. They're enjoying going rounds under the sun in Palm Beach International Raceway. Can't thank you guys enough for your hospitality, having us down here, as well as Formula+drift. And it looks like we've just heard James Evans taking a 5-minute call. They're allowed to do that to service the car for just 5 minutes, maybe change some tires. The clock has been started. He'll get back to his crew and do what's necessary for the 5-minute call made by James Evans. Allowed in competition, so they're going to take care of that vehicle. And we're going to go ahead and run the next pairing. Looks like Bill Stinger and J.J. Alfano. We're going ahead and move to the next pairing while that 5-minute gets cleared or called. Bill Stinger Fisher, he'd like to be known by Ace Custom Signs. Here's your guy, South Florida, right up the road here. What about Bill Stinger fans? There you are, named Ryan No, I'm sorry. J.J. Alfano. I was looking at the wrong part of my bracket there. J.J. Alfano right on him. Broad, smooth lines coming out of that white 240. V8 versus Turbo 4. Type of battle everybody likes to look forward to. That's Bill Stinger, winner, Road Atlanta. Oh, yeah, JJ bringing in the revs. Good-looking chase lap. Clean lap by both drivers. We're going to swing it around, see how we go in the chase here. Get our call back. Evans still within his 5 minutes, and we'll continue getting that pairing back on the line. These guys are going to finish up their round. Bill Stinger, Next In Tire, Full Lock, Dolphin Tire, and Ace Custom Sign sponsored. Local driver, like I said, a 15-minute commute to the track. This is your boy, folks. J.J. Alfano, Georgia driver. Crowd's looking hot. Y'all should do a wave or something. I don't know. Maybe that'll cool you off. You're like, no, we don't want to move. Let's just sit here in the wind. Here we go. JJ leads. Bill Stinger into the course, 67 miles an hour. And JJ going wide. No contact. Oh, kiss. Oh, just ever so slightly kissed the bumper off there. Clean run there. Bill Stinger Fisher bringing it nice and clean and smooth, known for just that. Trying to lose that rear end. Keep a hold of that, Bill. You might need that. And as you may have assumed, Bill Stinger advances to the final four in that round. That's your South Florida driver, fans. Local driver going rounds here at Palm Beach International Raceway. Ace Custom Sign, can only expect you find them around here locally. Check them out. Backing up that driver with Dolphin Tire. Bill Stinger advances to the final four. And it looks like we've got Evans and Ron. We're going to revisit the Evans-Ron Eworth battle after 5 minutes, or just under 5 minutes. This is a tire change there, looks like, for Evans. This is the second pass of this battle. And they're off. Evans leads 72.9 miles an hour. Nice, broad, wide line into that entry. Nicely done in the rear clip as well. Little tap. Ron taking a shower line, catching up in that portion of the course. Good looking job. Good to get that clip reset. Get a call from each judges. Evans. We're going to check out a replay, see how bad he touched that clip point. Just wide in the latter parcel of the second corner there. Oh, yeah. He nailed it. Went wide last part of the corner there. Thanks for the slow-mo. That was replay. Excellent. some slight advantage. Got our judges Jordan Lejeune, Ryan Fontaine, and Timothy Palouse pontificating about that run. We're going to go ahead and get the next ones paired up. I'll get the call made into our advancement here on that pass in just a second. Again, the result of the Ron Eworth, James Evans battle still being pontificated. And they have moved it in. Close, close, close. James Evans harassing Ron Eworth through the course there, just laying it on. Big smoke, great impact. Oh, Sicky. I've got a unanimous decision. James Evans and the Sicky 350Z advances to the Final Four. Great driving by James Evans once again. Welcome to the series, James. All right, looks like we got next pairing coming to the line. Louis Lazardi going up against Nate Hamilton. Lazardi from Puerto Rico. Thank you and welcome for coming to our series, man. You're killing it. First time out with us, Louis Lazardi. Love that car, BMW, 2.5 liters, 30 millimeter turbo. Oh, I'm sorry, 30R PTE turbo powering that tan BMW. Nate Hamilton leads him through the course. Not able to stay too close, but both drivers clean. V8 versus turbo, straight six battle. Nate just running away from it there after the last corner. Good job, Nate Hamilton. Again, another new competitor to the Streetwise Drift Pro-Am competition series. Events, welcome. First one with us. See how Nate does in chase of Louis Lazardi, BFG tire. Nate Hamilton on the Achilles tire, inky. Noss and Blue Media Graphics vehicle there. Beautiful car. Rocket Bunny kits. And Louis Lazardi going to turn it around and lead Nate through the course, see what he's got for him. Nate killing it on that pass. Looking forward to seeing both these drivers as competition's going throughout the season for these FD licenses. That's why they're doing it, for you and the license. Louis is already just having that car moved up here from Puerto Rico, and he's leading Nate into the course. Nate coming up tight, and that's right where he wants to be. Good job, Nate Hamilton. Right on the ranging point there as he is keeping it close, and what a harassment of Louis there. Little Louis, the little brother of the team. Fantastic job, Nate Hamilton. Chasing Louis through the course there. The Lazardi brothers, DG01 from Puerto Rico. And I've got a Nate, and a Nate from Tim Palouse. So it's unanimous. Nate advances. Congratulations, Nate Hamilton, to the Achilles tire, inky wheel, Noss, Blue Media Graphics. 240. Another LS-powered car. Nate moving on to the Final Four. Vandenbrink's on deck, going up against Rapper Dead Savage. DVB, D-Van Motorsports, chasing Rapper Dan, taking some barrel with him. Kissing those outer clips to Sicky, trucked out 240 SX moving through the course. Doug now just coming up on him. Great chase lap there at the end from Doug. Where's my Rapper Dan fans in the house? That is that sicky 240Z. I'm just going to call it a sick 240Z because that's what it is. Rapper Dan Sambas joining us at Road Atlanta. That team bringing it hard this year in Pro-Am competition. Wide line. Wouldn't say offline, but Doug able to answer that. You're loving the slow-mo replay there. Very helpful for our judges. I'd like to thank our judges Ryan Fontaine for joining us and judging this weekend. Timothy Palouse as well. And Jode Lejeune, our third judge. We're going to get that feedback here in just a second. These guys are going to turn it around and reset. Going to see what Doug's got for the Sicky car through this pass. Doug Vandenbrink, check out fastforwards.com. And STS, that's your remote mount turbo system for these vehicles. Very unique turbo force induction system for the Mustang. If you get a chance to peruse through the Pro-Am paddock just on the other side of the track, go visit Doug. Be happy to talk to you about that system and some of the benefits and simplicity of the setup. And they're off. DVM leads the Sicky car. Rapper Dan right up on him. Oh, Little had to check up there a little bit, but he's still on it. Straightening. Not happy. Possibly got it the wrong gear there or missed it. Doug did keep it clean on his lead on that. Tough to call. That's why I'm not a judge. It looks like we've got Timothy Palouse with a call for DVB. Doug Vandenbrink advances. That's the red Mustang. STS Turbo was just telling you all about it. Advancing to the Final Four, eliminated Rapper Dan Sambage. DVM into the Final Four. All right, we are in the top of our Final Four right now. Thanks for hanging out in the heat. Going to keep bringing it to you. We're going to have Evans going up against Bill Stinger. Bill Stinger, a South Florida driver, going rounds once again in Pro-Am competition with Streetwise Drift. Bill Stinger, the Dolphin tire. Ace Custom signs in the house, running Next-In tires. Got a little full lock representation. Check out Full Lock. They're all up and down the paddock. You'll see their garb and swag all over the place. And James Evans, killing it all day. First place qualifier. Bill qualifying fourth. Looks like Bill's anxious. He is on the line. Let's get this over with. Let's get the Thunderdome. Judges are ready. Competitors getting on deck. 30 seconds, looks like.
My hair look okay? How's my jaw looking a little better? She was talking about her husband. Yeah, is your mic on that thing? Oh my God.
All right, looking to get this competitor on the line for Bill. Bill saying, bring it, man. Come on, let's go. James Evans needing to pull it on up. Still going around. James Evans, our first place qualifier, going to go up against your fourth place South Florida boy, the Fisher, Bill Stinger. James Evans currently points leader in the Streetwise Drift Pro-Am Series. Looking for his license this year. That's Kayla Montgomery up there on the start line. Doing a fine job. I'd like to thank Omega Graphics for their support of our series up in Charlotte, North Carolina. Omega Graphics providing swag and decals, getting these drivers and cars looking good, as well as for your corporate or business needs. Check them out, Omega Graphics. as well as NOS Energy Drink, full in victory with Streetwise Drift since 2009. I'd like to thank ACT for coming in with some contingent money, cash prizes on the line for these drivers, as well as Injuku Racing right here in Florida. Support a Pro-Am, get these drivers ready. These are the next pros of drifting. 3 or 4 of them on site already, and in the big comp tonight, you'll see them. Here they are, round. James Evans, Bill Stenger. Bill, all kinds of angles, straightening. Driving the inside line there is the Sicky car keeping it clean. A little bit of a push through the clip there as Bill cleans it up and gets a little wall tap. Again, we are in the final 4. That is Evans and... We're in top 4. Bill Stenger, South Florida. You got some fans here today, Bill, and so does the Sicky car. It's James Evans. Welcome to Pro-Am competition. Bill with us last year and this year so far. Winner, Road Atlanta. Judges are ready. They're going to switch it up. See if we can keep it clean. Bill straightening up and running a shallow line for the second part of the course there. Bill Fisher, Stinger, and the Ace Custom signs. S14, that's an LS-powered car as well. You think you got something for Bill? Bring it in Pro-Am. Check out the schedule. Build your car. All the information you need is right there on the website. Rule books and supplements for all the safety gear needed to enter competition on these wonderful courses as we go alongside Formula Drift on the East Coast Tour. Here it is. Bill Stenger leads James Evans. 73 miles an hour through the entry there. James, all kinds of angles. Tucked up close. That's a nice battle through the second half of the course there as Bill getting a little bit of space through the middle there. That's going to be a tough call if you ask me. I would not want to be a judge of this round. Final 4 competition. James Evans, Bill Stenger, South Florida, Annapolis driver in the greensicky.com. And Timothy Pelusa showing me a James Evans. And I got a James Evans from my other judge, and that looks like that'll be the advancement. James Evans eliminates Bill Stenger, moving on to the final. James Evans of the Sicky.com, Alexander Fab P1 Performance, Falcon Tire 350Z. Evans advances, eliminating the white S14. Big round of applause for your local driver there. Going rounds all day. Bill Stenger, James Evans, got you on that one, buddy. We'll see you up in Charlotte for ZMAX. 3rd round Pro-Am. Check the schedule, streetwisedrift.com. I'd like to thank Simpson Racing Gear for helping these drivers out. Great discounts for all drivers in our series for the safety gear needed. Your 3.251 race suits, Snell helmets, roll bar padding, etc., etc. Simpson Race Gear, right up there, headquartered in Mooresville, North Carolina. And looks like our next pairing in the final 4, Nate Hamilton, Achilles Tire, Inky, Wheel, NOS Blue Media Graphics, new to the series. Welcome, Nate Hamilton. He's your 2nd place qualifier. So this is consolation for 3rd. Bill and Rapper Dan are going to go at it. Consolation round for 3rd. Before we put Nate and DVM up on this to see who goes up against James Evans, we're going to put Bill Stenger on the line for consolation round for 3rd place up against Rapper Dan Savage. Where's my Rapper fans? 71 miles an hour. Getting in close, get ready to do the final here as these guys shoot it out for 3rd place. Tight racing there. Good job, Bill Stinger's surgery around that final clip. This is for 3rd place. Bill Stinger, Rapper Dan, and the Trucked Out 240, Siki.com. A little bit of a bracket, and we'll get the bracket sorted here in just a second. One sec.
I just need the cones and stuff. So I see Nate beat Lizardi and Doug Vanderbrink beat Dan Savage. So Dan's up here. I mean, Doug Vanderbrink's up here and Nate's up here. Yeah. Do they not have a bracket next there?
Savage is done. Bill's waiting on the sidelines to see who the loser of this is. Savage goes against the winner. You guys, so, fix it. So it's Nate Vanderbrink. What? Isn't that what you have? That's what I have. I didn't even get this constellation yet. It should have been. Why is Dan coming back out of top 8? I don't know. That laptop no speakers. Bring those two. Dan?
So just getting the bracket sorted, and we'll get these appropriate drivers paired up the top of the hill. We should have Nate Hamilton and DVM riding up here, as I called it before, on the line. A little early call on the cancellation round. Hadn't quite gotten to that yet, and Nate and DVM are going to line it up. Doug Vandenbrink. Then we'll get Bill back in here for the consolation for the loser of that round. All right, so we got DVM on course. We got Nate on course. Going to see who doesn't make it through that round, then bring Bill in for the consolation for third place. Thanks for patience, ladies and gentlemen, as we got that sorted out. So Nate Hamilton's going to do battle against Doug Vandenbrink to get into the final. All right. And we are sending these cars down the lane. Nate Hamilton versus DVM, Doug Vandenbrink in the rear mount turbo Mustang. Hamilton committed on the initiation there. Got the line sorted in the back half of that rear clip zone there. Good job, Nate Hamilton. And Doug bringing it back in, but not able to get too awfully close to him. And Nate running away from it. Right through the course. Nate Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for that driver. Great pass, Nate. DVM been with us for a while here. Consistent competitor in the series. Nate new to Pro-Am. Not Pro-Am competition levels, but new to Streetwise Drift Pro-Am. Nate Hamilton. Big round of applause for that driver. Oh, yeah. Put it to you. Nate Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen. Achilles tire, Nate Hamilton in the Inky car. That is Doug Vandenbrink in the red Mustang. Seeing who's going to advance on here to our final round. We'll get the loser of the previous round in here to go up against for third. So James Evans is waiting in the wings to do battle against the winner of this round. And they're off. DVM's going to lead Nate into the course. We'll see what he's got for him. This is to determine who goes up against James Evans in our final. Oh, and he's much closer to Doug than Doug on his than the previous pass. Oh, no, he straightens out. Doug's going to run away with it right there. Nate. Oh, Nate. Beautiful call. Ooh, that was a tough one. Definitely clear straightening out by Nate there after the corner. Straight up error. And I've got a call from Timothy Blues for DVM on that one. And Doug Vandenbrink's going to get the advancement. Moving on to our final. The Red Mustang is going to do battle against James Evans in the Sickie 350Z. Oh, yeah, great battling, guys. Nate eliminated by Doug Vandenbrink into that final round of the 4. We're going to do a consolation round, and we'll see what Nate's got for Bill Stinger. This is for third place. Nate's going to see if he can still grasp a third place podium finish out of today's efforts. Good job, Nate Hamilton, so far. Great to have you with us. Check us out, streetwisedrift.com, for our season schedule. The only licensing body on the East Coast for pro drifting, licensed into pro drifting since 2010 alongside Formula Drift. Loving it down here at Palm Beach International Raceway. It's hot, hot, hot.
Do we have a 5-minute call or something?
Bill is patiently waiting on the starting line for his competitor. A consolation round for third place about to begin. And we'll bring in James and the DVM for the final. James, winner, Road Atlanta. Points leader right now in the series. Podium finisher James Evans at Road Atlanta with us. Bill's got to be caught hot in that car on the line. No way you see in these cars. I believe 5 minutes been called by the driver there to show some tires. All right. Up next, Formula Drift Top 32 up next. There's the girls. All right, here we go. Nate Hamilton's going to do battle for third place with Bill Stinger, your South Florida driver. Bill Stinger, sponsored by Ace Custom Signs here locally. 15-minute drive to the track for him. Thankful to have him. He was out latter part of the season last year. Did quite well with us here and followed us up to Road Atlanta alongside Formula Drift in our Pro-Am efforts. These guys bringing it for cash, money, and contingent prizes from ACT, Simpson Race Gear, and Juku Racing, also contingent supporters of the Streetwise Drift Pro-Am program. And NTI helping us up north with our volunteer efforts for operations at our events in Charlotte. Come join us in Charlotte. About a monthly event there and a huge 8th-mile wide parking lot for training. Get these guys sorted. Bill's on the line. He must know that somebody is getting there to him. Nate's turning right back around. No 5-minute call from that driver. So this is for third place. We're going to get Nate Hamilton and Bill Stenger coming down the lane on this third place consolation round. Here we go. Bill Stenger is going to lead Nate. Oh, I'm sorry, Nate's going to lead Bill in. Got a clear course. Judges ready. And they're off. Thanks, Caleb, for running the start line today for us. Caleb Montgomery up there. And he's fast. Nate committed. Bill right behind him. Not as much angle or speed. 67 miles an hour looks like there. The trailing speed shown from Bill Stenger's car, the Dolphin tire. Nate Hamilton, Achilles tire, NOS Energy Drink driver. Inky wheels, good looking pass there. Killing it, James. Bill losing ground. We're going to turn it around. This is for third place. Who will get on that third place position on the podium? Nate Hamilton. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Where are my Nate Hamilton fans? Bill Stenger, South Florida. Where are my local Bill Stenger fans? Oh, yeah. Full lock, Dolphin tire in the house. Smooth lines by Bill Stenger. Always a smooth driver in competition. Here we are. Bill's going to lead Nate. This is for third. You'll know when we finish up the competition. We'll announce the winner of this round. And Nate right on top of Bill in that. Bill not able to do quite that on his chase lap of Nate there. Good job as he's keeping it close and bringing it in even closer around that center clip. Nate Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen, chasing Bill Stenger. Good looking pass, Nate. All right, both drivers clean. And it looks like we've got a unanimous decision. Nate Hamilton. So we have entered our final, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to put our final two drivers. It's like Thunderdome. 2 minutes or one man leaves victorious. Doug Vandenbrink, James Evans, first place qualifier. James Evans, second Pro-Am event with us this season. Joining us at Road Atlanta. Doug Vandenbrink in the remote mount turbo Mustang, 11th place qualifier, now going up against the first place qualifier in the final round here. Just because. There's Nate Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. Good job. Welcome to the series, Mr. Hamilton. Bill Stenger, full lock. There's your local boy. Horsepower Logic. And here we are for our final, ladies and gentlemen. The Sicky.com 350Z LS powered forged line wheels. Going to do battle with Doug Vandenbrink. Here we go, guys. All right. Judges are ready. FTW. Sicky leading big time through the first part of the course there. Oh, way wide, taking out the barrel. Doug going for the pass. Ooh, not sure if he had a push there or not. Oh, a pass, and he just forced the issue there, Doug Vandenbrink. I think he might have pushed off because he had that cone under his tire. That could have been a clean pass. I did not see contact from my view. Woo! I think the barrel was jammed in that fender and basically made the car push. A pass executed by DVM. First pass of the final there. Let's see if we can get a close shot of the replay here. Check out the jumbo screen. Hit the clip, hit the barrel. Doug, no contact. Nope, Doug, that was a clean pass by Doug Vandenbrink. unable to complete the course there because of the barrel shoved under the tire there. James Evans, excellent efforts, James. All right, Dougie. Doug Vanderbrink, STS Turbo. Your first and 11th place qualifiers doing battle in our final round. And no 5-minute calls from the drivers. Doug's turning around. He wants to get this over with to see what happens. See who comes out on top. We'll bring these drivers back up front and announce your winners for you once they complete this pass, if it's not a one more time. So final round. Doug Vanderbrink's going to lead. James Evans through the course. James, there it is again on the widescreen, totally pushing because he's got that barrel shoved under his tire. Just cannot steer the car at all. And Doug coming cleanly past him. All right, we're clear and ready to go for final Pro-Am 2012 PBIR. Kayla gives them the arms down, and they're off. Doug leading Sicky through the course. James Evans, keep it clean this time. Going almost past him, saying, hey, right here, man. Aggressive driving by both guys on this pass. James hanging it out, wanting in there, and wants this to be a convincing pace lap. Aggressive, aggressive. Good job, James Evans. Woo, Sicky. Sicky.com 350Z with a V8. Motul P2. And I've got 3 judges showing a... We're going to bring these drivers into the horseshoe. I'll announce your winners for you. Not going to let you know right away. We're going to pull them around. And here's our top 3. And I'll let you know who won that last battle in just a second. Oh, there's DVM. There's Nate Hamilton. So these guys went in. They went in. Little 3-way here. Oh, yeah. And Bill Stinger will want to get on that. Don't know if we'll be able to pull off the 4-way here, but one of these guys didn't make it, and you're looking at your top 3 on there. Okay, I got you. So, ladies and gentlemen, your final 4 competitors here. They're going to get out of their cars, and I'll call them out, let you know who won 3rd place, and then I'll let you know who won 2nd. You'll immediately know who won 1st at that point. Ladies and gentlemen, your drivers in Pro-Am Competition 2012. We'll get them out of their cars. These drivers committed to the series, traveling up and down the East Coast with Streetwise. Looking for that pro license. That's Nate Hamilton giving DVM a big round of applause and a hug. Close competition with those guys. Awesome. The Sicky car getting passed by Doug with it. Cone under the car. And if we're ready to get these guys in front of the cars, I'll let you know who got 3rd place. And 2nd, you'll immediately know who won it. Your 3rd place winner, ladies and gentlemen, Nate Hamilton, 3rd place, new to the series. Welcome, Nate. Good job. Excellent to have you out with us. And here we go. Your 2nd place finisher on that final round of competition, James Evans. There's your winner, Doug Vanderbrink, ladies and gentlemen. Bringing it, the STS Mustang Hard in 2012 Pro-Am competition. Doug Vanderbrink, ladies and gentlemen, your winner today in Pro-Am. These guys shooting for licenses and cash contingency prizes is brought to you by ACT and Juku Racing and Omega Graphics, all in the house in support of Streetwise Drift Pro-Am. Good round of applause for these drivers. Doug Vanderbrink giving it up. And Nate Hamilton in 3rd place with James Evans in 2nd. Killing it in the series so far. 1st place qualifier against 11th. 11th coming clear up in the 1st position. eliminating the local guy, Bill Stinger. Great to see you out here, Bill. Great effort. South Florida drivers in the house. And thanks for joining us for Pro-Am competition this afternoon. We're going to get along with Top 32 Formula Drift Pro coming at you. Thanks so much for your time. And thanks Palm Beach and Formula Drift for having us once again. And thanks fans for your support of Pro-Am Drifting.
I copy. I didn't hear you say my name. Yes, I'm all set. I'm ready to go. Yeah, that is correct. Okay, stand by for format.
Heads up, Drift fans, heads up. As we'll be, heads up, Drift fans, it's blowing towards you. Cover your eyes and cover your face. Please back up, cover your eyes and your face as we're clearing the tire debris from the track. Please cover your eyes and cover your face. We apologize, but getting the clean conditions here on track for the top 32 about to begin. Consider that a free gift from Formula Drift and the Palm Beach International Raceway. It's a free souvenir gift with purchase. That's dirt and tire up in your face. Free with purchase. We're about to begin top 32 in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Top 32 action. Qualifying was yesterday. Pro-Am just happened. Congratulations to Nate Hamilton, James Evans, and Doug Vandenbrink. And we are about to begin Formula Drift Pro competition here at top 32.
tape. I just got handed a 32 by
Well, how are we doing, Florida? Make some noise for Formula Drift Round 3 here at Palm Beach International Raceway. My name is Jared Dienda. I'm going to be joined here on stage, obviously, by our three judges, Andy Yen, Brian Egger, and Ryan Lontaine. But I'm also going to be joined, as he joined me at Round 2 at Road Atlanta, co-founder of Formula Drift, and my technical guy. I'm going to be leaning on him to break down the criteria, judging the track layout, a lot of the things that are happening here on track, even the play-by-play. Mr. Ryan Sage. Now, Ryan Sage, obviously want to thank the fans, want to thank our sponsors, but right now, we're going to get real technical here and break down the track map, a perfect run, and the judging criteria. So at this time, I hand over the microphone to you, buddy.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Jared. You know, it's really important that the fans know what transpires in the drivers' meetings. It's a closed drivers' meeting. They don't necessarily hear what actually goes on inside there, so it's our job to be able to relay that information so fans know what to look for and they can be part of this actual event as far as them being judges themselves. So if you look up on the monitor, you'll see a track layout right there. I'm going to quickly break down the actual run that the judges are looking for in the lead position. If you look down the front straight, you're going to see 3 sets of cones. There's going to be 3 cones, then 2 cones, and then an individual cone. The judges want the drivers to initiate no later than the second set of cones. If they initiate earlier, that's fine. It's a benefit towards them, but if they initiate later than that, that will be a deduction. From there, they're going to shoot out as wide as they possibly can towards these orange pylons, maximizing as much angle as they can as they begin to start looking towards the first outside zone. Now, as they make the transition, what they're going to be looking for are the black and red rumble strips right in front of the spotters tower and this particular grandstand right here. The judges want the drivers to transition on that black and red rumble strips. Not later and not before. If they do it later or before, it will be a deduction. From there, as they shoot towards the outside zone, the judges are looking for the drivers to fill their rear bumper in the outside zone from the beginning of the white pylon to the end of the white pylon. If they do that or they're within 18 inches, you'll see the VLAD proximity sensors light up on the fence post, and you'll know that the drivers actually filled those zones. From there, the judges want the drivers to leave the outside zone no later than the second pylon and start shooting down towards the first inside clipping point, which is right here in front of the grandstand. They'll make a transition, hit that first inside clipping point, and then start shooting as wide as they possibly can. Very wide turn, not an outside clip, but a very wide turn as they transition to the last inside clipping point. Now, one thing to notice, a note on the proximity sensors. They are to be used as guides for judging, but not actual definite and absolute judging criteria. They sometimes don't trigger, or they get run over, things like that happen. So they're really just an aid for judging. Another thing that was brought up in the drivers' meeting is that this track does have a tendency to allow for passing. We started to see it sometimes in the last round in Atlanta, and so the judges have identified a few areas where it may be possible to pass, and so we want to talk about that briefly. The first area for passing is in the first outside zone. The second area would be on the transition to the second inside clipping point. Now, what are the keys to a clean pass? Well, first, the lead car must be offline in the aforementioned areas, and the chase car must be within proximity to make a clean pass while being online. Now, once a pass is actually engaged, you will notice it because the chase car's drivers will, the front tires, will have surpassed the lead car's front tires. That makes the chase car the lead car, and now he must adhere to the criteria as the lead driver and get through the rest of the course. So we may see some of those things happen. We'll try to educate you guys along the way if some of that does come about, but at least you have the basic understanding of what was being discussed in the drivers' meeting. The second thing that we want to talk about is where the track actually ends. You have different areas on the course where the track barriers are. Those are considered off track. If somebody hits a barrier, goes off into the dirt, or exceeds some of the orange pylons, that's considered off course. If you drop 1 tire as a driver or 2 tires as a driver, that's okay. That's going to be considered a deduction. You will get some deduction of points for that, but you will not be eliminated. If you drop 3 tires off or 4 tires off, that would be considered a 0. So if you see a lead car do that or a chase car do that, you'll know that they would be eliminated from competition. So now we want to do is we want to turn over some time to the Jumbotron to show you our #1 qualifiers run from yesterday, Vaughn Gittin Jr., to give you guys an actual visual idea of what the best lead run will look like, and I'll walk you through it right now. Okay, so here we go. You can see Vaughn Gittin Jr. at the start line. He comes down the front straight, a lot of speed, very wide right there on the outside zone. You can see very close to those orange pylons. Now he's going to start making his transition back. Perfect job on the transition. You can see right there on the red and black rumble strips. Now he's very wide, shooting towards the outside zone. Fills the first part of it, fills the second part of it. Now he leaves. He starts shooting towards the inside clip, nice and wide, perfectly on that inside clip. You can see right here as he passes it. Now he's going to transition back and shoot very wide as he comes into the last inside clipping point. A nice wide line is what the judges are looking for, and then hitting that zone or that clipping point right there, smashing the throttle to the finish line. That was our #1 qualifying run, and that's what you want to see as a lead driver. The chase car driver's job is to mimic him wherever he goes. Anything less than that will be considered a deduction. And now that you guys know about passing, tires off, and as much else as I could squeeze out in these 2 to 3 minutes as I'm out of breath, we'll get into competition. So thank you.
All right, so the last question I have for you guys. Are you guys ready to see some drifting? All right, well, before the action, a little message from our sponsors.
Duck. Duck. Goose.
Our technology builds some of the best tires in the world, because when it comes to performance, we don't just play around.
Cheater, we said no 360s.
Who's up for some leapfrog?
All right, well,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Drift Stream. Jacob Leviton here, Joey Redmond, ready to give you some side-by-side commentary, a little bit different from what the people here in the audience are going to be hearing. We've got our first matchup right off the bat. JR up against Matt Field, JR #1 qualifier. Trying to give you a little insight on what's going on. Now, what the judges said that they wanted to see was proximity throughout the entirety of the course. Matt Field going a little bit offline, taking out the clipping point.
Matt Field knocking over the clip and a couple of the cones. Just clearly doesn't really have the power to keep up with Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that Ford Racing Mustang.
It's pretty tricky here. The outside of the course, we've noticed that line is a little bit more slippery today than it was yesterday. So you might see a couple drivers struggling to keep up out there, but that outside line is the ones they want to see. I'd definitely say that JR had a lead on that one.
Yeah, they're about to queue up a replay, it looks like, of the run. You can see Matt was really able to stay together in the line, but Vaughn just had such a quick transition into the big turn, and really this battle and all the battles I think today are going to be won and lost in that transition.
Yeah, the judges are really focusing on that entry. They want to see an early entry, and they really want to see the cars close together as soon as possible. So,
yeah, and something we've covered earlier is that the top speed is here in the entry, and then you're going to be going slower throughout the course. So really the entry plays a lot into what's happening.
We're going to try and get you some entry speeds as well as they get going. I apologize we missed that first one, but we'll keep you up to date on what.
Yeah, I think 81's the biggest we've really seen yet. You know, I'm really predicting that we're going to get guys up to about 85 here by the end of today.
So drivers will switch places. Matt Field is going to start on the right side as you view it. That will be the lead position throughout the day. So Matt Field over on the right, Vaughn Gittin Jr. on the left. Matt Field will be the first one to initiate.
Yeah, they're strapping some GoPro cameras on there right now, getting ready to do some coverage. Matt Field's actually running the Maxxis MAZ1. It's a real popular tire. It won a championship with Forsberg in 2009.
Yeah, Maxxis was out for a little bit, moved away from drifting with their sponsorships, but now they're back. So it's great to see tire companies return to drifting and see the profitability of it.
All right. Vaughn has been really aggressive in tandem. 73.1, pretty slow for Matt.
He's 73 miles an hour on the entry speed.
You can see Vaughn is just, man, Vaughn is just stuck to his door. Exactly what the judges want to see. Proximity all the way around. Matt really just can't pull away from him. Vaughn did a great job mocking his line.
Yeah, you know, JR's got a lot of experience. He's used to adapting to slower cars. That might be something that might be a little bit trickier for Matt Field to get used to. Of course, he's also a little bit hampered in horsepower in comparison to JR's Monster Energy Drink Mustang.
Here's a replay. As you can see, Matt's really going slow compared to some of the other guys. Doesn't really have a super aggressive angle. He's not all the way out. A little shallow on the clip here. As he comes around the turn, he hits that clip pretty well, but Vaughn is just on top of him. You can see this slow down. Even in this technical transition, Vaughn stays about as close as you can really stay. Obviously, Vaughn has to give room for the lead car to transition there, or Vaughn would be at fault, which you saw actually happen with him. Top 16 Road Atlanta with Daigo. That's why he was eliminated.
Unanimous decision. Vaughn Gittin Jr. will be moving on.
Yeah, all three judges voted for Vaughn to allow him to advance. I mean, that was a pretty easy one.
Yep.
Matt was a lot slower. You know, at the end of the day, he made it in the show. He got a 50-point, you know, jump in his standings that he wouldn't have gotten
24 point for top 32.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, coming up next, we're going to have Frederick Osbo and Matt Essa. Essa will be leading. Essa won the Insane Entry Award yesterday. Might be kind of tricky to follow with that entry in that BMW. So, be interesting to see how they respond. Osbo's been on a tear, sitting second in points overall.
Yeah, they do kind of discourage some of the bigger aggressive entries in tandem, but it definitely can be used as a little bit of a strategy. Here comes Essa flying into turn one.
That entry speed was only 69 miles an hour, so he really went for angle over speed. Osbo watches out. Osbo washed out following Essa. I think he got a little bit too deep.
That was a little crazy. I'm actually really glad we're about to see a replay because it got really weird over there. It looks like Essa kind of shot far out, tapped the clip, and then Osbo messed up. So that might really be up to the judges to see who's going to be at fault with the lead to follow for that.
So again, 1 tire off is going to be a minor deduction, 2 tires off is a major deduction, 3 tires off is a 0. I don't think any tires were off, just hitting the clipping point, so that's definitely not what they want to see. That entry
Essa's luckily got that rear cage that he can make some contact and not have any issues.
Yeah, he has those
like
kind of bumper bash bars in the rear that allow him to get a little bit closer. So the entry speed from Essa was 67, definitely sacrificing speed in favor of angle. That's kind of been Essa's style lately. So I think we're trying to queue up a replay. Possibly.
Well, let's put it this way, you know, Essa with that big entry, he was definitely noticeably slower than some of the speeds we were reading earlier, but it's also part of his strategy. Makes it a lot harder to follow.
Definitely.
You know, there's not really a huge penalty on, there's obviously a speed marker the judges are looking for, but the most important thing is that you're consistent. You know, if you can run 85, they don't want to see you coming in at 70. But, you know, if he's been putting out speeds at about that rate throughout the day, throughout the weekend, that's not something they're going to fault him for at all.
Getting ready right now on the line. Osbo's going to be leading.
Yeah, looking into qualifying, he was actually 55.3. So he's actually
the
sped
second
up.
part of. Here we come with Osbo with a lot more speed, 73 miles an hour. Osbo very wide. Essa taking the inside line.
Osbo went way wide, but Essa's there to fall through. Essa doing a good job, really sticking to him in this more technical, slow part of the course.
Overall, I feel like that was a lot more conservative run from Essa, running a shallower line, but Osbo also had a major mistake on the first run, so it'll be hard to overcome. It'll be interesting to see how the judges decide.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, Essa really delivered what the judges have been saying: proximity, proximity, proximity.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, I really thought he was kind of just totally off, but he really brought him right to Osbo, who went super deep by design. It's going to be a hard one, I think, for the judges. I wish we would have still seen that first kind of run replay.
Yeah. You know, this is a 16 versus 17 matchup, so these guys are expected to be pretty close and pretty contentious.
Here we go. We got a replay on this one at least. So Osbo came way wide. Essa cheated the line big time, but it brought him into Osbo. So, I mean, really, with Essa being notably slower, that was really the only approach that they could really get put together. Essa really handled this technical section a lot better than I was expecting. You know, he let Osbo swing in, he poked his door in, he really kind of matched him door for door once they got through, once he caught up from running a shallow line at the entry.
And really the drivers meeting, they've been stressing the idea of putting proximity ahead of speed. We're waiting for the decision right now.
All three judges want
Unanimous.
Michael Essa.
Yeah, I think Osbo's first run, the mistakes that he made were a little bit too much for him to overcome.
That's pretty huge if you're looking at the championship. Frederick Osbo is in third place. He's taking a super early exit. Some of these guys behind him, like Reese Millen and Matt Powers and Ryan Turk, are definitely going to be looking to advance their position very easily.
Next up, we're going to be having Walker Wilkerson, Luke Lomberger. I know Walker Wilkerson, coming off that fourth place finish in Atlanta, he's pretty excited to keep his streak up. Walker qualified 8th. Luke Lomberger is going to be 25th qualifier. Wilkerson on the right, he'll be leading the first run.
Absolutely. Both these guys are running LS Chevy motors. Obviously, Luke's car comes factory. Walker's got a swap set up in there. You got Falcon versus Hankook. These Hankooks put out ridiculous smoke. Here comes Walker leading into the first turn. Insane angle. Luke doing really good with the follow.
76 miles an hour on entry from that, so that's much faster than we saw in Osbo and Essa.
Ooh, Luke's kind of straightened out there. Come through the technical course. Walker's got a lot of smoke. Big snappy angle. Ooh. Walker taking that last run around the clip. It was literally one turn of the wheel and powered through. I know he's running like those Aero 1 angles, and that's obviously clearly helping him snap around Luke there.
And you'll see on this replay, Lomberger was very shallow on angle on entry. He almost was straight coming through the first corner, taking it almost like a time attack. You could really see the angle from here that Walker has over Lomberger.
You see they're coming into the turn. Luke is kind of shallow, but he's staying on the door, and then Walker just steps on the gas and walks away from Luke right there.
You know, again, they want to see the lead car running the qualifying line as much as possible. Here's another great camera shot of the angle, the front steering angle on Walker Wilkerson's car.
Yeah, they really have some great angles for you guys here at Palm Beach. You know, you can see right there, even though Luke was staying close at the end, Walker just had a huge angle, straight power through all the way to the wall, ending off the course.
So now we'll see them switch. Luke Lomberger will lead. He will be on the right. Get a little small adjustment to the GoPro cameras for the FD TV show. It's coming up on NBC Sports later this summer. For those of you who have it on your TiVo, it's probably already set up. This used to be the Versus Sports Network. Now it's going to be NBC Sports here in the U.S.
So what do you think? Walker's coming off a fourth place finish. What's his mentality here?
I mean, the big problem, the big thing that Walker ran into last year was consistency. He's going to have to stay consistent and just keep his head in the game.
Wow, Luke 74, 9 miles an hour. And then Walker dropping the tire off there.
Walker losing his bumper, almost, parts of his bumper. Although he's got some proximity away from Luke Lomberger, it looks like he's a lot more consistent and a lot fewer mistakes overall in his follow run. I think if I were judging, I might swing towards Walker because of the consistency. We'll see what the judges decide. This year, the judges are making their decision inside of a small shadow box, so they can't see each other's decision. Watching the replay here.
They're noting Walker dropped 2 tires, which will be somewhat of a deduction, but You know, he kind of lost Luke in the same place that Luke lost him. That might really balance itself out. I think the biggest thing with the judges is going to be how much of a factor those 2 tires off are going to be.
The other side of it, too, was the entry. Walker was about 2 to 3 miles an hour faster on his entry. He definitely had substantially more angle through the entirety of the course. So we'll see what the judges decide.
Ryan LaFontaine said Walker Wilkerson. Walker's going to move on. All 3 judges went for him.
Next up, we're going to have Pollock versus Cato. Pollock is leading the championship. Ryan Cato's a up-and-coming driver for sure.
Luke is stopping Walker from driving off course here. We got Sesso being the peacekeeper, I guess. Not really sure what's happening. Oh, no. Apparently we're getting a little bit of report. Luke's dropping some fluid. We got some fluid on track. So he's kind of holding steady here, letting everyone know. Oh, and actually the fluid's actually coming from Walker Wilkerson's car. He pointed it out.
Wonder if that's overflow or what that is, but good news is it looks like it's past the finish line, so it shouldn't affect anything.
I mean, that's some real good sportsmanship there. It looks like Luke pulled over, gave Walker heads up, he was leaking some fluid. You know, it's always nice to see, especially after a tandem battle, that a lot of these drivers can be cordial and helpful with each other.
Coming up again, Ryan Cotto on the left, Justin Pollock on the right. Pollock has a lot at stake. He has yet to lose a single tandem battle all year. That's
I'm going
incredible.
with Pollock. No one's beat him. I don't think he's ever going to lose this year. He might have 700 points plus by the end of the season.
75 miles an hour on the entry.
Ryan Cotto! Oh my goodness. That was an insane
Justin Pollock's hitting those clipping points, though. He's as close as he was during qualifying. Cato's just not moving away from him, staying hard on Pollock. Wow, that was a great entry. That might have been the best tandem that we've seen so far.
Ryan Cotto exceeded all my expectations right there. What you need to watch right here is right at the entry. Ryan Cotto was probably less than a foot from Pollock right here when he initiated. That's guts right there.
Taking that inside line to keep proximity, which is what the judges have asked for, is that proximity.
Flying down, obviously, Pollock makes up for a little bit of it on bigger power. But look at this. Pollock just hits every single clip.
Inches away. It's great driving, staying focused for Pollock.
But, I mean, Cotto really held it together. I think Pollock's obviously got a little bit of an obvious advantage right here. But don't count Cotto out.
Definitely.
One slip up from Pollock in this follow, and he could move on.
Way. You know, again, last year at this track, Dai Yoshihara got knocked out in top 32 when he made a mistake following Kyle Mohan. We bring it up because it just goes to show that anything can and will happen in tandem, especially when you're following a driver that you're not so sure about, and it might have less power and a little bit slower entry speed. I know Ryan Cotto is definitely going to give it everything he's got. That VK56 has a substantial amount of horsepower, probably pretty even on weight overall.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things I want to talk about with Justin Pollock is he's actually been great at qualifying for years. Even back with the Bergenholtz car, he could qualify really well. His tandem used to struggle a lot, and it's clear to me that the ASD guys or the Falcon team has really worked with him in tandem, and he's on fire now. You know, he can really handle some. I mean, he hasn't lost a tandem battle. That's definitely a big change from Justin Pollock a few years ago.
Yeah, when he drove that RX-8 for Bergenholtz, he had more qualifying points than any other driver. So here we go with the initiation from Cato. Not as dramatic on his lead, a little bit conservative, but
Pollock,
that's
big and shallow. Cato throws a bumper off a cone.
Pollock just not giving him an inch, staying within the door, right on Ryan Cotto.
Wow.
Door-to-door action, and that is why Justin Pollock is leading the championship right now.
I mean, that's exactly what the judges were talking about. I mean, Justin Pollock, pretty much any other driver watching, if you want to know how to win at this course, Justin Pollock just wrote the book.
Just showed you.
Yep. Cotto was super strong in the initiation. Pollock also went shallow to kind of catch up with him there.
You know, it takes a lot of confidence to follow
Cotto
a driver
tapping
that
the clip right there. And Cotto almost nails this, comes in on this clip. He was a little wide, but swung into the clip. Pollock took it super short. they're pretty much wheel to wheel right there, and that's not a fun feeling, drifting wheel to wheel with somebody at all.
Those cars are loud. So when you hear that car, that Mustang breathing on your door, you can't mistake it for anything else.
But I mean, this is one of Cato's biggest tandem battles he's ever been involved in, and he wasn't phased. He didn't spin, he didn't mess up. All three judges have voted Justin Pollock as the winner, though. But hats off to Ryan Cato. He really did a good job.
That really was a great run by Cato on his chase. And really, he did all he could on his lead. You know, a little bit wide on that outside clipping zone, but overall a great effort from Cato.
Do you think it's possible that JTP could win this one again? 300 points on the board?
I wouldn't put it out of him, that's for sure. He'll be up against Walker Wilkerson next round, which is going to be a rematch from Atlanta. Coming up right now, we have Odie Bakshis and June Meng. Odie's really been stepping it up as well.
Odie has been doing some insane tandem follows the whole weekend. I can't wait. June is great as well. It's really on June's car. Sometimes it has some struggles. He's on Nittos. We got Odie on Nexans. A great tire battle. I think two evenly matched cars right now.
Yeah, Odie's going to be leading here on the right. See what his entry speed's at. 71.5. Again, a lot of angle coming from Odie. Wow, look at the angle. Oh, June washed out.
June really blew that. Oh, June catching back up a little bit. Odie tapping that clip and June just annihilating it. You know, June had a real big air, obviously, coming into the big turn. It's going to be hard to make up, but I at least like the fact that June got back on the gas, continued the run, and towards the last clip here, at least caught up and put a performance.
Yeah, tried to give a good show to the fans out here.
So you can see right here,
He's getting a little bit too deep, so he adds angle to try and avoid hitting Odie, but in adding angle, he got too far and was not able to maintain the drift. Odie's entry was at 71.5 miles an hour, one of the slower ones, but also one with a lot of angle. So we'll take him back to the start line, switch places.
I think Odie's got a real good chance of moving on. He just needs to, you know, put some good wheels in June. He definitely can't relax. You know, he doesn't have that much of an advantage that he can hang back, but if he can tandem like he has been all weekend, then I don't think he's got any worries right now.
And Odie qualified 4th, which is a very good qualifying effort on his behalf. He'll get some good points for that. I believe it's 6 points towards the championship, which can be substantial.
I mean, let's give a note right now. He's right now 8th place, 117.25 points in the championship. He's literally less than 1 point away from passing Dai Yoshihara, who's 7th in the championship right now. It's a great performance for Odie.
And he's a little more than 3 points ahead of Cato, and Cato was knocked out. So he'll definitely gain some ground on a couple drivers who are behind him.
All right, we got Jun Meng coming down here.
73.6
aggressive angle
on entry.
Yep. Odie's Odie with a big correction.
Yeah. Odie lost angle almost at the exact same
spot.
spot.
Odie lost a lot of angle there.
Lost angle in the last run.
Held him through on that last clip.
June had a really good run right there. You know, he kind of stuck to his guns and just put on the best run he could, and that was a pretty solid run.
Yeah, I think really the big issue is going to be who's going to get marked off bigger on their correction.
Yeah.
Was June's correction worse or was Odie's correction worse?
Let's take a look at it here and see what caused Odie to lose the angle. Again, he got a little bit too close, had to slow up.
It looks like the car just didn't want to drift. It kind of just gripped up on him at the last second.
Be interesting to see how this one goes.
Other than that correction, though, I mean, Odie was right there. I mean, it literally looked like maybe he missed the clutch kick or like something really didn't go right with the geometry of the car. When he needed to flick it, it just kind of plowed a little bit.
Odie's getting the win. All three
judges said Odie.
Yep.
So regardless, clearly, I mean, I felt kind of the same way. Odie's correction was definitely a little less major.
Yeah.
I think one of the best tandem battles right now is coming up. Tony Angelo versus Chelsea DeNova.
Chelsea DeNova, for those who don't know, he is a rookie, but he has a lot of tandem experience. He's been driving in several other series. He added that big wing to his BMW this weekend. Chelsea DeNova, although he's a rookie, definitely has a lot of experience and is ready for this tandem against Tony Angelo.
These guys are about to show you what Hankook tires are all about.
Both of these cars can put out massive amounts of smoke.
Dump smoke. It's ridiculous. You know, Tony Angelo was a judge last season. He stepped back into a car that really hadn't done that well.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of his buddies. Lindsey Ross, who runs, he's the art director over at Hoonigan, is doing his spotting. He's just got, a haphazard crew of guys that are all his buddies really helping him out. Great team. He even brings his Rottweiler Panic to the events. But, at the end of the day, he's trying. He's putting it together. He got a program. He's made the transition back. Chelsea DeNofa, two-time XDC champion. Who do you see winning this one?
It's really going to be hard to say. I would kind of like to give Chelsea the advantage just because he has a lot more experience in this car specifically, but I wouldn't put it out of Tony to be able to win. Both these drivers are on Garrett turbos.
What's interesting is Tony has not lost a top 32 round yet. Chelsea hasn't won one. But Chelsea's run into some big competitors like Daigo.
Chelsea was up against Osbo in round 1, Saito in round 2. Here we go on the entry. 76.7 on entry from Tony Angelo. Here comes Chelsea, aggressive on that tandem, door to door. Really wants to remind him that he's right there, around that clipping point. Wow, here comes the smoke.
Chelsea barely gave room for Tony Angelo to transition there. Really bent out at the last second. He's really been showing aggressive tandems. Tony Angelo actually came through the speed traps at 76.7 miles an hour right there.
We go back, look at this replay.
DeNofa kind of initiated immediately behind him. Went super towards out the cones, not off the track. They came both in. Angelo's a little more shallow than some of the other guys we've seen, but DeNofa on his door. Yeah, and he's right here.
Tough to give an advantage either way, because I think both drivers drove extremely well. We'll see how this next one is.
Angelo got real aggressive up on that back wall, too. Not necessary. There's no clipping point over there, but it looks great. And that's one of the things the judges are always looking for. It is impressive, Keep going. Just keep pushing through.
It's pretty packed house over here in Florida. Again, New Jersey coming up in 3 weeks. If you live anywhere close to New Jersey, definitely buy your tickets ahead of time because pre-sales for every event this year have exceeded previous year's sales.
And not even just New Jersey. I mean, Philadelphia is a 45-minute drive. New York is like an hour drive or a $200 taxi cab, I'm sure. Or, I know most of you New Yorkers don't have cars, but there's even a train station not that too far from the track as well.
Jersey's one of the classic tracks on the Formula D circuit. Very unique from a lot of other tracks out there around the world. Formula D is one of the only drifting sanctioning bodies that has banked tracks, and the first opportunity to see that this year will be at Walled Speedway. So we're going to see the drivers swap. You'll see DeNofa leading on this one. We expect a big entry from DeNofa. He likes to enter early. Real conservative.
But Tony really
77.4 miles an hour.
77.4. Tony's just a little bit slower, as you can tell. Ooh, really just powered through there. DeNofa got a little slow. Wow. I'm really liking that follow from Tony. It wasn't the most technically sound follow you see, but at the end of the day, like I said, we've been stressing proximity. If it was a qualifying run, Tony would have been deducted a little bit. But from a follow standpoint, he really hung in there. What do you think about the run, Jacob?
I think there's a bigger gap between Angelo following. You'll see here, Angelo's got a lot more distance between him and Chelsea than what Chelsea put on him, especially in this right before this inner clipping point. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges see this, but I see a lot more angle coming from Chelsea's car overall. But Ryan Letang has his decision written down. Andy Yen's making a decision. Brian Eggert's right behind him.
Pulling some of these GoPros off, getting ready for the next
Unanimous
round.
decision. Chelsea DeNofa will be winning. So this is an upset, technically, on paper. Chelsea was the lower qualifier. If you're playing Fantasy Drift, you'll get some extra points for Chelsea. Oh, he's on my team.
Chelsea really put together a great performance. I really had kind of some faith in Chelsea. I think Chelsea's been really upset that he's lost his last two top 32s. He had a great battle with Daigo where he messed up.
Yeah.
This is his hometown. He actually lives in Orlando, which is just kind of up the road here. I think Tony's going to be upset, but Tony really didn't do a bad job either. I mean, Chelsea just a little bit faster, a little more aggressive on the follow. And
no major mistakes, and that's really what you want to see every time you go out in tandem. Next up, we're going to have Darren McNamara and Kyle Mohan. Again, Darren McNamara is getting used to this car still. only his second event in left-hand drive. So it'll be interesting to see how he adapts. He's been getting more familiar and looking a lot stronger with every pass he makes. Another thing to note, when Chelsea was leading, he had a faster entry speed than Tony Angelo did when he was leading. So Chelsea entered around 77 miles an hour, and Tony Angelo was a couple ticks slower.
So Darren actually was driving a Saturn Sky at Streets of Long Beach, but sadly, if you watch that on the live stream in his top 32 tandem battle, he crashed it and they weren't able to salvage.
75.8 on the entry speed.
Wow, D-Max super deep, super consistent. Kyle really having a hard time keeping up.
Mohan diving in. Darren really drove his own line, tried to give that same qualifying run that he could. He qualified pretty well. 5th place overall, so Kyle Mohan, if you missed it earlier in practice, ran into the tire barrier on that outside wall and was able to get his car back together, but looked to wash out in almost the same area. You can see it here. He'll take out an outside clipping point, but he really got aggressive with this dive in on the transition to try and catch up and put some pressure on D-Mac.
What's interesting to note right here as you watch that replay is like Darren is a lot more smooth with his transitions, unlike some of these other guys like Denofa that we just saw, who is real snap-like with the car.
Take a look at the crowd.
Really here's a good shot of the crowd. When you're looking at a driver like D-Mac as opposed to like Denofa, you have a real advantage, I think, when you're following a driver who does smooth transitions because very predictable. Whereas a guy like Denofa or somebody will snap and swing the car, and he, if you're caught out on the side of him, you're going to be faulted for an accident.
So adjust the GoPro cameras for the FDTV show. Get these guys back together. Mohan will be leading. Mohan's really been making some aggressive entries as well. We'll see how far D-Mac leaves him for transition.
We're about to see Kyle Mohan put in a lead. I'd say he's probably at a slight disadvantage right now.
Yeah.
He dropped a wheel off. He hit a clipping point. He really needs to just put it out there right now.
Mohan sitting in 10th overall in points. He's going to want to keep up that
momentum. Here they come through. Wow, D-Mac really hanging on his door.
Mohan entered at 72.5 miles an hour, a little bit slower than D-Mac.
Kyle with a lot of angle through there.
D-Mac showing he's got the horsepower to keep up.
Ooh.
I'm always amazed at the amount of smoke that Mohan's able to generate from the Nexen tires. Not known as the smokiest tires around, but Mohan makes them work quite well for him. Here we go back to the replay. Mohan with his entry, very wide, which is what the judges want to see, but Darren just keeps that proximity close. They would like to see a little bit closer. Looks like a little bit of a loss in angle there from D-Mac, but the way he's able to dive in again around that final clipping point is probably going to make an impact on the judges.
Yeah, I mean, no, Darren really was shallow around that second clip, while Kyle really was just on a great line. Darren's job is to mock the line of the lead driver, and I definitely say he cheated that a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to make up for the difference of Kyle kind of dropping a tire, hitting that rear clip point.
Looks like the judges are making their decision.
Yeah, it looks like two judges have written some down in their box. One looks like he's thinking it over a little bit. That would be interesting. Kyle really looked good. He hit the wall. I don't know if that kind of slowed him down or scared him a little bit in that Nexen tire, RX-8.
And Mohan also lost a lot of practice yesterday, replacing the motor. He missed out on almost the entire practice session, so he's still getting used to it. Again, Mohan sitting in 10th overall in points, so he's got a lot to lose.
Jared just did a little poll of the crowd to see who they liked, and there are definitely a few more Rotary fans out there than the 350Z.
Florida's a huge Rotary community.
We got Indiana D-Mac. Brian Eggert says one more time. Ryan says D-Mac.
D-Mac's going to be moving on.
So D-Mac's going to move on a 2 votes for him. Brian Eggert saying one more time. I think I would have liked to see that one more time as well. It was one of the better top 32 tandems that we've seen so far.
This is going to be an amazing tandem run. We have Conrad Gernwald and Daigo Saito coming on. Daigo Saito, for the first time this season, qualified in the upper half of the bracket. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Daigo will be leading, but both of these cars just billow massive amounts of smoke.
Yeah, Daigo's actually the lead car. Conrad's going to be following.
Here we go, Daigo Saito.
These Achilles tires in this 1200 horsepower 2JZ engine, 85.4.
Wow.
On the speed
That's
trap.
the fastest
Daigo
speed
is
we've seen
flying.
in practice. Look at Conrad catch up. Pretty aggressive run. Conrad's not far behind, putting on a great follow run.
You know, Conrad putting out a lot of smoke with Daigo, but man, Daigo just left Conrad in the dust on this entry. You're about to see it here on the instant replay. Daigo coming through, he got clocked at 85.4. 85.4. Daigo is just on the gas as Conrad's swinging out.
You also have to give Conrad some credit for being able to make up that difference while staying in drift and not taking too shallow of a line. You know, he's getting aggressive here, diving in with Daigo. He slowly makes up ground over the entirety of the course.
He did catch up a little bit and not cheat his line, but I just don't see how you can't tip your hat to Daigo on that one.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, too, when these cars switch, the judges had mentioned earlier they don't want to see twitchy driving. They really want to see consistent follow. So, you know, Daigo's kind of known for stomping on the gas and then letting off real quick. So if he can maintain that proximity while giving a consistent amount of throttle, that should give him the win. But Conrad's a tricky car to follow. His car transitions a little bit slower than a lot of the other cars out there. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. Conrad's always mentioned, too, that it's much harder for him to slow his car down. So he tends to be very conservative on his follow runs. That looked pretty aggressive from what we've seen against Daigo the entire season.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction was we'd hit 85 miles an hour, and I really thought that was going to be top 8, top 4, and Daigo's already done it in top 32. So I think the next target is, you know, if we can hope to see an 87.5 here. But let's see how Conrad comes to the traps.
Daigo's got that Garrett Turbo on his car, hunting a V8 right now.
Daigo all over him, 75.3, 10 miles an hour slower.
A lot of angle in this Camaro. You'll see Daigo sacrificing angle in order to stay close to Conrad.
But really matching him, staying on his door.
Ooh, tough call to make. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not a judge.
I got to give that one to Daigo. And I'm probably one of his bigger critics here in the series. Let me say something, though. You got to realize this. Conrad is initiating at 75 miles an hour.
10 miles an hour slower.
Correct. So Daigo had to make a 10-mile-an-hour adjustment from lead to follow and did it without a problem.
Very shallow here on the angle from Daigo. I'd like to see more angle personally, but I think I'm an angle guy, and a lot of other people like to see the proximity more. I think Daigo knows what the judges like to see, and he's shown that because he's won so many tandem battles this season. So, again, I'm glad I'm not a judge. We'll see what they say.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, Conrad, let's not discredit him at all. He put out a lot of smoke. He had a lot of angle. But, I mean, it just was such a big discrepancy in the speed, and Daigo wasn't phased at all. 10 miles an hour is a huge difference in your driving.
That's more than 10%. So we'll see how the judges, they're getting their decisions written down.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like a broken record at all. And I know we brought it up a couple times. Just for the new people tuning in, the judges really set a precedent of proximity and door-to-door through the whole track. And I think for that reason alone, they're going to have to let Daigo move through.
Daigo definitely had better proximity on his chase run. So we're waiting on the decision for those trying to pay attention.
Ryan Lamartine says one more time. Brian Eggert says Conrad Grunwald. And he says one more time. I don't think anyone's going to be upset about that call. Well, apparently we've shown that I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I think we're probably going to move on to the next tandem battle before we come back to this. That's going to be Miro Ovcharik against Ken Gushi. For those who are wondering who Miro is a Pro-Am driver, a rookie in Formula D. This is his first tandem battle. He was able to qualify second overall, which is extremely impressive as a rookie. And his reward for qualifying second was a battle against Ken Gucci in his FRS.
What do you think's going through his head right now before he makes his first Formula D tandem battle?
If I was driving, I would be thinking, don't spin. That's the one single thing that can take you out of competition the fastest.
Basically initiating, going, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh
Yep.
crap, oh crap. Luckily, Miro does have the advantage. You know, normally when people are making their first Formula Drift tandem, they're following first.
Yeah.
So luckily, Miro can kind of lay down a qualifying run, take it easy,
drive his line,
and then really figure out, and hopefully his spotter can help him from there gauge what he needs to do and follow to make the win happen.
So maybe these drivers are going to be ready faster than...
Well, Conrad didn't swap tires, which is very interesting to me. With putting out a lot of that smoke, Hankook's tire degradation is a lot faster than next in some of these other tires. Daigo looks like he's not sure if he's switching tires either, and no. They're both lining up with no tires, which is getting some interesting faces.
Yeah, most of
from
these guys...
some of the people up here in the spotter stand. I like the dedication, though. I like that they're both going out on these tires. I don't really know what to think. I mean, these two probably put out more smoke than anyone in the series, and they're going back out.
Just goes to show the longevity of both these tires. Achilles from Daigo and Hankook's from Conrad.
And I'm pretty sure in the rule book, Jacob, once they make this first pass, they cannot. They're dedicated to these tires for all 2 laps.
Yep. The only way you're allowed to call a 5-minute in between is if there's car-to-car contact or other mechanical failure. So here we go. Again, Daigo Saito running that Garand Turbo by Garrett. V8 Hunters Cup.
Here comes Daigo. How fast?
86 miles an hour. He's good, stepping it up.
Flying away from Conrad.
Getting aggressive. Tightening up.
Man, Conrad is
a little
putting
bit ground
down a lot
again
of
here
angle.
to Daigo. Daigo nicked the clipping point perfectly. It didn't even move. Wow.
Wow. Holy cow. That was a battle. Daigo hit 86.1 on the entry of that.
Can you believe
lap.
this is already only top 32? We need to see that again. This is a great replay. Daigo Saito initiating here. Great lead run. Again, he's just going to check out and run his qualifying line. Conrad's whole goal is to try and catch up. He tries to catch up as much as possible, but again, Daigo's car has a ton of horsepower and is able to keep that lead the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, Daigo did a really good job, make sure he clipped that outside clip. Conrad, though, notably, once again, had a lot more line.
Yeah.
But, man, that was an exciting tandem battle. I just had to have someone hand me a water right now. That was, oof.
Again, this is only top 32. This is, these are almost gimme runs in some of the other series because they don't have all 32 drivers that are as competitive as this. But we've got Daigo Saito, who's a world champion, Conrad Grunwald, who won the event in Wall, New Jersey last year, shown that he can compete with the best of them.
Let's look at this. Daigo Saito did 86.1 miles an hour on his 3rd competition run on these tires that were probably already scrubbed in.
Yeah.
So this wasn't a full tread tire. That's a real good testament to this Achilles tire that you can purchase.
Yeah, again, all the tires in Formula D on these cars are DOT-approved tires. Here we go with Conrad Grunwald leading. Let's see what the entry speed is.
Conrad with an entry, Daigo matching 76.9 for Conrad. Daigo all
look
over
at Daigo.
Conrad.
This is why he's a D1 champion.
Door
Super tight on
to-
his door, reminding Conrad exactly where he's at.
I don't think Daigo's trying to leave any conversation up to the judges right now. That was insane.
What a run. I mean, if you're Conrad, you just got to drive your line. We're going to see on the replay, Conrad's doing everything he can, but Daigo just won't leave him. Again, 76.9 miles an hour from Conrad, 9 miles an hour slower than what Daigo entered at. So a big adjustment for Daigo, and he just sticks it right on Conrad's door. This is exactly what the judges want to see, is that proximity door to door. As they transition back and forth, you'll see him dive right in again to stay close to Conrad.
It does look a little similar to the first battle, but, you know, I feel like Daigo actually got a little more aggressive towards the entry, and maybe that'll credit him a little way. I thought Daigo took the last one. None of the judges voted my way. How do you think this one's going to go, Jacob?
Oh, man. Again, I'm glad I'm not a judge, but I do feel that Daigo had a much stronger follow this round and was much less twitchier than Would
you like to see another one more time?
You know, I wouldn't be mad if I saw it one more time. I have a feeling that if they went one more time, they might actually change tires this time, though. We're going to take a poll. Polling the fans from J-Rod. These are the cheers for Daigo Saito.
Here's the question, Jacob. Do you think they could do a whole nother one more time round on the same set of tires?
I think they could, but in the interest of competition, their teams would likely suggest a change. It looks like the crowd is a little bit louder for Daigo. And one more time, probably pretty equal to Daigo cheers.
I don't know. Conrad actually got a pretty big applause down here, a lot more than I was expecting. Andy Yen says one more time. Ryan says Daigo. Brian Eggert says Conrad Grunwald. We're going one more time again.
Wow. All three judges voted different ways. Andy Yen wanted to see one more time from the beginning. Ryan Latang wanted to see Daigo Saito move on. Brian Eggert wanted to see Conrad, which kind of just goes to show that all these drivers, all these judges are noticing small corrections here and there, and they're adding up.
What's interesting is Brian went Conrad both times.
Yeah.
And now they're involved in a heated battle up here. All three judges are kind of shouting at each other. It's getting a little crazy. This to be a top 32, it almost feels like a final.
This is crazy. So I think we might end up seeing Miro and Kengushi coming up next just while they change tires. Again, to be on the safe side, their team's going to be telling them that they want the tire change so that they can stay as competitive as possible.
Yeah, they didn't even come through the track. They both went through the back. So we're about to see Miro lead against Kengushi. Catch our breath, and we're going to get back to that second one more time round.
Again, Miro's first Formula D top 32 tandem. We'll see how he handles the pressure. Coming in on the edge.
Yeah, product of Club Loose, 70.9. You know, Kengushi's holding pretty good on the
wow,
follow.
Gushi's tight on his door.
I like that. Real aggressive from Ken. Not something we used to see back in the day. He is just on point with this FRS. Tapping
Taking
that
out
last
that
clipping
point.
But props to Miro. You know, that was his first Formula Drift tandem battle he's ever seen. Nothing prepares you for that. I don't care how many Club Loose tandems, how many, you know, tandem trains he's been involved with. He's got thousands of people here. He's being broadcast on the live stream. You know, there's a lot of pressure from sponsors and everything. Here, talk about
Here's
the
follow. Replay. You know, again, Kengushi's going to be as aggressive as possible. And like I said, if this was my first tandem, the one thing I would not want to do is spin. And Miro really ran his line, stayed focused on what he had to do as a lead driver, and was able to just lay down a good run overall. He can't control the car behind him. All he can do is focus on how he's driving.
If you notice, too, Miro tapped that second clip with his bumper. I mean, just really putting it on point for a rookie. You
Miro
can't be
tapped
upset.
the second clip, and Kengushi took out the third clip.
Yeah,
so
he ran over that last clip.
So, be interesting to see how the judges digest that. Gonna see
the umbrellas that they're showing on TV right now aren't because of the rain. It's really hot, big sun coming down. So don't be concerned or excited that you're about to see a battle in the rain, because the weather's relatively clear for Florida.
Yeah, yesterday we had a rain storm that blew through during qualifying, very briefly moistened the track for a couple of drivers, but everybody was able to get at least one full dry run in. So we're going to have Kengushi leading.
Miro's so new to the series, such a young gun. They don't even have a picture for him.
What does he look like?
I don't know.
He must be spectacular.
Gucci
Miro initiated late.
Miro falling way far behind. I don't think Miro's going to make that up.
Staying on it, Miro's car seems to be a lot slower than Gushi's. Going to take a
shortcutting that a little bit.
A shortcut to try and catch up to Gushi. Miro knocks down the last clipping point almost exactly like Ken Gushi did.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Miro obviously sacrificed a lot of angle. It was kind of really off Ken's line, too. I don't see how they're going to give it to him after that. You know, great first performance. I don't want to discredit from Miro by any means. But here we go. Gushi coming in. Miro just fell way far behind. Gushi went way wide, right up against the clip. Gushi's perfect right here.
You'll see Miro make a shortcut through here to try and make up some ground.
And another one right there. Really no angle as they slow it down. And then he just kind of flicks the car out at the end.
Now, while taking that shortcut might seem like a good way to catch up, it'll throw you offline for the last part of the track. Just run and going head-to-head with one of the top drivers in Formula D. Gushi's won events before. it's something you can't be upset about as a driver.
You know, I think the Scion FRS has a great future in this sport. You know, Frederick Osbo announced he's building the international version of Toyota 86 with a 2JZ, which is going to debut next month at Gateville. The local shop in Juco Racing, they're up in Orlando as well, just purchased a red one. It's on display in their booth, and I know they've got big plans. And Juco also owns a company, ISIS Suspension, and I'm pretty sure they're going to put a big focus on coming out with a lot of arms, coilovers, radiator, stuff like that for the car as well.
So coming up next, we're going to have Kenny Moen versus Matt Powers. You know, Matt Powers has been making another great championship run, sitting in 5th in points overall. Kenny Moen is, again, a very experienced driver from Norway, sitting in that championship-winning 350Z chassis that Tanner Faust piloted to back-to-back championships. So this definitely isn't something that you're going to be able to sleep on. I think we might go back to Daigo versus Conrad for the second one more time battle first. Yep. Looks like they're moving Kenny Moen off the start line.
Powers and Kenneth Moen are the ones coming to the line. Kenneth Moen's got some backing from Let's Performance, which is another Florida shop. A lot of local Florida guys have been able to push through here.
You know, the Florida drift scene has been growing. We just had an XDC event in Florida that had over 3,000 spectators. It's great to see the grassroots level coming up. We just saw the Pro-Am, the local Pro-Am coming up, which is great to see.
Yeah, something else to talk about too, NOS Energy Drink actually has a brand ambassador down here, Rob Fleming, who actually used to compete in Formula Drift back in the day with Juco Racing.
Here we go, coming in on entry. Kenny Moen is going to be hitting 76 miles an hour on the entry. Matt Powers is going to be closing in on that second half of the course.
Wow, Kenneth going way up front. He actually tapped his wing on the front orange barrels, left some parts of his car behind. Whoa, but Kenneth,
Powers taking a shortcut.
Way wide, and Powers just snuck in there at the end. Yeah, it's definitely part of his wing they're picking up off the track. Why don't you walk us through the replay, Jacob?
Yeah, so on this entry, 75 miles an hour, it's a great entry from Kenny Moen. Yeah, looks like it just fell off. The wing part flew off. It might not have been any contact. Coming through the rest of the course, Moen again just going to run his qualifying line. Powers is trying to make up ground the whole. You'll see him take a shortcut here, dive in on the inside to get in tight on Moen. Moen is very wide there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no outside clip there. There's no reason for Moen to push that far. I mean, that was really a mistake on Moen. He really came out aggressive. He really had a big advantage, and then for some reason just couldn't bring the car in. You know, there's only 2 clips, and nothing's pushing you from the back, so there was no reason Moen should have been out that far.
On the other hand, there's also no inside clip until the end of that other turn, so there's no real defined line through there. It'll be interesting to see how the judges weigh on that, since nothing was defined. But see them switch places. Again, because Moen was the higher qualifier, he led the first lap. Moen qualified 15th, Powers qualified 18th. Very close in qualifying overall. This should be pretty competitive. Here we go, coming off the start line. Matt Powers is going to be leading again on the right as you watch here on the live stream. That Need for Speed S14 is going to be coming in aggressive.
Here comes Powers, 78.6, pretty aggressive, way deep into that first turn, but Kenneth is following him with no problem.
Again, Moen getting very tight on the door. He's a great tandem driver, staying close, following that moving clipping point. Again, Powers went wide, Moen stayed wide.
Yeah, Kenneth actually had to lock up his front brakes there, swing through to let Matt transition around.
Overall, a pretty good run. I think that Moen might get the decision because I feel overall he was closer, but you know, Powers also made up some ground. Looking at the replay, you see Moen getting tight here and staying tight through the majority of the rest of the course. Enough room for the transition.
Right here, Kenneth has a lockup.
See it. Both drivers getting close to that outside wall.
Yeah, but I mean, that lockup really saved Moen. I don't know if Powers would have had enough room to rotate around without that. So I think it's good for him that he was able to do that, even though they're going to probably count that as a small deduction.
Moen's moving on. All 3 judges voted for Kenny Moen. So,
which, interesting, Matt Powers was in 5th place in the championship, and they're now pushing him back as well. So it's given some big opportunities for Turek, Dai, and Odie to move forward. Right now we got that second one more time back, Daigo versus Conrad. I'm pretty excited about this one.
That's Kenny Moen's first tandem win of the season, so it's great to see him moving on to his first top 16. We're going to be going back the one more time to Daigo Saito, Conrad Grunwald. Again, Daigo Saito running Garrett Turbo. They have that V8 Hunters Cup that's going on. Trying to encourage the turbo drivers to take out some V8, so this will be another opportunity. This has been a great battle so far. This is something that we would love to see every single tandem battle like. Both the Hankook tires and the Achilles tires just billow smoke off of both
So, I mean,
cars.
really, I think what Daigo needs to do here is maybe be a little bit wider, and I think he's going to get the win. Brian, one of the three judges, has picked Conrad both times. I think he's really taking some big note on his shallow line. Daigo with a big flick, 77, a lot slower.
That's down almost 10 miles an hour from where he was entering before.
But way wider, big smoke, big throttle commitment. Sticking on that clip, but Conrad's giving him no chance.
Wow.
Dai swinging around. I mean, Conrad really held to him.
A little bit of trickery from Daigo Saito on that entry. It looks like he made a manji. It was 7 miles an hour slower than the last time he entered. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges take into that. You'll be able to see him on this replay.
Well, look at the replay. You know, Daigo does a new flick, but also if you notice, Daigo's going way wide. He's obviously trying something new to advance, you know. At least he's got a new effort. Conrad pulled up real close. He swings around this clip a little wide. A lot of guys have been touching it. Conrad then dives back in right here. Great angle from both of them. Conrad really did a great job chasing, especially considering Daigo has 1,200 horsepower and all of that smoke.
You know, that transition on the middle of that infield is pretty much being done blindly. He doesn't know where he's going. He's hoping that Daigo has the same speed that he's maintaining. So really just a testament to the driving ability and the confidence that both drivers have to have in each other to be able to follow as aggressively as they are, again, nearly blindly. So we'll switch places. Conrad Grunwald is going to be on the right leading. Again, he's been entering around 75, 76, 77 miles an hour. We'll see how he weighs up this time.
Right, so I mean, the other big question is, will Daigo kind of do that same flick, trying to follow? I don't think that's smart for him to do.
Yeah.
But it's an option.
Again, Conrad's going to be the moving clipping point, so Daigo's line will be dictated by how Conrad runs the course. And proximity, we say it time and time again, that's what the judges want to see. Here we go, coming down the track. Conrad going to be initiating. 74 miles an hour. Here comes Daigo Saito.
Daigo's sticking a little wider here.
On his door. But shallow, I feel like...
Yeah, not a lot of big angles still from Daigo in this distance 430. They both kind of stopped there on that clip point. Not really a park, but there was definitely a lot of slower movement through there.
Here we go with the replay.
I mean, one of the big things to note is both the lead runs are almost the exact same. Yeah,
Very
Conrad's
consistent.
running the same line. It's really going to come down to the follow runs. Do you think Daigo did better? Do you think Conrad did better? Swing around this clip. Daigo's all over, but see, super shallow, not a lot of angle right here, but sneaks in. They both fly across that last clip. To me, the lead runs were almost identical. It's really going to come down to follow points. Who do you think took it?
I don't know. I mean, Daigo was definitely a lot closer. I feel like he was a little bit shallower on angle, but the judges have said that is okay to some extent. I don't even want to make a decision. Now, I think they have to make a decision. I think you're only allowed two one more time. Daigo Saito's going to be moving on.
That wasn't an easy battle for Daigo at all.
Definitely.
But he is able to move through.
I'm glad I have Conrad on my fantasy team because I picked up some one more time points for that one.
Here's a battle of two guys that really haven't run very consistent this weekend. But when they do run, they both run really well. Tony B was unable to get this car running at Long Beach. He struggled at Road Atlanta, but now Karziri qualified 7th. He's lining up against Toshiki Yoshioka, former D1 champion.
Tony Braco-Yapa is going to be leading as the higher qualifying. We'll see what his entry speed is.
Yoshioka,
75.1 miles an hour.
way wide, bumpers flying everywhere. Yoshioka actually has Tony B's bumper caught on his wing. I've never seen that before.
Wow.
Tony B a little wide in that turn. Yoshioka was unfazed at the body parts flying towards him. Oh, Yoshioka, a little fumble right there, but they come across the finish line. That was pretty wild.
Wow. It's a good thing we have replay because I need to see this again.
Oh, man.
75 miles an hour on the entry again.
Jacob, walk us through this replay.
So coming in, we're going to see Tony B, 75 miles an hour, initiating, smashing into this cone, the barricade right here. His bumper flies off. It catches onto Yoshioka's wing, and he dragged that.
Close.
He dragged that wing the rest of the way around the course. You know, no major mistakes from Bako Hiapa from the rest of the run. Yoshioka's trying to dive in, but the judges don't want to see this snappy behavior where he dives in and then has to break off. There goes the bumper. Swinging wide. Yoshioka's a good tandem driver overall. He's done well this season. He's sitting in 11th place in points overall. I think that's the best he's ever been.
Yeah, I mean, if you notice when the bumper falls off, Yoshioka actually had somewhat of a stumble right there as well.
Yeah. So here we are in the drift stream. Jacob Leviton, Joey Redmond, trying to give you a little bit of insight into what's going on. Sitting next to the lovely, beautiful Ryan Sage and Jared DeAnda alongside the judges. Got a nice breeze flowing through here. Beautiful weather here in Florida. It's my first trip to this track, the 14th different track that we've had on the Formula D circuit overall.
Yeah, actually the last time I was here, it was for a Nopi drag racing race.
Oh, yeah.
Way back when Gary Gardella, who used to be a team owner, was actually running his Red Bull Cobalt.
So we're see them switch. Yoshioka will be leading. Again, Jared's reminding everybody that this is a turbo VQ.
Yeah, with turbo VQ versus supercharged Mustang, 75-2 through the trap. Tony B's not really doing that bad of a job qualifying.
Tony B jumping in on that door, hitting a clipping point.
Tony B punts the clip. Yoshioka swinging around.
Staying aggressive.
Yoshioka stumbling
really
in the
wide.
same place. Oh, but Tony B was a big mess up right there.
So it looked like Yoshioka took an outside line to try and screw up Tony B, and it looks like it worked because he lost drift trying to catch up. We'll watch it on the replay. Both drivers coming in almost exactly the same entry speed. Tony B had a 75.1, Yoshioka had a 75.2. You'll see Yoshioka with a good entry, a lot of angle there.
Tony B's very shallow.
Yeah.
Coming through.
And then he goes wide on that line.
Right here.
You see Tony B starting to wash out there, take out that outside clipping point, but stay aggressive, and he starts to dive in here on this clipping point. I don't know whether Yoshioka is doing this knowing Tony B is there, but you'll see him go much wider and slow up. Tony B tries to dive in, but realizes he is too close and has to hold up to
I really don't think it was a
it.
trick from Yoshioka. I mean, Yoshioka kind of did the same thing following, and he's going to move on in advance.
Yep.
All three judges picked Yoshioka on his Nitto tires. It wasn't that big.
So if I had to make a bet, I would say that the Orange Z is going to win this next battle. We have Chris Forsberg in the Orange NOS Energy Drink 370Z against rookie Corey Hosford in the Orange K-Sport 350Z on the left. So Forsberg will be leading. He did qualify higher. Corey Hosford is going to be going for his second round of tandem.
And here comes Forsberg initiating 75, dead even. Corey, the rookie's having somewhat of a hard time catching up there.
Hosford having a good run. Both cars V8 powered.
Yeah, Hosford's looking real good through right here. Forsberg's definitely on the throttle a lot quicker than Hosford, but Hosford impressed me. I mean, some of the judges, a lot of people up here are clapping on that one.
That was a pretty fair run for Corey Hosford. You know, he's doesn't have a lot of tandem experience in Formula D. This is only his second tandem.
Yeah, looking at the review table, you've got Forsberg. Big angle went way wide and fast. Hosford having to cheat the line a little bit. Forsberg actually knocked the clip down with his rear diffuser. Forsberg even swings tight in on right here. Forsberg goes pretty wide, which we've seen some guys do. Hosford actually followed him out wide instead of trying to cheat the line. Forsberg got a little bit of a jump over, as you can see, and they finish up the run right here. Corey Hosford as a rookie, he's got nothing to be disappointed about in that tandem battle by any means.
In Atlanta, he qualified 32nd. Here in Palm Beach, he qualified 23rd. He's making improvements on his qualifying. Again, as a rookie, you just want to make it in the top 32 and make a good showing. I would say that's a very respectable follow line from Hosford. We'll see what he has when he leaves. definitely nothing to be upset about as a rookie. Still getting the hang of how Formula D competition works. Switch cars.
Corey Hosford's actually supported by a shop out of Phoenix, K-Sport. They build coilovers and several products like that. He's also got some support from Fueled Racing. Here he goes on entry. Forsberg's on his door. 69, about the same speed, 69.8. Forsberg, great follow. Big angle right there.
Forsberg's going to be getting aggressive with Hosford, reminding him exactly where he is. Welcoming the rookie door-to-door action. Wow. That was a great chase run from Chris Forsberg. You know, Corey Hosford had a respectable chase run, and Chris Forsberg showed him how it's really done.
Man, I think Forsberg's going to win it right there at the very end. They kind of come in at the same speed. Forsberg initiates almost door-to-door with him.
You know, I was going to lean towards Chris Forsberg winning this round, and if he wins, he will actually face Toshiki Yoshioka, which will be a rematch of what happened in Atlanta, where Forsberg actually broke a suspension arm. But we
Chris
can't.
Forsberg right here, domination, just right into the door. There might even be a door mark on Hosford's car right there. We might have to check that one out. That was pretty impressive.
Unanimous decision for Forsberg.
All three judges are taking Chris the Force Forsberg on this one.
Can't blame him for that one. That definitely was a great run by Forsberg, reminding that he is still competitive. This is his first time that he's been.
Well, I think one of the most important things for Chris is if you look at the championship standings, he's in 14th place with only 93 points, so he really needed an advancement into the top 16 here.
And again, some of the drivers who are ahead of him have already been knocked out. Matt Powers has been knocked out. Ryan Cato's knocked out, so a lot of opportunity to move up for Forsberg. Definitely need to thank some of our Drift Stream Live sponsors: Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, and Achilles Tire. Some of our associate sponsors as well: UTI, ACT Clutches, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tires, Nexon Tire, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Raise Wheels, XME Speakers, and Ejuka Racing. Here we go.
Tyler's in an LS7 that doesn't have the same amount of power. 75.3. Whoa, Robbie!
Wow.
Wheels off, knocking cones down, but staying on Tyler's door right here.
Here we go. Diving in on the door. Again, Nishida has nothing to lose. He missed Long Beach entirely. He really wants to show that car's competitive.
I shot out of my seat as Robbie
good.
Came into that entry.
You know, they definitely don't want to see tires dropping in the dirt, but if you can get aggressive on that outside line and keep up.
Well, here's the thing. Robbie dropped tires while staying on Tyler's door. You know, that's really the goal. You've got proximity here. I don't really think you can fault Robbie for doing that, because really he's just supposed to be mirroring Tyler's line. Tyler was really wide, and Robbie followed it even a little bit wider.
Well, here we are.
So
here we go on
here
the
comes
replay.
Conrad. Oh, man.
There's the tire drop. Staying close to the door, though, you know, Nishida's getting real aggressive trying to catch up. Shallow angle from Nishida, but staying
Robbie
close.
looks exactly like his teammate Daigo, kind of some shallow angle, cheating a little bit of the line by far, but at the end of the day, he is dedicating to proximity. But Tyler's a little down on power with his LS7 swap. It's not the same exact motor that he had in the car. So he's been struggling with a lot of changes with the sway bar and power, but I'm pretty impressed with Tyler's performance as a lead. This, I think, is really going to be the run that's going to decide this tandem battle.
See how these guys goes. Again, this is only Robbie Nishida's second tandem battle in this car. The car barely got together before Formula D Atlanta. They missed Long Beach entirely with this car, and Nishida was in the S13.5 that he drove last year. So Nishida's still getting used to this car. McQuarrie, this is a new car for him, so this is his third round in this car, still getting used to that as well. Both these drivers have nothing to lose, going to get aggressive. Here we go with Nishida initiating right here.
Yeah, Robbie up to 77.8. Tyler giving good chase. Tyler well on his door. Man, these guys are really putting it together. Robbie pulling away a little bit here. Tyler's got a lot of smoke doing the follow. Robbie's swinging pretty short right there, flicking around that. Tyler's been tabbing that last clip all day.
It'll be interesting to see how the judges see this. You know, Nishida stayed closer but was a lot more shallow on his angle. Tyler McQuarrie was further behind, but overall had a good run. So we'll see how this goes. Here's a replay with Nishida leading. You'll see after they transition here, Tyler dives in. He's got, kind of washes out a little bit here, but he's got good angle overall. Not as close in proximity as Nishida was on his chase. We'll see how the judges decide.
Yeah, Nishida definitely has an advantage on that proximity, but I don't know how they're going to go on this one.
This will be an interesting see how the judges decide, because this is something based on what they've talked about in the drivers' meetings.
I think they're going to give it to Robbie. I don't know. For some reason, I kind of see Robbie. Just the proximity was a lot better. He was a little cleaner. You know, he did lack some of the angle, but I think Robbie can sneak through on this one.
Do a little cleanup on track, get those clipping points back where they need to be while the judges make their decision.
Yeah, and Tyler, his program came together pretty last minute this year. He's got some great sponsors. He's got GoPro cameras, and then he's got Mobil 1, which is actually the official motor oil of Formula+drift, partnering him. I mean, that deal literally came together in April, and the first event of the year was like April 6th, but he's been figuring out with that team. It's Ryan Turk's old crew still running that whole deal. They've been really figuring out. Apparently, Turk and Tyler have different driving styles. Yeah, all three judges go with Robbie. Not surprised at all.
So that'll be his first top 16 and appearance for Nishida of the season.
Yeah, I think the last time Robbie was in top 16 was Irwindale last year. He actually defeated Dennis Mertzanis. He was able to push through. Robbie's got to be super stoked about that. You know, Robbie definitely had the better chase through that.
Coming up next, we're going to see Dai Yoshihara, defending champion, against Chris Ward. Yoshihara is 7th in points overall right now. He's going to be looking to make up some ground. Matt Powers ahead of him is already knocked out. Reese Millen has yet to go, so it'll be interesting to see how this shapes up. Chris Ward is a rookie. He crashed pretty hard in Long Beach, able to make it back. Here we go with Dai Yoshihara initiating as he leads the first run.
In, Dai swinging in at 75.8. Chris Ward hits him! Throws Dai over. Chris Ward and both of them avoid hitting the wall, but wow, Chris Ward dedicated to that entry. Ward is parked over in the grass. Yeah, Ward as a rookie had no fear on commitment. Sadly, he hit him a little bit.
Okay. Wow. So when we say door-to-door action, I don't think that's quite what we had in mind.
You know what, though? I like that. Ward came out as a rookie, wasn't scared. Let's watch this replay. Dai comes in at 75.8, a little flick. Ward just swings in. Yeah, Dai had slowed up a little bit to make this last turn, and Ward made contact before Dai flicked around. There was no way Dai was going to be able to make that rotation. Luckily, Ward manages to keep it out of the wall, but I liked it. You know, if he can get that under control, just turn down the aggressiveness a little bit, he's got some hope. Yeah, there's no way Ward's going to drive out of there. He's got some damage to his control arm. He's running BC racing suspension as far as I know. Yeah, they're looking at it right now. I think we're going to need a tow truck to get him out of here.
Yep. Again, we're going to need to thank our sponsors for making this drift stream possible. Wait for our tow truck to come out here and check it out. Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, and Achilles Tire. For those of you who are on Facebook, Hankook Tire wants you to like their Hankook USA Facebook page. For those of you who are live here, they actually have a giveaway running in their booth as well to give away some Marlins versus Blue Jays tickets. Trying to figure out how to get this car out of here. Our associate sponsors for the drift stream include Universal Technical Institute, ACT Clutches, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tire, Nexon Tire, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Rays Wheels, X-Mini Speakers, and Ijuku Racing.
Yeah, and it looks like we're trying to figure out what's going on here. Mike Kojima, Dai Yoshihara's spotter, is saying that they might need 5 minutes to try and look over the car. They just want to make sure everything's okay after the contact.
And now this is a rule that changed this year, actually. If someone initiates into you, or if someone crashes into you, and you are not at fault for the damage, you have as much time as it takes to fix it. I think what we're going to do is roll through a quick commercial. So stay tuned. We're going to get this car figured out. We'll be back in a few.
Well, here we are, you know, in Florida, obviously Palm Beach International Raceway. Dennis is my
Euro.
It's a Euro. It's not a gyro. It's a Euro, and it's a play on Dennis is my hero. Dennis Mertzanis, the Tzatziki spitter, Vanilla Spice, whatever you want to call him, but he's the Kenda killer. He's wearing the Kenda lid here. We're talking tires. It's sprinkling. We have inclement weather. It's going to be, you know, it could be wet on track. It could be dry. Kenda tires are there for you. How do the tires hold up? In Atlanta, you looked awesome. How's it going to do here in Florida?
So far, the tires in the dry have been amazing. We've had tons of grip. The car's fantastic. We actually did a, save drifting in Atlanta. Yep. We did an event in Atlanta the day after Formula D, and it actually rained the entire time. So all we did was test in the rain. So we already have a rain setup going, and so, I mean, I'm pretty confident. Even if it rains, I mean, the tires are going to be great in the rain. So
yeah, well, it's good. And you had a great showing in Atlanta. I mean, were you happy with it? I mean, you're garnishing new fans every day, you know, and it seems like you're getting just more exciting every event.
Well, we're working on it. I mean, the car's coming along. The car itself has everything that I need to be successful. We just have to, turn all the right bolts, get all the right settings in the right place, and we're getting there. I mean, the car's feeling great. No one likes to get knocked out in top 32 like I did at Road Atlanta, but I learned a lot from that, and we're changing our strategy a little bit. So,
changing the strategy, but you're going to have tires for this weather. You said you did testing. It's just coming down right now. Are you seeing this?
Yeah, I'm feeling it as well as seeing it.
Well, there you have it. Dennis Mertzanis talking tires. It could be raining. It could be pouring. No matter what, the old man is not snoring. He's smoking some tires. Dennis Mertzanis is my Euro.
Did you just call me an old man?
No.
He just called me an old man, I think.
Nope, that's it. We're out. We got to get out of this.
What's up, guys? Matt Powers, Jared Deanda.
Jared.
Woo! We're here on behalf of Motegi Racing. We're just doing this. Palm Beach, feeling good. Nice weather. It's not too bad. Track's a little wet. But, back to the wheels. We last year, by the end of Atlanta, we'd broken 3 wheels, and that sucks. So basically, this year I was really attracted to the style of Motegi Racing wheels, and I run 18x9 all the way around, and I just think that they're cool looking wheels. They're super customizable, the sizing, the offset, the color, and they're super strong, and I dig them. How do you feel about them, J-Rod?
I don't even think I need to be here anymore. Matt Powers just stole my job. Best looking dude, best style last year, the Motegi Racing, that face, that wheel, and then look at this. Turn around. Show him what you're working with. Kiss it. Kiss it. Kiss the wall. Motegi Racing wheels. He said it all. There you have it. Matt Powers. That was fun. Well, here we are with another very exciting driver coming out of Atlanta, and then even in practice, hitting it hard, dude. You made just a bunch of fans in Atlanta with those backwards entries. How is that going to transfer here to Florida? And then also, there's a high probability of having a wet course. I got a bug on me, dude. There's bugs, huge bugs everywhere. But we're talking on track. How are the Nitto tires going to play into your situation this weekend?
Well, I mean, right now on track, it's not raining, so there's a lot of grip. Everything feels really good. In the rain, it's going to be tough because it changes instantly. I mean, it's dry 1 second, there's standing water, puddles all over the place the next minute, so you really have to constantly adjust entry speeds, transitions. Everything has to be changed up, or else you're going off track.
Yeah, it seems like this car is a little battered and bruised, but no big deal, dude. It seems like you got the car figured out. I mean, what happened from last year to this year?
Well, we made some changes to the front suspension. We put on some PB control arms that are about 1.5 inches wider on each side and gained about 10 degrees more steering angle. So it's a lot better. The car's a lot more stable now. Changed some alignment settings, played with the tire pressure a bit on the Nittos, and really got it, a lot more drivable. Where before it was just kind of foot to the floor, or else it wanted to like snap straight, and it was a tough car to drive. It's definitely getting better though.
I mean, obviously, you know, you campaigned at FC back in the day. Now you're in BMW. There's word of BMW even supporting drifting now, which, you know, you're got to be high atop that list. You've been campaigning a very unique vehicle. You know, obviously the 3 Series prior to this, you know, turbo. And you're also a V8 hunter. I mean, you got all these things going against you. You got the turbo, you got a BMW, but the one thing you have going for you is you have a reliable set of Nitto tires. And obviously, I mean, come on, fans, you love this guy, right? I mean, he's good looking. Just, you know, he's ready to do battle. I mean, are you ready to do battle or what?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I knew that in Atlanta the fans wanted to see the crazy entries. Even though the judges didn't really want to see it, I asked them if we could make it smooth and flow through the track like we should, hit the speed. They were like, well, I guess if you can do that, and I managed to pull it off. So I felt pretty good about that.
It was unbelievable. Check it out on YouTube. I saw it just the other day. It was unbelievable. And here he is on his Nitto tires, Mr. Michael Essa.
Coming back from the drift stream, still doing a little cleanup on track. We just got Chris Ward's car loaded up on the tow truck. Since he was at fault for the accident, he will have a 5-minute rule from when his car hits the ground in the pits. Dai Yoshihara, since he was not at fault, if he needs additional time, he will be given additional time. Want to remind you again, for those of you on Facebook, Hankook USA would like to get you to like their fan page. For those of you who are live here checking us out on the drift stream, they are also giving away tickets to the Marlins versus Blue Jays. Sign up for that contest in the Hankook Tire booth in the pits. See Chris Ward's car at the bottom of your screen right there.
So it sounds like Dai and them asked for basically 5 minutes, so they go over and check out the car. I can see their team, Scott from SPD Metalworks and them, are still looking it over. They got the door open, they're talking to Dai. Chris Ward was obviously at fault for the contact. So we're going to wait and see what happens, but we might end up putting through another qualifying top 32 run in between here right now.
Next up would be Reese Millen versus Jeremy Lowe. First, we're going to do a replay. Again, you'll see this hit. You'll see Chris Ward is just not scrubbing speed at the same rate he expected and collides with Dai's rear wheel there. We're getting Big Doug up here rounding everybody up.
Man, at the corner of that shot, you can just see that his control arm and stuff is just it's done for.
Some suspension damage.
An interesting note they made at the track as well, you're not allowed to take your car back to the pits for repairs. All 5 minutes must be done on grid there. So hopefully Chris Ward and his team brought all their parts so they can at least attempt to get all that stuff put back together.
Next up, we're going to have Reese Millen, another Turbo by Garrett driver, up against Jeremy Lowe. Rookie Jeremy Lowe, this is his second top 32 appearance. Millen's going to be initiating first as the higher qualifier. Here we go.
Reese 75.5, Jeremy Lowe, big angle and entry. Reese is
Lowe's going to not give him any room, trying to stay aggressive on Millen.
Wow. Jeremy Lowe looking pretty sweet on this.
Whoa,
Jeremy Lowe blew it. Oh, man, right
got a
towards
little
the end
too
of that last
aggressive
clip.
trying to get close to Millen and had to spin out to avoid hitting Millen. Overall, that was a good run for Lowe until that spin.
Man,
again,
Jay Lowe here's a Florida local.
Yeah, as a rookie driver, you know, you just want to make it a impact and get aggressive. You see a name like Reese Millen, you know you got nothing to lose. Here we see on this replay, Lowe getting in tight. A lot of smoke coming from Reese Millen. Those Hankook tires, like their Facebook page. Back on this initiation, you'll see Lowe diving in too aggressive and having to stomp on the throttle and spin out to avoid hitting Millen. So.
Yeah, he just couldn't make the adjustment. He got on his brakes, and the car just kept rotating, unfortunately. Reese has got a huge advantage here.
I think Millen's team will appreciate the fact that he actively avoided contact and kept both cars in one piece.
Well, you know, Jeremy's a privateer. He's a rookie. And, you know, at the end of the day, he can't really prevent a lot of that damage.
Yeah.
It's a huge issue for some of these younger, small budget teams.
Again, Jeremy Lowe's actually a rotary-powered Mazdas. Those seem to be rarer and rarer as we see a lot of people dropping in the LS1, LS3 motors into the FC. It bolts right up.
Yeah, I've actually got an FDRX7 with a 2JZ from Tech2 Motorsports. I mean, there's definitely a lot of swap kit options out these days for the FC and FDRX7.
These cars are going to switch places. You'll see privateer Jeremy Lowe coming in to initiate first.
Millen's way behind.
Wow.
81.7 for Jeremy Lowe.
81 miles an hour. Jeremy Lowe had a 77. Reese Millen came in with the 81 to try and catch up. You can see Reese Millen closing that gap across
Reese
the entirety of the run.
Put in all the right places. Reese had a really slow start. I don't know if he had a problem taking it off the line or if Jeremy maybe jumped the start, but Reese started really slow, but he managed to catch up.
I think it was Jeremy Lowe had an entry around 77, and then I saw the entry speed flash to 81 when Reese Millen came in. So
Reese just a lot of sandbagging, way behind there.
You can see how much faster Reese is through this part of the course as he catches up through that big sweeper, and by the time they pass that clipping point, he's only a car length or two away.
You know, that's really tough. I almost would like to see them force it one more time just because Reese was so far behind. I don't know if the two corrections are really, or the two mistakes are going to be the same thing.
Yeah, Reese Mill's going to move on. Unanimous decision from all three drivers. He will be up against Robbie Nishida. Or I'm sorry. Reese Millen is going to be up against the winner of this next round, Ryan Turk versus Takayama.
Yeah, I think Reese's saving grace really there was he started really slow, but he managed to catch back up completely through the course. I think that was really what ended up making him stay back. I think if he would have stayed back those 4 or 5 cars the whole time, they would have had to have at least forced it one more time.
Looking at the qualifying speeds, Jeremy Lowe had a 53.9, Reese Millen had a 56.3, so he knew going into it that there was going to be about a 4 to 5 mile an hour difference.
And Takayama right now. Ryan Turk has had some great entries through. 77.9 a little slow. Taka's going to hit him. Yeah, they're not making that one. Ryan kept drifting. Wow.
Takayama getting aggressive, over-rotating in that sweeper. I don't think there was any contact. We'll have to watch the replay to find out. Ryan Turk finishes out his run.
I'm pretty sure Turk, if you look, the car wasn't balanced after the hit. Turk might have even completed that with a tire losing air. Come through. Taka just went way shallow, cut through the car out, tried to stop the contact. And I think he contacted that rear tire.
Yeah, his bumper's falling out and his tail light's falling out as they come back through here. Definitely made some contact. Takayama, again, blew his motor in Atlanta, had to drive home, get a new motor.
I think what I love about it, though, is Ryan Turk took the contact and continued drifting through the course. You know, I'm so tired of some of these drivers that will feel some contact and let go of the wheel and do a spin and put on this big show, but Turk didn't even care, stayed in it, throttle committed through the whole course.
Definitely. So we'll get back to the line. Probably see Takayama call for a 5-minute rule to make some adjustments. We'll see. Hi guys, I'm on TV.
It's a family show. Come on now. Will Ryan Turk, Takayama make their way to the stand?
Who's the next tandem battle we got coming up here, Jacob?
This is the last one. We got a 5-minute rule being called, kind of as suspected, so this will be the last run. Ryan Turk versus Takayama. We're going to have to go back to Dio Shahar versus Chris Ward. Then there's going to be some time attack in between before top 16.
Yeah, it looks like Turk has called 5 minutes. They're looking over some of the damage to the door. They just popped the hood on that car. They're looking it over. Obviously, the fault is of Takayama, so it's going to be interesting to see what we call. We have some dancing and excited fans over here.
All right, here we go. Next round, you guys, arm wrestling competition.
Looks like they're getting back to the line.
Good sports, thank you guys. Not making fun, just have fun. It's a family show, like I said. All right, back to the action here.
Turk's doing some donuts. Looks like he's ready to go.
Ryan Turk, looks like he went to the pit. Looks like he's back, so he's making his way back.
Yeah, Turk's got a little bit of a driver on the track, and he'll be back here.
Go ahead. Shake what your mom gave you.
So as we were saying, there's going to be some time attack in between top 32, top 16. And then top 16 scheduled to start at
Well, it looks like Ryan Turk's
time.
going up to the line, but I don't know if Taka's exactly ready. He's got 3 or 4 guys thrashing on the back end of that vehicle right now.
He had a bumper falling off. He had a taillight falling off. They're going to want to get that all squared away before they let him run again.
All right, so we got an update on the schedule due to obviously the delays throughout the day, Pro-Am and practice. We're going to begin national anthem and opening ceremony. We're going to introduce you to the top 16 at 8 o'clock.
So 8 p.m. Eastern is actually when top 16 is going to start. We're running a little behind schedule. That's 5 p.m. Good little dinner drifting action for you guys on the West Coast.
For those of you who need some reference, it's 6:30 right now. So in an hour and a half is when top 32 is going to. Top 16 opening ceremonies will start.
So here's something interesting. Taka just kind of turned around, but looks like he's now turning back again, and maybe he's going to stage. No, he's got some other guys in the car there. They've got to be ticking close to the end of this 5 minutes right now. Taka's not actually staged at the line. Oh, they're on the wrong sides of the grid. Yeah, tricky stuff. Taka's actually going to be leading this round. We got Turk in the right place.
So Taka will lead the Corolla that could. Again, this is a new power plant this year for Takayama. The 2AZ out of the Scion TC has been boosted to 500 horsepower by Hasselgren Engineering. Takayama also has the turbo by Garrett against that Retex car from Ryan Turk. Here we go down the straight. Takayama going to be initiating. Let's see what he hits on the speed gun. 73.6 miles an hour. Taka knocked up a cone and Turk hit it.
Taka can't even
spinning
complete
out.
the course there. Man, Turk really should get some credit there. Oh, Taka's spinning again on course. Turk just checking out. That's going to be an obvious one for Turk. I mean, Taka hit him. It was his fault of contact in the first place. Then Taka, while leading, Ryan Turk did leave a little bit of space, but he was very wide, very up against here. Let's check this out.
Watch this replay. You'll see Taka had a good initiation. I almost wonder if something in his suspension might have been damaged from that collision. His team didn't notice it because coming around this corner, you're going to see him.
Taka actually tapped that outside cone. Just keeps coming. The car just doesn't rotate backwards. He's got the wheel full locked in one direction. No way he's making the turn.
Not much
staying the wheel
here.
full locked right there. Turk staying back a little bit, was able to prevent any contact. And I think that's all around got to be a pass for Turk into the top 16.
So at the end of this battle, we're going to revisit the second half of that Chris Ward versus Dai Yoshihara battle. For now, we're still watching the end of that replay from Ryan Turk. Ryan Turk's hitting in 6th place overall, earned 20.5 points. Matt Powers, who's ahead of him in the points, is already knocked out. So stand here next to Big Doug from Formula D, calling the shots. Got Joey Redmond to my right.
Yeah, and it is official. Ryan Turk moved on in that tandem battle. You know, we got one more issue we got to figure out. We got to figure out what's going on between Chris Ward and Dai Yoshihara right now. Since he was towed off the track, the 5-minute rule doesn't actually start till the tow truck's dropped. Dai is actually sitting on the line ready to drive, but there's no one there for him right now.
I want to again thank our Driftstream sponsors: Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, and Achilles Tire. Also our associate sponsors: Universal Technical Institute, ACT Clutches, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tire, Nexon Tire, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Rays Wheels, Xfinity Speakers, and the local shop and Juku Racing here in Florida.
All right, I'm going to run you guys through the top 10 and championship points before this round. So top 32's obviously changed this up a little bit, but when we got here on Thursday, Kyle Mohan and his Nexon Tire Mazda Trix Mazda RX-8 had 109.5 points. Ryan Cotto from the Ryan Cotto Racing Nissan 350Z privateer running his own thing, just a few points ahead with 114. Odie Botchkis M7 Japan field suspension Nissan 240SX with 117.25 points. 7th place Dai Yoshihara Discount Tire America's Tire Falcon tire, Nissan S13 with 118. Ryan Turek in the Retax Nissan 240SX with 120.5. Matt Powers in the Need for Speed Nitto tire S14 with 126.5. Rounding out here in 4th place, Reese Millen in the RMR Hyundai Genesis with 127. Very close there. Then there's a little bit of jump in the points. Frederick Osbo 3rd, Need for Speed, Scion TC. Daigo in the Achilles Lexus SC, 157.5 2nd. Justin Pollock 1st in the Falcon Tire Ford Mustang.
I think we're going to try and figure out what's going on with Chris Ward and roll to a quick commercial break. Here's a word from our sponsors.
Here we are with the one and only Reese Mad Skills Mill in 2005 Formula+drift champion. It was a long time ago, and I know you're hungrier more than ever, but dude, you're looking great. You're looking really good. Going Long Beach, Atlanta, here we are in Florida. I mean, how has the car changed? It's looking nimble.
You know, not a lot for this year. You know, last year, the last 2 final events, we put the car on the podium with a 1st and a 2nd. We kind of finally found the recipe for what makes this Genesis coupe work. We've stayed with Hankook tires this year, and the tires have been flawless. The engine issues seem to be sorted out, and we're creeping up the banner from round 1 to round 2. So we're excited for another solid result this weekend.
That's good, and obviously, you know, it's the topic at hand right now. It's raining. It could be dry. I mean, when this is airing, you know, it could be dry. It could be wet. Those tires, I mean, it's a great smoking tire, but how's it doing in the wet?
Yeah, well, you know, favor to our team. The last time we had a wet Formula+drift event, we won it. For this weekend, you know, we've run on the tires in the rain, so we're not going to change the tire to a different model within the Hankook brand. I think they're more than capable of hanging on these conditions. A little bit of a gearing change, and I don't know, this may shake up the order and the points, or it may work to our favor.
It could literally rain on somebody's parade this weekend, literally. Well, Reese Mad Skills Millen, the legendary name, you know, Millen, we'll see how he does. Have fun out there.
Thank you.
Back, media, you guys are boring over there. You guys are just taking pictures. Capture this awesomeness. Send it back. All right, that's 2. That's 2 full laps. All right, send it back. All right, ready? And then I'm going to throw it back at you. Go. Look at that. Throwing it right back at you. Oh, we're losing momentum. BG, Beard Life. Come on, don't get tired now there, Guns. Sending it back. Let's do the fastest wave back. Let's do a super fast wave on 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Go, media, back. It's come back. Super fast wave. Super, go. Go. Oh, my gosh. It's blazing. Ripping fast wave. Ripping fast wave. It's come back. All right, boom. All right, going back at you. Go, boom. Fast wave. Fastest wave, fast wave. World record. I'm seeing a faster wave in our future right now. Fast wave. Media, send it. Go. Send it. Fast wave. We're coming back. This is number 3 right now. What's that? We're sending it back, all the way back. Unbelievable. Last one, ready? Last one. Oh, right back at you. Boom. Fast. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, go, 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 go. We're going to move out. Let it get away. Going down a little bit. Japanese flag. Mexico. Well, I don't even know that country. This is Korea. We got UK. Ireland. Come back. Media. Boom. Send it back. Come around the banner. You got to pass an awesome drink guy with an umbrella. LED screw. And then we go.
Coming back from break.
Stop your feet. Oh, wow. We're going at it again. I like that. Go at it again. I'm in the gear right now.
I see Chris Ward up on the start line. Looks like Dio Shar is going to be pulling up right behind him. We might be getting this back underway.
Well, Chris Ford's going to have to lead this run, and Dai's going to have to follow.
Chris Ward, he is back on the line, and it was your guys' energy that got it back here. It was the fastest wave we've ever seen.
Again, Chris Ward had a 55.4 speed in qualifying. As measured through the sweeper, Dai had 55.9. Pretty even entry speeds through that sweeper. Ward is going to be leading. The winner of this battle is going to be up against Robbie Nishida in the Achilles Tire SC 300. Be interesting to see how those cars match up.
So, you know, the big thing to know about 5 minutes is he got towed off. When the car drops on the ground, it's 5 minutes. The car's got to come off jacks, and he's got to be heading towards the track. Looks like they're doing some last-minute tech checks over there. Dai's getting some GoPros put on his car, and we're about ready to have Chris Ward lead. What do you think Dai's strategy is here?
I mean, if I were Dai, I would probably give him some extra space. You're not sure what he's going to do. You always have a lot of room to close it up. You definitely have the advantage since he collided into you. I would tend to sway towards conservative on this run, but you can't be too conservative because judges digest both runs as a whole. So it'll be interesting to see how Dai approaches this. Chris Ward as a rookie, his first top 32 tandem, he's just got to give it all he's got and hope someone screws up behind him. We are about to get underway here.
All right, here comes Chris Ward. Wow, Dye not really cupcaking at all here. Chris Ward coming in. Dye getting
70.6
really
miles an hour.
It's one of the
Dye
closest.
getting aggressive, staying hard on Chris Ward.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the closest I've seen somebody enter through the first turn.
Dye takes out a clipping point.
Wow. That's going to put in the books, and I got to give my hat tip to Dye there. He didn't really get phased. He didn't really leave a lot of space.
He stayed aggressive the whole way. We're going to see in this replay.
Yeah, but let's also talk about Chris Ward here. Big entry. You said around 77 miles an hour. Flicks out, went way wide. If he could have only recreated this on his chase, I think we might have even been in it one more time or talking a different story.
Definitely.
But swung around this clip, a little wide here, taps this big barrel, comes through, but cuts right into the clip. I mean, really put down a great
Good
lead
run from Chris Ward. That's definitely showing why he earned a top 32 appearance. Unanimous decision from the judges. Dai Yoshihara is going to be moving on.
I think that goes to one of the points where we were talking about, though, earlier with, like, Miro. If you can put down that lead run first, you know, it might help you not need to be so aggressive or realize what's happening on the follow run.
So we're going to be taking a quick break. You'll see some GTA time attack. But give you a quick rundown of how the top 16 bracket's going to match up. J.R. Von Gittin Jr. is going to be up against Mike Essa. Walker Wilkerson will be battling his Falcon Tire teammate Justin Pollock. Odie Bakchis will be up against his Nexen Tire teammate Chelsea Denofa. I'm sorry, Chelsea's on Hankook tires. Odie Bakchis on Nexens, Chelsea on Hankooks. D-Mac is going to be going up against Daigo Saito on the other side of the bracket. Ken Gushi will be battling Kenny Moen. Toshiki Yoshioka will be up against Chris Forsberg. Robbie Nishida will be battling Dai Yoshihara. Reese Millen will be up against Ryan Turk. We are going to have about an hour and a half break at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We will have opening ceremonies. It's about 6:35 Eastern time, so an hour and a half. Here's your top 16 bracket to check out. Pick your favorite driver, see who he's going against. I see a couple of good battles looking up.
I think the biggest battle to look at is going to be, you got Millen and Turek, and you've got McNamara and Daigo. And actually even Denofa and Odie, I think some people are going. You know, really this event has been stacked hard.
Pollock versus Walker Wilkerson, that's a rematch from the top 4 in Atlanta. I know Walker Wilkerson's going to want to continue his streak and get some payback. Odie Bakchis and Chelsea Denofa, two guys that definitely been rising stars in the series, looking to make an impact as well. So, you know, looking on this bracket as a whole, I can't see an easy route to the podium. So we're going to be taking a break. We're going to be cutting over to the Global Time Attack guys who will be showing you some time attack. Try and get back to you a little bit ahead of schedule to give you some more insight and analysis. Once again, thanks for tuning into the Drift Stream. Quick thank you to our sponsors, Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, and Achilles Tire. Also, appreciation for our associate sponsors, Universal Technical Institute, Advanced Clutch Technology, ACT Clutches, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tire, Nexen Tire, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Rays Wheels, X-Mini Speakers, and Injuku Racing. We'll be back at 8 p.m. local time.
making some last-minute tape adjustments to improve the aerodynamics on our car.
We went out for the Global Time Attack first session today, which they all count, and you know, we knew that it was probably the best conditions we were going to get all day, considering it's still, you know, over 90 degrees, and there was a 3-hour enduro last night, and let's face it, the track just isn't there, and we knew that our best chance of putting in a decent lap was right there. So because the evasive guys were 0.3 of a second quicker than us yesterday, they went out on grid ahead of us, and I thought I gave them plenty of room, but I guess we were on a much hotter lap than they were. And I just caught them so fast, and coming into the S's, their driver almost came to like I don't think I was catching him that hard. He came to a stop, and I was basically on his bumper, and he basically blew my lap. So I passed him over top one of the gators in the S's, and then I decided to myself I needed to make another lap because I knew that wasn't a clean lap. So I went to make one more lap, and coming through the S's again, the oil pressure light came on, but I thought it was from cornering G's because we've been having a little issue with our oiling system. It's a new engine, new setup, and nobody really has it worked out yet. So I thought, okay, as soon as I straighten the car out, the oil pressure light will go back out and everything will be good. It wasn't the case. I think a bearing started to go bad, and I kept on it, and we had a catastrophic failure. I think a rod shot through the block and windowed the block. Fire erupted out everywhere. Pulled it off the track, shut it down, pulled the extinguisher, put it out. We're good to go.
Our day's done, obviously, but now it's very important to look through every bit of the car so we can start making a game plan of what parts we need to place and, you know, get those things in order now, because we only got 2 weeks till Atlanta, and it's going to take a lot of work to get all this stuff replaced, fixed, and put back together so we can go out there and, you know, go slay another track.
What's up, everybody? This is Jason Dienhart. I'm here with Global Time Attack. It's so much fun to be here. If you're not here, you guys are missing out. You know, but it's just kind of weird as I look around, you know, like I'm the only one that's excited. Like, I don't get it, you know, like, where's all the excitement?
GTA!
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 Yeah!
GTA!
drive slow, homie. Drive slow, homie. You never know, homie. Might meet some hoes, homie. You need to pump your brakes and drive slow, homie. My homie Molly used to stay 79th and May. One of my best friends from back in the day. Down the street from Calumet, a school full of stones. He nicknamed me K-Rock, so there, leave me alone. Bulls jacket with his hat broke way off. And walked around the mall with his radio face off. Plus he had a spinner from his Dayton's in his hand. Keys in his hand, reason again to let you know he's the man. Back when we rocked the leases, he had dreams of Caprices. Drove by the teachers, even more by police. How he get the cash today? His father passed away, left him with a little something. 16, he was stunting. I'll be sure, nigga, with the hair all wavy. Hit Lakeshore, girls go all crazy. Hit the freeway, go at least about 80. Want so much that summer, even had him a baby. See, back then, if you had a car, you was the Chi-Town version of Baby, and I was just a virgin of Baby. One of the reasons I looked up to him crazy. I used to love to play my demo tape when the system yanked. Felt like I was almost signed when the shit got cranked. We'd take a Saturday and just
And welcome back to the Global Time Attack live stream. And if you're joining us also, we're also on a live broadcast here at the track. We just finished up the top 32 at Formula Drift, and we are moving on to Global Time Attack, one of the last two sessions of the day. If you're joining us on the live stream, my name is Yukio Ukes Tyra. I am actually substituting for John Nads Naderi. We're looking at a shot of the pre-grid area. You can see GST Jeff Westphal driving the GST flat black Impreza. Right behind him, we see Christian Rado in the Scion Racing TC. That blue 240SX is the Spec Clutch Nissan 240SX, driven by Dave Norton. Right behind him, Dan O'Donnell in the Professional Awesome Evo 7. And we also have the Rentec Mercedes C63, but technically it's a C74. Driven by Harmut Fail. I think that's what Naz was telling me. I apologize if I butcher your name. But welcome. As you can see, the paddock has a lot of movement. That's because we just finished up the top 32 at Formula Drift. So everybody's going out there. But if you guys want to check out some of the fastest time attack cars here in North America and in the world, you guys can make your way over back to the stands. Check it out. You guys can actually see these cars on the track. And it looks like we have cars going onto the track. Again, they'll get one warm-up lap, and every lap counts. And they got a cool-down lap, too. We see the cars getting out of the hot pit lane. And let's see what we got here. We have Christian Rado going down that long stretch, that front stretch right there, into the turn. And then you see that as they're going into that turn, that's a turn that they're using for Formula Drift. You can see all those tire marks. They cleaned up the track for us, and they're going out right now. Now, these guys have been waiting for about a good 4 hours to get back on the track, so they've been jonesing. As you can see, there's going to be a big group of cars out there. There's a huge difference. We got fast cars in the unlimited class, and we got the cars that are still grassroots level, but still can put down fast laps here. We have 14 competitors here at West Palm Beach. And we're going to get started with this session. They are just going out on their warm-up lap. You can see Jeff Westphal coming down the backstretch right there in the GST Impreza. Flat black Darth Vader with the little ears on the side. Making about 700 horsepower. And Jeff actually drives from the rear seat almost. They push him back as far as they can. Here we go. And as soon as he starts, I think he start the clock. There he goes. Now you can see how fast it accelerates. Now we're talking about a Subaru motor here. They're not exactly made for that much power, but Team Principal has been able to, Mike Warfield has been able to make a lot of power in there. We got Jeff Westphal, first lap 121.557. Christian Rado with a 1:25.757. That's his first lap there. Technically is considered a warm-up. Now we have a large group of cars here, so there's going to be... We're going to try to crank out as many lap times as we can. Now this is a shot right here on the live stream. We have both the front and back stretch. What do we got here? That's the GST Impreza, driven by Jeff Westphal. And we'll get a lap time shortly. And there goes Christian Rado. And one of the fastest front-wheel drive time attack cars. There goes Jeff Westphal down the front stretch. And from my early counts, 1:16.7. GST Motorsports have been able to now set another record with a 1:16.709. There goes Dave Norton in a spec clutch 240SX in the limited rear-wheel drive class. And there's Whit Staples in his daily driven. That's actually his daily driver there. Couldn't make it out with his Evo, so he brought his M3 out. Harmut from Rentec in his C74 Mercedes in a street rear-wheel drive class. He actually drove that car to the track. I believe that is Lewis Murphy in the Honda Civic. And Christian Rado, fastest lap, 1:20.810. So he has improved almost by a full second. So now he is actually about 4 seconds behind Jeff Westphal, but making absolute great lap times here. Jeff Westphal is on his cool-down lap, it looks like, from here. Here comes Christian Rado just flying down that straight. Almost 1,000 horsepower front-wheel drive, aerodynamics, everything you need. Dave Norton in the spec clutch 240SX. His best lap time is a 1:25.186. Let's see if we can improve on that. Whit Staples in the M3. And there goes Harmut in the, Harmut Fail in the Rentec C63, 7.4 liter V8 street driven car. And that would be Lewis Murphy in the limited front wheel drive IPGparts.com Integra. Making his way down. And it seems like half the cars in this group have set their fastest lap time. Seems like maybe they like it cool, maybe they like it towards the end of the day, maybe they actually took a nap during that 4-hour break that they had. There's Christian Rado right now. He keeps going out there. You can see those rotors glowing red. And Andrew Meek with a lap. Oh, it was a little too fast, but it's all right. We got Andrew Meek with a 1:38.8. Christian Rado going down the front. There goes Dave Norton in that blue spec clutch 240SX turbocharged 2.2 liter. Rado with a 1:28.10. He keeps on improving. Dave Norton with a 1:25.753. So he has improved just a little bit by a couple thousandths of a second. There goes that street-driven C63 by Rentec. About 700 horsepower. Naturally aspirated V8. If you guys are down here, you guys can come up to the wall and watch them go down that front straight. Looks like we got a lot of Time Attack fans here, which is great to see. You guys can actually compete in Global Time Attack. All you guys need to do is get a NASA membership. Make sure you guys have some track days under your belt and sign up. There goes Whit Staples in his BMW M3, normally driving an Evo in the street class, but is driving an M3 with 19-inch wheels. Here comes Christian Ray. It looks like he's on his cool-down lap. Might be going in. Let's see. He's kind of taking his time down. He might be cooling down. Obviously, quite satisfied with his lap time. And he is coming in. He is done for this session. It looks like we have about 12 minutes left in this session. There goes Daniel O'Donnell in a professional awesome Evo 7. He is in a street class, and the thing is he has set records. That's right, he has set records in that car, and he has basically, him and his team have put that car together with their own money. Yeah, they might have sponsors, but that doesn't mean it doesn't cost money to travel. Rentec C63. Absolutely beautiful car. It's got about a $10,000 body kit on there. I think, well, John told me it was a $15,000. I think it was $15,000, he said. So that $15,000 body kit. There's Brian Hayden in the S2000. Had some issues last night. Christian Rado's team is able to help him out. John Miller in that Scion FRS, probably the first Scion FRS in North America to do time attack. And from my understanding, it only has a brake pad upgrade and maybe wheels and tires. Andrew, is that Andrew Meek? I believe that is Andrew Meek right there. Andrew Meek in that Honda Civic, red one right there, in the limited front-wheel drive class. Now you can tell the number of cars have decreased on the track. They've all gone in, and looks like Dan O'Donnell in a professional awesome Evo 7 is coming in. It only takes one quick, fast lap to put up on the board and call it a session. Some of these guys have already done that early on. Don't want to risk any kind of damage or any more additional wear and tear on the car. Thank you for joining us today on the live stream. If you guys are joining us here at the track, thank you for checking out Global Time Attack. If you guys want any more information about Global Time Attack, visit globaltimeattack.com. My name is Yukio Yukes Tyra. It was a Rentec C63 cooling down. And I will be your host for the last session of the day. Weather here has been quite hot, but since the sun is going down, temperatures have gone down. Seems like the drivers are a little bit more comfortable, I guess you could say. You know, heat does a lot to these drivers. Andrew Meek in that Honda Civic in a limited front-wheel drive class. And don't forget, you guys, we have one more session of Time Attack. A lot of those teams are going back in, putting fresh tires on and refueling. And we're going to talk a little bit about the GST Motorsports Impreza, the fastest car here this weekend on the track. Now, they actually put down a 1:16 lap time, which pretty much resets their previous fast lap with a 1:18.9. They actually shaved a good 2 seconds off their time. It's only a 1996 Subaru Impreza L. We're talking about the base model Impreza. We're not talking about a RS 2.5. It is the base one. It's about 2.5 liters, a little bit more than that, boosting between 22 to 38 pounds of boost, and about 725 wheel horsepower maximum. Now we're seeing Andrew Meek, he's still out there. He's still out there. He's gonna try to put down as fast a lap as he can. Probably a little hindered because of the horsepower, but can make it up by going through the corners a lot faster than most of the cars, and also very lightweight.
People trying to win.
And we got a quick update. Oh, there's Andrew Meek with a 138.517 limited front-wheel drive. And speaking of front-wheel drive, I was talking to Douglas Wynn with the SRT4, and he gave me an update. He's in the street class. Seems like a timing belt broke, so he's not able to come out anymore. But here are the lap times from this session. Hayden with a 133.948. John Miller with a 136. Oops. Well, went out. Went away a little bit faster than I expected. And looks like a lot of the street class cars are out here. There's the first FRS in North American Time Attack. John Miller, Arsenal, FRS. Again, that car is completely stock. John Miller with a 136.394. Not bad. You're talking about only about 140 horsepower to the wheels. Weighing in about 2,800 pounds. And just upgraded brake pads and wheels and tires. Not bad. Probably voided the warranty, though. I wouldn't recommend that with a brand new car. But that's the beauty about Time Attack. You could bring almost any kind of street-based car and compete. We have levels, all levels of competition here. Again, if you guys see these cars out there and you like what you see, thinking about, competing, not that hard, you guys. You guys can join in on the fun. Brian Hayden in the S2000 street rear-wheel drive had some issues yesterday. Christian Rado's team, Will Racing, nice enough to let him in their paddock spot. We got 133.948. John Miller. Yeah, so there's only two cars on the track. Everybody else seems like they're going to get refreshed for the last session of the day. Temperatures have gone down. So we want you guys to hang tight. We're going to do one more session right away. Oh, John Miller has improved his lap time, 135. So it seems like the longer he's out there, the better it is. But the thing with him is that it's pretty much a bone stock car, so he doesn't really worry too much about wear and tear. I'd like to thank you guys for joining us here on the live stream and also at the track. You guys are diehard car people. Appreciate that. Brian Hayden still out there in his S2000. Still got a few minutes left. We got about 3.5 minutes left in this session. He's going to make it everything. He'll probably get about 2 laps in there, tops. One more hot lap and a cool down lap. Funny thing about Jeff Westphal, he did break the, not only did he break it, he set a new record. And he's never driven on this track previous to that. And I think he was able to set the first record with a 118.9 within his first or second lap of driving on this course. I think it was his second hot lap. Which is quite impressive. But the thing is this, that car only came out today. Yesterday had a clutch issue and could not go out. So the guys in the GST crew ended up working on the car overnight, and were able to get everything fixed up and ready to go. And I think John Miller's trying to get about 30 laps in this session. He's been out there since the beginning and is the only car out there. I am assuming he still has all the factory. Oh, no, you know what? He's not the only one. Brian Hidian is the other car out there, so there's still 2 cars out on the track, both street rear-wheel drive. I think that's the reason why they want to beat each other, and they're out there trying to see who can stay out there the longest. Got a minute and a half left in this session. Brian Hidian with a 1:33.948. He has improved. And that has been his best lap of the weekend. Believe it or not, a lot of these guys have traveled to come down to this event. We have a few locals here, but for the majority, they have traveled many miles to get down here to West Palm Beach. There goes John Miller and the Scion FRS, one of the best looking cars to come out of Toyota. There we go. And this session is winding down. John Miller with a 1:35.74 for his fastest lap. It has improved. And here he comes in. Brian Hidian in the S2000 Street rear-wheel drive. And I think we're waiting for John Miller to come back in off the track. Session is done. But we did see a reset of the track record with Jeff Westphal in the GST Impreza. Again, we'd like to thank you guys for joining us on the live stream. And we'll be back after these few messages.
We're trying to take it to the next level at every step, and Mothers is a partner we trust. We actually use Mothers wheel care products during our production process.
Just spray it on and rinse it off. Mothers' full line of wheel cleaners make cleaning any wheel a snap.
Of the Global Time Attack here at Palm Beach International Raceway with Formula Drift, and I'm with the man who made it all happen, Jason Dienhart, our event director. I call myself the Grand Poobah, but this is the Grand Poobah. Jason, what's going on this weekend?
A lot of good stuff. Got a lot of quality cars out here. It's great to see the Rentec guys out here. It's great to see Whit Staples make it out today in his own personal BMW. Is that an M5?
M3.
My bad. Shows how old I am. I can't tell the difference anymore. But you know, and the spec clutch guys, Dave Norton over there. It's good to see him. He's running real fast. Of course, you guys can't see, but right behind producer cameraman Nolan over here, we've got the GST car and Chris Rado, of course. Everybody knows them. They're very fast. Already establishing records today, right?
Yeah, actually, Jeff Westphal running the 1:18.9 for the Time Attack track record fastest of the weekend. Looks like he's going to be going home with a Meister watch, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it. You know, he's going to add to his collection. Shout out to Meister. Definitely been hooking Jeff up, or anybody that is going to run the fastest time of the weekend. Just most of the time it happens to be Jeff and the GST car.
Yeah, we do have a light field here, but we got great weather, and we have a quality field, too. I mean, true, not a lot of time attacks have been out here, but we're setting track records. We went through as many track records as we could find. These are the fastest times that any of the production-based time attack cars have gone around this track, correct?
Definitely. You know, we got to start somewhere, and of course, you know, the more is the merrier. It would have been nice to have a lot more cars. We've been, like everybody else that races and throws events outdoors, we've been checking the weather for the past month, and John and I look at it in the office. I see him looking at it, I look at it, and we look at each other. We don't say anything because it was not good. Yesterday was pretty wet. Today, just a little sprinkle, but it's nice weather. I mean, it's extra warm, but that's sunny Florida.
Exactly. We're glad to be here at sunny Florida with Formula Drift. We're going to have more here from round 3, but thank you very much, Jason Dienhart, for putting on such a great event.
Thank you for putting on such a great live stream. Shout out to Daryl David and the Bell One guys and Fluxus Grant, and of course, Mr. John the Dairy right here. Thank you guys very much.
Is this where I sign up for GTA? I'm ready to break some records.
Is that a skateboard? This ain't X Games, homie.
How about this?
Scooter? Seriously.
Well, how about this?
Fixed gear? Roll on, skinny jeans.
You don't want none of this.
Come on, homie, you need to bring a car. And he definitely needs a bigger seat.
What was that?
Nothing. I got it under control.
Dude.
No canards, no graphics. This ain't even a proper race car.
Man, what's the deal? This car could run in GTA. Any cars could run a global time attack. Let me see that thing.
No, he needs a race license at least.
Dude, just a NASA membership. That's it. Man, read the rules, dog. You wrote them. Come here. Let's get you signed up for GTA, bro. You're ready.
Global Time Attack, round 3, here at the Palm Beach International Raceway with Formula Drift. I'm John Nadzadari, and I'm standing with the Director of Marketing from Synergy Turbo, Patrick David. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well.
You're always doing well, Patrick. And you guys, we were talking off camera a little bit earlier about modifying cars, and I'm getting to be an old gray guy, and I'm like, you know what, it's just so much of a hassle. If I want to get an Evo or something like that, I'd almost leave it stock. But you're telling me that one of the things you guys do at Synergy Turbo is you guys try to allow for the somewhat old gray hair guys like me, or the guys who are afraid to go too crazy with their cars. And what's your sort of your format and your approach to that style of modification?
Yeah, well, our marketing concept has always been that we want to make your upgrades as easy as possible. So when we sit there and we looked at the market, we saw that direct bolt-in internal wastegated turbos was the best way. I mean, we can give it to you at a very competitive price. You don't have to pay an arm and a leg, $12, $20, $200 for a turbo. You can get these turbos for relatively inexpensive, $1,100 or lower, possibly. And if you're well equipped to install the turbo yourself, you could do it yourself, or pay a knowledgeable person to do it. And that's the great thing. But we also give you the sensibility of a 1-year, 15,000-mile warranty on these turbos. So if something breaks, we're going to stand right behind it and make sure that you get your product and the performance that you're looking for from our products.
Yeah, I've never really seen any of the turbo companies give warranties on the turbo, especially 1 year, 50,000. That sounds like a new car ad or something. That sounds like an OEM would do. So that's pretty cool that you guys are allowing the people that do the aftermarket modifications. But the other thing that you were saying was you could put the product on your car, and then if you have an issue with a warranty issue that's not related to the turbo. If there's an engine internal issue, you could easily remove it for a warranty issue, and you don't really have the problem where if you have an aftermarket manifold, you're sort of kind of doing more stuff to it, correct?
I mean, and as I said, I mean, our mantra has always been to be more OEM but get you performance at the same time. Perfect example, we have Subaru dealers who love installing our turbos. And it's very finicky to get dealer mechanics to do this stuff on aftermarket stuff. So they love our stuff. We love having them. We love being here in Florida. So, you know, this is a perfect place to be at.
Now, this also extends to your contingency sponsorship, where if you just basically show a receipt or you actually buy a product from Synergy Turbo, you guys are giving pretty much cash credits to purchase more Synergy Turbo products, correct?
Correct. We actually have a full contingency plan here with GTA. We have a racer discount for people who want to enter. All you have to do is go through our dealership program. They just contact anybody and say, hey, I'd like to enter the next GTA program, and what's the racer discount? And the discount code that we give for entering the Synergy True Street class, it works. I mean, it's almost a triple whammy in this sense. You get discounted parts, you get more power, you get discounted entry. I mean, and then you possibly could win a contingency prize to get more Synergy parts. It's $500, $250, or $100 contingency reward.
It's almost like that MC Escher charcoal drawing where the stairs that just keep continually going up. So you're perpetuating yourself, essentially.
I'm doing the shuffle all day long.
I love you, Patrick David. Now, are you supporting any of the guys out here in Formula Drift as well?
We do. We're helping out Jonathan Castro. He's the Dominican Republic champion. He's first year here, his rookie year, you know, he's on Hankook tires with a 350Z. So he's doing relatively well. He's learning the course and also learning this basic big pond of FD, you know, trying to see how he stacks up against the big fish in here.
Yeah, we had Brandon Connolly from Battleground Motorsports actually take that contingency award. He took first place at Road Atlanta. Fortunately, we didn't get anybody who didn't even opt in for the thing here, so we're hoping to get some people to come at New Jersey. I think we're going to have a strong contingent because we have a lot of the Evo and the STI guys up in the Northeast, correct?
I hope so. I mean, we're here to just, it almost sounds really weird. I'm here to give away some money to you guys. So the more you enter, the more this field gets to be. I mean, if you want to get that interview, we'll be there to help you out.
Nice. Excellent. Where can we learn more about the company?
You just go to synergyturbo.com or just like us on Facebook, and then we can go from there. Or even come to the event. Just come say hi and just see what we've got to offer.
You guys are out here with Formula Drift, with Global Time Attack. We'll see you out in New Jersey as well. You're also supporting Formula Drift. Incredibly honored to be a part of it. I don't even know what Facebook is, and I like this guy already, so I would give him a thumbs up. I like his status.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick David from Synergy Turbo.
Thank you. See you guys in New Jersey.
Daily driving or hard charging, time and the elements can take their toll on your car's exterior. Mother's Back to Black products will restore the original look to trim with any color and keep tires blacker longer. Let Mother show you how to get back to black.
Welcome back to round 3 of Global Time Attack here at Palm Beach International Raceway with Formula Drift, and I'm with one of our street class championship points leaders. Also set a record, also got a record bounty for running faster than the limited front-wheel drive and street front-wheel drive. Doug Wynn in the Modern Performance SRT4. Doug, how you doing this weekend?
Pretty good. How you doing, John?
I'm doing great, and I'm also excited to see the car here because, you know, you came out to Road Atlanta. You really want to chase the points. You're one of the few East Coast guys that come out west. We've seen you at Buttonwillow, you and Clip Waddell always trading blows and everything. 2 non-Hondas that are dominating in a Honda-dominated field in street front-wheel drive. We really wanted to see that car at Road Atlanta. You did everything you could to get it done, but your crew chief, Danny, was cool enough to loan you his real street car. But now we have the real thing here, running very well, but you seem to run into some little problems at the end of Session 4 in the slash session. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we had a great lap going, actually. Only ended up about a second slower than our previous hot lap, and we coasted the last 150 yards because we snapped the timing belt on the car. So we had kind of done for the day, but like I said, it's been a great car, been running well all weekend, and we've done real well, so we're happy with it.
Yeah, right now your time is into the 130s. I believe at one point yesterday you were the 4th or 5th fastest car overall with the Rentec Mercedes and Rado's Spaceship and Dave Norton's crazy limited class car on a street car on street tires with the Hankook RS3s. Amazing times you're putting up. And you were challenging us. You're the only car on street front-wheel drive, so you're not eligible for prize money. But you said, I'll go faster than limited front-wheel drive cars. And I said, Doug, if you do that, I'll give you $100. It looks like I owe you $100 unless these street front-wheel drive, the other limited front-wheel drive guys can step up to the plate.
Absolutely. I think they got about 4 or 5 seconds they need to pick up on that. So I think we're safe for now.
That everything's great. We're so sorry to hear about the timing belt. Is that a catastrophic failure? Or can you get the car back going? Is it going to cause any internal damage?
It shouldn't have any internal damage. It's a non-interference motor, so we should be able to get it done when we get home, though. But it's a little bit too hot to do that level of work here today in the parking lot.
So will we see you at any other global time attacks this season?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm going to come out to the New Jersey event as well as Texas and Buttonwillow.
Wow, you are really gunning for that street class championship, huh? And you have to contend with Daniel O'Donnell and Clint Boideau, and there's a host of other strong guys. Clint Boideau running 2 cars, the Apollo Performance all-wheel drive car and his Apollo Performance Ford Focus front-wheel drive car. You also have a grudge match to settle with Clint. You want to take your record back because he nipped you by ever so slightly at that last. That's got to hurt at that last Super Lap battle for Buttonwillow track record, correct?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm coming back out there. I'm going to get it back. I'm not worried.
Hear that, Clint Boideau? If you're watching the live stream right now, Doug Wind is coming back. Modern Performance SRT4, leader in street front-wheel drive, track record, one's a $100 bounty. I believe he's got some Brian Crowder stickers on the side of it. I believe he's got some White Line stickers on the side of it. So he's going to rake in the contingency this weekend. Incredibly honored to have this guy here at the event. And he's also a BMX dad like me, so I have a soft spot in my heart for Doug Wind. Doug Wind, congratulations thus far on the win and the record.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Doug Wind.
I'm Chris Rado, and I drive an HD. That's why I'm a replay driver.
And we are back here live, Palm Beach International Raceway. My name is Yukio Yukes Tyra. I will be your host, substituting for John Nads Naderi for this last session here at Global Time Attack. That's right, guys. We have one more session left. So it's your chance, if you're here live with us, to go down to the pit wall and watch these cars go down the back straight. What was this, the back? Yeah, front straight here. And they'll be able to, well, you'll be able to check it out. I'm going to go through some quick lap times here. Jeff Westfall, again, setting a new record with a 118.9. Oh, we almost had a little bit of a situation here. We're okay, though. It's been a long day for all of us here. So I am going to be running some lap times here. We have Christian Rado, 121.119. Dave Norton in the Spec Clutch 240SX, 125.186. And Dan O'Donnell, street all-wheel drive with a Professional Awesome Evo 7, 125.962. Like I already mentioned, we've already reset and then set and then set again the time attack lap time here. Don't forget, after this last session, we'll do the quick award ceremony, and then you'll go into top 16 with Formula Drift. Beautiful weather here we're having in West Palm Beach. We have a sunny, clear sky almost here. We got some clouds in the background, but for the most part above us is clear. And we have some perfect weather here as it's nice and cool. And that is why we've been seeing these fast lap times. The funny thing is the last session we had almost half of the cars we had on grid were able to get their fastest lap time. Now, if you guys have been wondering, how do I get involved with Time Attack? Do I need a 1,000 horsepower car with a lot of wings and graphics and stuff? No, you do not. All you need to do is get your NASA license or membership first, get a few lap times or lap days under your belt. Make sure you get a car that meets the basic requirements and rules, and you are set to go, and you can compete in Global Time Attack. If you're joining us here on the live stream, we'd like to thank you guys. You've seen a live shot of the Formula Drift paddock. You can see the Mobile One rig right in front of the GoPro and Yokohama tire. That is Tyler McQuarrie's. Oh, it looks like we got cars going onto the track. If you guys are here with us in the paddock, you guys want to go out there and see some fast Time Attack cars, the fastest in North America and even the world, come on out. You guys can check it out as they go through the front straight, or you guys can go to the Formula Drift stands and check out these cars. Now, this is a last session here, so you're going to see all these cars going out there. They're going to do their last push to get the fastest lap time so they can podium here tonight at Global Time Attack Round 3, West Palm Beach. Palm Beach International Raceway. My name is Yukio Yukes Taira. I am your substitute announcer and host. For the Global Time Attack live stream, here are the updated lap times. Jeff Westfall, 116.709 GST Impreza. Continental Tires, Garrett Turbo. So that is your course record so far, unless someone in this group can break 116.709. With the fastest front-wheel drive record right here is a 120.810. World Racing, Scion Racing, Scion TC by Christian Rado, 120. Again, 120.810. That is a front-wheel drive car. Now, you can see the back straight here. We have Dan O'Donnell and Dave Norton kind of doing like a drag race. And I think they're both kind of testing each other to see who's going to go first. And it looks like Dave Norton is going to let Dan O'Donnell go through there. We see the Rentec C63. Harmon Fail in the Rentec C63. Probably the most expensive Time Attack KBB value Time Attack car out there. Now we see Dan O'Donnell and Dave Norton kind of going side by side. Now they're going to the drag race. Dan O'Donnell in the Professional Awesome Evo 7, letting him go. And here we go. They're all on the, and they're going 2x2 down into the turn, which is quite odd. And here, another pair going 2x2. We're not quite sure why they're going 2x2. They're looking at each other, literally looking at each other going down the front straight. I think they're trying to communicate with, to see who goes first into the turn. And looks like they're all paired up, 1 and 2. We have no idea why they're doing that. They're not in Formula Drift. They are in Time Attack. There they go. Now, Dan O'Donnell already has a very fast street all-wheel drive time in the Professional Awesome Evo 7 with a 125.645. And the sun is starting to set right here in Florida. Starting to get a little bit darker. That is Dave Norton in the Spec Clutch at 240SX. Wow, he is flying down that straight on the brakes. Dan O'Donnell following him on the brakes as well into the turn. That is the Professional Awesome Evo 7. He already has several street all-wheel drive track records, including Auto Club Raceway in Fontana, California. There goes Dave Norton. That car is loud in the Spec Clutch 240SX. There goes the Professional Awesome Evo 7 driven by Dan O'Donnell. He is on the clock as well. Dan O'Donnell now has a 129.408, and it looks like we got a couple of point buys going on here down the straight. There goes John Miller in the Arsenal FRS. First FRS in North America, time attack. Andrew Meek in that Honda Civic. The red Honda Civic, the EG Honda Civic. WTDR. Andrew Meek is now put into his fastest lap. Here's a shot of the track. Now you can see both. Here's the back straight right here. And I believe that is John Miller in the Scion FRS. No, that is not. I'm sorry. That is Dave Norton in the Spec Clutch 240SX, followed by Dan O'Donnell, the Professional Awesome Evo 7. Now, that Evo 7 has been put together, and there's Dave Norton. That Evo 7 has been put together by, oh, there we go. Dave Norton with a 125.943 Spec Clutch 240SX, powered by a Garrett GT35R. Most of these cars are turbocharged when it comes to power adders here. Rentec. Oh, and I just got a note here that 125 flat by Dan O'Donnell in the Professional Awesome Evo 7, just now set as fast as. And same with Dave Norton, 125.016. John Miller in the FRS, making his way into the front straight here. Here he comes. Again, thank you guys for joining us here on the live stream. Don't forget, we are going into Formula Drift top 16 battles, calling it the main event here. So don't forget, we do have more coming for you guys if you guys are joining us on a live stream. My name is Yukio Yukes Tyra, substituting for John Nads Naderi for this last session here. We have Dan O'Donnell kind of getting a point by from Dave Norton. Looks like Dave is kind of cooling down Dan O'Donnell in the Evo 7. Oh, whoa, we got a fire going on. Dave Norton has a fire. He's shutting off. Dave Norton has just caught on fire. He is going to, he's getting off track, and he's actually opening the door. Looks like he's going to try to extinguish. He's getting out, and he's going to extinguish the fire coming out of underneath his car. Dave Norton's Spec Clutch 240SX just caught on fire. He was joking last night how his car catches on fire all the time. He is not kidding. He looked like he's okay, and I think he shut down enough time to save his car. Looks like he's okay. Looks like we're getting the black flag out here. We're getting the black flag out here. We might get the safety crew out here to go check on Dave Norton in the Spec Clutch 240SX. We got a crew member walking over to him, one of the safety crews, to check on Dave Norton. And looks like we're getting black flag. We're getting a black flag. Standing black flag here. Emergency crews are lit up and ready to go there. Absolutely crazy to see a huge flame coming out. We see smoke coming out of Dave Norton's car. Looks like everything's okay. Luckily for GTA, we do have strict guidelines for safety. Each car does have to have a fire extinguisher in it. Wow, that was amazing here. And I got a few text messages from our viewers. Apparently Tom Tang with Tuner Playground just told me that he loves my voice and it makes him purr like a walrus, whatever that means. Thank you, Tom Tang from Tuner Playground. He's actually, his car is competing. It was at Buttonwillow and actually won their class. So Tom, there's your shout out. Hopefully you're happy with that. And Big Dave Carey just told me that they're doing a big party watching the live stream. What's up, you guys? You guys are awesome. Thank you for the little love. And looks like this session's slowing down here. We'll see if... Look, there. Yeah, it is a full course black flag, so they are coming in. But looks like Dave Norton is okay. We're not sure what the condition of his car is. Ambulance is coming in. That means he is fine. Probably a little shooken up. And from what he told me, he's kind of used to his car catching on fire. Make sure you guys stick around. We are going into top 16 battles with Formula Drift. Round 3. Had a great first 2 rounds in Formula Drift. And also Global Time Attack. This season has been extremely interesting. Big old battle going on there in Formula Drift versus Turbochargers versus V8 with Garrett Turbos. Shameless plug on my end. Speaking of Time Attack, there's Chris Baledo, DJ Pow. He's looking around wondering if I'm talking about him. Yes, I am talking about you, buddy. He's with Falcon here. He was the Rookie of the Year in 2010 Street, actually Enthusiast Front Wheel Drive. So we do have some Time Attack people here with Redline Time Attack. Still on Dave Norton on the live stream. Looks like everything is okay. And I also got another text message saying that his baby finally calmed down after hearing my voice. That's either creepy or very flattering. I appreciate that, Jinx. Thank you very much. Getting little shout-outs here. I want to say what's up to the guys from the live stream with GTA and also drifting. Got a few people internationally watching here. And we'll be going to a quick commercial break. Be right back.
Hey, sweetie, you'd be pretty hot if you wore one of the GTA t-shirts. T-shirts, get your GTA t-shirts right here, right here. This is the exact t-shirt that Jeff Westphal wore when he set the course record at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Buy online? Why would you buy online? My cousin once bid on eBay. He lost everything. Have you ever heard of identity theft? Yeah, tell me about it. GTA t-shirts, sir. GTA t-shirts, sir. $5. What do you got? What do you got? Made in America via Mexico. No, these aren't knockoffs. Come on. Help me out. I got to feed my family here. Come on. I'm just trying to make a buck. Come on, help me out. You with the 458 Italia. Come on, it's made by Ed Hardy. Come on.
I'm gonna need to see your permit. You need a permit to sell those t-shirts out here. Let me see your permit.
Hey, how you doing, officer? Of course I got a resale permit. It's, right, I can't...
All right, so it looks like we got Dave Norton in a Spec Clutch 240SX being pulled off the track. Looks like everything's okay. He's okay, which we're glad. And hopefully he'll be making it into the next round in New Jersey. Kind of sad to see one of the competitors catch on fire, but as long as he's okay, that's what matters to us. And we do have a lot of strict rules for safety, and that is why he is good to go. So this does not mean it's the end of the session. We're going to get back into it. A lot of these guys are just cooling down. Again, we still have about 10 minutes left in this session. A little less than 10 minutes. Good enough for maybe 3 or 4 laps with some of these guys. Now we have officially set the new track time attack record with a 1:16.709 Jeff Westphal in the GST Impreza, followed by Christian Rado, Will Racing, Scion TC 120.810. Now that is the fastest front wheel drive record here at the track for time attack, and I really doubt that will ever be broken unless he comes back and breaks it himself with that Scion TC. Now that's a 1,000 horsepower dual winged F-winged time attack car. That's what John Adere would have called it if he was here. But I am here instead of him. My name is Yukio Yukes Tyra, here with Garrett Turbo. That's right, I'm the guy pushing the Garrett Turbo stuff. We also have Dave Norton. Now, Dave, limited rear-wheel drive, spec clutch, 240 SX, 125.186 is his fast lap time, and unfortunately for him, nice little fireball shot out from underneath his car. Not sure, probably might have broken the block, but he was actually on the brakes when that happened, so I'm not sure if it was a line that came apart. But as long as he's okay, we're happy with him, and we're hoping he'll get everything fixed by the next round. Dan O'Donnell, Professional Awesome, Street All-Wheel Drive, Mitsubishi Evo 7, 125.645. Now, from my understanding, we should be able to let these guys out there onto the track. And you know what? We have a truck. They're going to probably go do a quick scan of the track, make sure everything is copacetic. Don't forget, we still have Formula Drift Top 16 coming up. So if you guys are in the crowd, joining us here live at West Palm Beach International Raceway, make your way over to the stands, and so that way you can also catch the last few minutes of time attack. We have the street sweeper out there going to be sweeping up whatever junk that Dave Norton's 240 might have puked all over the track. I doubt as much there, but they're just making sure everything's cleaned up. And I officially just got the word we are done here at Global Time Attack. And the award ceremonies are coming up, so don't forget to join us then. Thank you guys for watching this last session. We will catch up with you guys shortly. Thanks a lot.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Global Time Attack here at Palm Beach International Raceway with Formula Drift. And I'm here with the man of the hour, as usual, Jeff Westphal from GST Motorsports, 1:18.900. Class record, time attack track record, fastest time of the day. Meister watch thus far. Obviously, the weekend's going well for you. How is it going, Jeff?
Not too bad, not too bad. We had a slow start, as you may have mentioned to the fans out there, everyone watching. You know, we had some issues to overcome coming back from Road Atlanta, getting prepared for this event here. So with that being said, yesterday wasn't really strong for us, which was fine because it was raining. We were banking on today being a little bit more dry and using some of the better conditions for us, but it is quite hot. A lot of humidity too, which actually hurts this car more than the heat, I think. I came back from the first session we did, which was my first lap around this circuit ever. And I told Mike, and I was like, is something dragging? It feels like we're dragging an anchor around. But he's like, no, it's the humidity. So she's suffering to make the power I'm used to. But that being said, it's the same for everybody. You know, all the turbocharged cars are going to be that same way. So we'll make the best of what we can. Chassis-wise, we're making progress. So, you know, I'd like to say I'm fairly happy with where we're at right now. The sponsors have been great. You know, the adjustments that we need are there from all the parts that we have. The sway bars, the springs, everything that's on the car is working pretty well. So we're just kind of refining that. But as far as getting on top of our game and getting back on the forward step, you know, we're getting close.
Yeah, you talk about getting close. You ran that 118.9 on your very first lap on this track, the car's very first lap on the track. And you kind of remarking to me that usually do a lot of sim work and saying track's not that hard to learn, so you feel like you kind of got it down. Do you think you'll go even faster in these last 2 sessions? The ambient will come down a little bit. The track temp might still be hot, but how's that going to do?
I think, unbeknownst to the track temp coming down and the ambient, I think that we would go faster even if we did it at the same time. Because, I'd like to say I can figure out a track fairly quick, but to each their own, and no one's perfect. Like, I'll tell you, there's at least 3 spots out there where I came off the brake a little bit early and was like, well, I can really start pushing that braking zone a little bit and build up some more mid-corner speed. But what's interesting about this place is that it requires a lot of patience, so it's very easy to overstep that too far and get too aggressive on the entry and pay a really big penalty. But that being said, like I said before, I really think there'd be more time even if it were the same temp. So with it being cooler, I'm pretty confident we'll go a little quicker.
Yeah, we talk about the slow start, and we have the close relationship. Producer Nolan, if we could show what we were talking about earlier, we talk about the close relationship that GST Motorsports has with World Racing, and we see the Mitsubishi Diamond Stars all over the Subaru Impreza, the World Racing guys teasing Mike Warfield, but that's because they were actually good enough to transport the car for you guys. But that's also one of the difficulties that Mike has, because he likes to get this car back and do a lot of work. I hear you give him a laundry list. It's almost like one of those toilet paper reels that just sort of rolls down of things that you give him in order to improve on the car. But he's a one-man band. It's sort of difficult for him to make all his improvements. And when he doesn't have the car back, that's kind of sort of what you guys ran into here on the transport from Road Atlanta, pretty much straight to Palm Beach.
Yeah, generally the trumpet sound and the scroll rolls out, and it goes about.
JukuRacing.com, your #1 source for all your performance parts needs.
Well, there you see it. Let's get a little closer. Let's get a little closer to this camera. It looks all fisheye out there on the big screen. This is Jared Deanna, the voice of Formula Drift. Thank you guys for coming here. This is our second year here at Palm Beach International Raceway. The drifting scene and the car scene here in Florida is just unbelievable. I love it. There's a great car show. There's obviously great action on track, and then there's action on the streets. Now, one of those shops that you have, fortunately, here in your area, I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to you at the same time. I got my man Ken Harrison here. Ken and I go way back. In JukuRacing.com, you're the head chief, you're the head hooligan, but you're the owner, you're the founder. You created Ninjuku Racing how many years ago?
I started in 2000, so we're about 12 years old now.
12 years old, and then that's another good number to add. How big is your brand new facility?
We just moved into a brand new 17,000 square foot facility. full retail, full fabrication, warehouse, shipping. We do it all now. It's awesome.
It's unbelievable, and I've seen you guys grow. I mean, you guys competed, you know, years ago with Wild Bill Sherman. You brought Bill Sherman to the table, the Njuku Racing team, gained a lot of iconic status. You used to have Mr. Rob Fleming on your team. You know, that was back in the day, dude. These are like the OG days. But Ken, you guys, like, let the fans know here, because these are your customers. These are potential customers. You're building cars. You guys have that Hyundai that you're now selling, but then you guys have one of the first Scion FRSs here.
Yeah, we just picked up an FRS 2 days ago. We plan to do a lot more to it, but there's just not a lot out there. But once we get it back to the shop, we're going to tear that thing apart, hopefully turn it into a monster, develop some new products for it, sell some stuff, and grow that market.
That's awesome. And where is your shop exactly? So fans and potential customers know Njuku Racing, 17,000 square feet. You have, and I even heard you buy that part and it's in stock, it's on your car that day. Where are you guys located and how far from here?
We're just outside of Orlando in Claremont. We're about 2.5, 3 hours north of here. Not too far from anywhere. But yeah, we can do it all, man. Come in, buy a part if you want it installed that day, you know, and we're open. We'll get it on the car.
I love it. And you guys have a great team, and you're like one of them. You grew up loving this. That's why you're doing Njuku Racing. That's why you're doing a parts company, and you've grown. And there's a lot of businesses like that. There's some that have gone away, but you guys have stuck in it. You're back out on track, sponsoring Pat Gooden. Jeremy Lowe is just out here putting the hurt on Reese Millen, but you know he lost. Pat Gooden didn't make it, but you still got you still got a lot of drivers out there fighting for it. And you love this stuff, right?
I love drifting. When we did it ourselves in 05, 6, 7, got back out of it, get back into selling parts and focusing on that. But we love the sport, trying to help some of the up-and-coming drivers, sponsor them, help them out, and get our name out there and sell some parts.
So that's what's up, because it's alive and well. You know, I mean, the drifting community, the car culture, it's alive and well, and just the cream has risen to the top. You know, if you're a good shop, you're still around. If you're a great part company, you're still around, because obviously we're in a climatic time, with the economy, but Njuku Racing still banging away. Well, thank you so much, Ken, for being involved back in the drift culture, but still banging away. Congratulations on your new facility. It's sick. Yeah, missing that handshake there. Well, check him out, Ken Harrison, and NjukuRacing.com. Again, sponsoring Jeremy Lowe, Pat Gooden, and will you be at CFRC tomorrow? Are you going out to CFRC?
I may be there.
It's called the Aftermath, and that's another event. I believe Pat and J-Lo will probably be there. The Aftermath.
Yeah, the guys will probably be there hanging out. Those two will probably drive a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a good time. So there you have it. NjukuRacing.com. Go ahead and check them out. Now, are we gonna lay them on him? All right. Well, Ken, stick around. We're about to watch, and you guys are about to watch the debut of a loud and proud movie called Drifting into the Blue, presented by the United States Air Force. Now, what this is 4 Formula+drift drivers, including Ryan Turk, Tony Angelo, Odi Bakshish, and June Meng. 4 drifters got to show some United States Air Force pilots what drifting is, and then get this. The winner of this competition gets to pilot a jet plane. Unbelievable. So check it out. Here's the actual debut and premiere of Drifting into the Blue. The second episode will be debuted in New Jersey, but this is the debut, so tune in right here, right now.
My name is Brian Abel. I'm a technical sergeant in the Air Force, born and raised in South Texas.
I am Staff Sergeant Natasha Burrows, and originally I'm from Vacaville, California.
My name is Staff Sergeant Stephen Dowk, and I'm originally from Palm Bay, Florida, and Melbourne Beach, Florida.
My name is Simi Quarles. I'm a senior airman stationed at Luke Air Force Base. I grew up in the military, so I've been moved around a lot.
I've never drifted before. I've driven autocross and some other small circuit racing, but nothing like this.
Do I think I'm the underdog? They think just because I'm a girl that I don't know anything.
My chances are very good. I don't think the other guys have a chance.
I usually pick up things really fast, so hopefully this isn't anything different.
I think breaking it loose is going to be fairly easy, but controlling it, I think, is going to be the hard part.
go.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Burroughs.
Tony Angelo.
Nice to meet you. Sergeant Burroughs.
So you guys excited? What did you think of that?
That was awesome. That was so cool.
So you guys are here today. The Air Force and Formula Drift came together for this Drift into the Blue series, where we are going to put you guys into these cars, and in one day we're going to teach you how to drift, and then on the second day, put you in a competition against each other to see who's learned the most and who has the most car control.
Sweet.
And it's high stakes because both the teacher and the student of the winning team gets a ride in an F-16.
Yeah.
So we're going to be deeply invested in this competition, and we are super pumped for the opportunity. All right, so let's go and find out what these teams are. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's drift into the blue.
My name is Ryan Turk. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire, and I've been drifting for about 10 years now.
Go. All right, man. You ready to kill this or what?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it, man.
My name is Odimus Bakshis. I also go by Odie. I've been drifting for about 3 years.
Abel. Yes. You ready, man?
Yes, sir. You know it. I'm Jun Maeng from Seoul, South Korea. I've been drifting for 10 years.
All right, Sergeant Burroughs.
All right.
Let's have fun.
Yes,
Woo.
definitely.
My name's Tony Angelo. I'm from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and I've been drifting on and off for about 10 or 11 years.
Quarles.
Save the best for last.
Ready to have some fun?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. You have a feel for how hard you can throw it. Let's try doing it in first gear.
Try to do it first?
Yeah, just right next to the cone, okay? That's all right.
Well, there you have it. Drifting into the blue, that is the premiere of the joint effort that was with the United States Air Force and obviously Formula Drift. Odi Bakshis, Tony Angelo, Jun Maeng, and Ryan Turk, those guys competing with the United States Air Force. And I was corrected. They're not piloting the jet planes. They're actually riding in them. That would kind of be an expensive bill if they crash. These guys are used to slamming their drift machines against each other, and I don't want to see them do that in the sky. It could be very expensive and very ugly. But an announcement here for the Palm Beach International Raceway on June 8th. BizSpeed brings back the heated battle of domestics versus imports, with a long-awaited return of street legends. After King of the Streets, BizSpeed heats up the track again to showcase the most purpose-built machines ever to put rubber on pavement. Come check out the drag race competition, drifting on the road course, live entertainment, and of course, it's going to be hot, a bikini contest. So come check out June 8th. BizSpeed brings back the heated battle of domestics versus imports here at PBIR, and it's called Street Legends. Again, my name is Jared DeAndre. You guys are tuning in live. I'm doing the live emceeing here, but my co-hosts on the live stream, Joey Redmond, Jacob Leviton, let them know how you're doing out there. And then here in the flesh, I got my co-host, Mr. Ryan Sage. He's going to be breaking down this track where we were here last year, but it's a totally different course. That's going to be after the top 16 introduction here at round 3 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. The biggest, the baddest, the best. After our 9th year of competition, this is Formula Drift. We have the top 16 introduction coming at you in just moments.
We don't have any extra batteries. Make it last.
All right, Palm Beach International Raceway. The sun is setting, but the track stays hot as the lights come on. Can I hear you guys real quick? Can you make some noise? I'm going to ask you once again, and I'm going to ask you to stand up because we're about to present the national anthem and respect our colors. Make some noise! There you go.
Everything good?
Make some noise, Palm Beach, Drift Stream, Florida, across the globe. This is Formula Drift. Attention, all media starting with Kenny Moen. All media starting with Kenny Moen. All media starting with Kenny Moen, closest to the judging stand. Without further ado, I will bring to you the top 16 here at round 3 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Closest to the judging stand in the Lutz Performance Falcon Tires 350Z. Coming to us from Norway, it's Kenny Moen. Next to him, coming to us from Japan in the Achilles Radial Toyota Soar, it's Robbie Bushido Blade Nishida. Next to him, coming to us from Japan, currently leading the X-Mini Rookie Challenge here in 2012 Rookie of the Year, the Achilles Radial Lexus SC 430, Daigo the Ninja Saito. Debuting the first ever Scion FRS in Formula Drift competition, a Formula Drift veteran from year 1 in the Gretty Scion FRS on Hankook tires, the Goosh Ken Gooshie. Coming to us Originally a Kiwi, now he's American as they come. In the Hankook tires, Hyundai Genesis Coupe, Reese Metzgels-Millen. Your current reigning 2011 Formula Drift champion. In the discount tire, American Tire, Falcon Tire, V8 S13, Slide or Daijiro Yoshihara. Coming to us from Ireland, he's not used to this side of the car, but he is here in the top 16 in the teal and blue. V8 powered 350Z. Of course, it's Falcon Tires. It's D-Mac, Darren McNamara. In the Falcon Tires garage, Auto Hero, Fat Lace, got the safari print on the whip. The V8 power now S13.4. It's Double W, Walker Wilkerson. Moving on down the line, originally from Japan, in the Turbo VQ powered RSR S15, it's Toshiki Yoshioka. From Southern California, in the GSR Autosports Nitto Tires BMW Z4, it's Michael Gangster Entry Essa. This guy has been applying the pressure ever since he was deemed 2011 Formula Drift Rookie of the Year. In the Drive M7 Japan on Nexen Tires V8 S14, it's Uri Bakshis. From Philly to Texas to now here in Florida in the BC Racing Technical Motorsports Non-Stop Tuning Turbo BMW, it's Chelsea Danofa. Stick to drifting, bro. It's cool. It's cool. 2 times. Starting out the Drift Alliance corner here in the Retax Maxxis Tires. Retax Lifestyle Backpacks V8 S13.5. It's Hampshire, Ryan Hoonigan Turk. Next to him, your 2010 Formula Drift champion. He is ready to rock in the Monster Energy Falcon Tire Ford Mustang, Vaughn Ginn Jr. Next to him, his Drift Alliance brother in 2009, a Formula Drift champion in the NOS Energy 370Z on Hankook Tires, Chris the Force Forsberg. Last but definitely not least, a first place podium finish at round 1 in Long Beach, a first place finish at round 2 in Atlanta, and here he is in Palm Beach International Raceway with a baby on the way. So I know you're watching the Falcon Tires Ford Mustang GTP, Justin Pollock. These are your top 16 drifters. These are the men about to do battle. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves here at the 3rd round of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. I have one question for you. Florida and Palm Beach, are you ready to see some drifting? Well, gentlemen, let's go drifting and let's send it here at Palm Beach International Raceway. All right, where's I'm looking for Discount Tire. Where are you at, Andy? There we are. We got some T-shirts thrown out there by Discount Tire, America's Tire, the official tire and wheel retailer of Formula Drift. Throwing out some swag to you guys. Thank you for coming out. Round 3 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Get some T-shirts out there, courtesy of Discount Tire, America's Tire, and Tires.com, the official tire and wheel retailer of Formula Drift. Also, Tires.com, Triple Crown up for grabs. Long Beach, Seattle, and Irwindale. The driver with the highest points from those 3 rounds of competition gets awarded the Tires.com Triple Crown. All right, well, now this time we got y'all hyped up. We're going to take you down a little bit because I want you to digest fully, like we did before Top 32, of what this track is all about. So I'm going to throw it over to my co-host and confidant, Mr. Ryan Sage, co-founder of Formula Drift. You're going to break down the track and exactly what the judges are looking for here in Tandem once again for the Top 16.
All right, well, thanks, Jared. You know, we broke down what the judges were looking for in the top 32. We're going to go through that briefly again so you guys know exactly what transpired inside the drivers' meeting. But first, if you take a look at your Jumbotron, we're going to break down the perfect lead run, and it's going to be shown by our #1 qualifier, Vaughn Gittin Jr. We'll do some analysis on that. Let's go to JR. JR here on the start line. As he comes off the start line, he takes a nice wide line. The judges are looking for the driver to get as close to those orange pylons as possible. Nice high line, and as you transition back around, you'll see right in front of JR right now red and black rumble strips. That is where they want the drivers to transition as they shoot towards the outside zone, which must be filled. You'll see that indicated by the VLED proximity sensors that go off. Now another wide turn into the first inside clipping point. You can see as he hits that right there just perfectly, and then again shooting out very wide line to another inside clipping point. The key there is going wide into that turn and then throttling through the finish line. Now it's important, as the lead driver will dictate what happens to the chase driver. The chase driver is supposed to follow and dictate everything that the lead driver does. One of the key things that came out of our drivers' meeting was that there are some key areas where passing may happen on this course, and I'll briefly go through those. The first one is the first outer zone. The second one is the transition to the second inside clipping point near the finish line. Now, what are the keys to a clean pass? Well, first of all, the lead car must be offline in those areas, and the chase car, being in proximity, he must be in proximity, may make a pass on a clean line. When the chase car overcomes the lead car, he now becomes a lead car and must adhere to the lead car criteria throughout the rest of the course. 1 to 2 tires off is a deduction, but it is not a 0. 3 to 4 tires off the course at any time is a 0 for whatever driver made that mistake, either the lead car or the chase car. So as you're following through with us in the competition, keep that in mind. I want to give you guys some analysis as we get into the rest of the top 16.
A beautiful backdrop for just an exciting day and evening. It's cooling down. Thankfully, the bugs are going to come out, but the bugs on track. So keeping it clean, we're going to have some fun here for top 16, round 3 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. At this time, I want to introduce our Drift Stream team. We're going to be still here live. Myself, Jared Dienda, Ryan Sage. We're going to be live in here in the flesh. But as we throw it to the Drift Stream, our live coverage on the internet, Ryan Cotto and Jacob Leviton. So Ryan Cotto knocked out, but Jacob Leviton doing a great job with Joey Redmond. Now Cotto, go and have some fun there on the streams.
Top 32, but I think if you're going to lose, it's good to lose to the guy who's number 1 in points. So glad you could join us up here. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, dude, thanks for having me. I'm stoked to be up here.
It should be a little bit interesting view. I know you've kind of come up to, you know, the spotters tower before for qualifying and tandem rounds, but now it's your opportunity to see what the judges see and help us inform the drift stream on what's going on.
Yeah,
so.
you know, down from the grid, we always form our own opinions of the judges' calls on the run, but it's going to be cool to see what the judges are actually seeing.
You know, the crowd here has been great. Definitely packed house. Anybody in the area of New Jersey, Seattle, Vegas, or Irwindale, make sure you buy your tickets ahead of time. It's pretty much been a packed house at every event we go to. We'll be in New Jersey in 3 weeks, Seattle in July, Vegas in August, and Irwindale in October. So pretty exciting. Glad to have everybody on the drift stream join from around the world. We're going to get underway here pretty shortly. We got Vaughn Gittin Jr. will be up against Mike Essa in our first tandem battle. JR, you know, out on a tear. He had a great tandem run in his first round against Matt Field, and, you know, he's really been looking to make an impression on his fellow Mustang buddy, JTP, who he could potentially face in the second round. Kato, you know, you've had some good runs. You lost to JTP in that first round, but definitely a good battle. You know, when you're going up against some of these top guys like JR and JTP and stuff like that, do you get intimidated by the big sponsors and their experience at all?
You know, the best way to approach a battle like that is to just put yourself in the mindset that it's just another driver and you have just as good of a chance to beat them as anybody else.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, another thing that I had mentioned earlier this week on the Formula D, we had a kind of a guest blog going on about how important Top 32 Tandem is to develop some of the younger drivers, because you get that experience against the top guys. You know, you've been one of those guys that's had a lot more experience because you've been able to make Top 32 Tandem. How important is that for you in gauging how you stand against the top guys?
Oh, Top 32 Tandem is really important. I mean, you have a chance to battle like maybe some of the slower drivers or some of the top guys, and it's your ticket into the show, so you really got to push it hard.
Definitely a good sign. I know you haven't heard it, but our commentary earlier, we've definitely been pumping you up because we feel like you're one of those guys that's going to be making an impact in a very short time. So glad to have you up here joining us. Beautiful sunset in Florida. So we'll be getting ready in just a second. Try to give you a heads up. I'll give you a walk down of kind of the play-by-play, then we'll use Ryan for some analysis after the run is over. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is going to be the first one to lead against Mike Essa. Vaughn Gittin Jr., our #1 qualifier, will be on the right side of your screen. Coming into this first corner, initiating pretty early. Great transition on that wide line. Essa shortcutting it, trying to catch up. Wow, on the door. Again, the judges wanted to see close proximity, so they're going to watch Essa, see how close he's getting to Essa, to Vaughn Gittin Jr. Andy Yen is clapping up here. Andy Yen's definitely enjoying this run. What did you see there, Ryan?
That was an awesome run. You know, Mike Essa obviously had a power disadvantage. He used line to his advantage, cut a little bit shallow on JR to get on his door, but after that he was able to stay right on him.
And again, that's something that the judges talked about in the drivers' meeting, was that they wanted to see that proximity. You'll see it here on the replay. After that initiation, you'll see Essa transition at the same time as JR and take that inside line to try and hug in close to him. Coming around that clip. Both drivers pretty close to the clip. Could be a little bit closer, but seeing Essa dive in again, that's exactly what the judges want to see. So these guys will head back to the start line. Switch. Essa will be leading. Now when you're driving in events like this with the big crowd, can you hear the crowd as you're driving, or is your big VK56 motor drawn them out at all?
You know, when we're going through the course, all I can hear is my engine and my brain going crazy, but I like coming through the course on the way back, revving my motor, trying to hype up the crowd, and you could definitely hear him cheering.
So we're going to see Essa on the right, leading. Try and give everybody on the live stream a heads up on the speeds as well. Again, the fastest speed we saw was the 86.1 from Daigo Saito in his run against Conrad. So last year, again, actually there was a Falcon tire sweep at Palm Beach. So Falcon definitely has been set up this year to repeat that feat, potentially. Here we go, Essa initiating 77 miles an hour. Longin Jr. chasing hard. Wow. Crazy ankle from Essa, but he can't hold on to it. Von Gittin Jr. is going to have the move into the top 8. Essa definitely gave it his all.
Essa knew he was going to throw it in hard, and he did that. And yeah, Von Gittin Jr.
Here we go, back on the replay. Ryan, how hard is it for you to lead against a big driver like this?
You know, it's really difficult. These really good drivers, they've got great cars, and they're really fast with the course. It looks like Essa, he knew he was going to have a hard time getting away, so he tried to throw a big backwards entry in front of JR and maybe try and phase him a little bit, but took himself out in the process.
It's definitely a risk you take when you know that you're going up against one of those big guys. Looking at the judges. Yep, it's going to be unanimous. Von Gittin Jr. moving on. Just to prep you guys, our next battle is going to be Walker Wilkerson versus JTP. This is actually a rematch from Atlanta in the top 4. JTP, who is undefeated in tandem so far this year, is definitely going to be looking to increase his win streak. Walker Wilkerson's another guy that's been coming up. Walker Wilkerson is the higher qualifying driver, so he'll be on the right side. Now, Ryan, both yourself and Walker came up through the Pro-Am ranks. Did you guys drive against each other before you got into Formula D at all?
Unfortunately not. I ran the Pro-Am series in Southern California while Walker was doing it up in Washington, so the first time we actually got to drive with each other was in Formula Drift.
Do you guys talk much in the pits with some of the other, amateur Pro-Am guys? Who do you get along with most in the driver circles?
There's definitely a little bit of camaraderie between the drivers like myself who have come up through a Pro-Am level, and we like to share information and try and chase down those bigger name drivers.
So we got Walker Wilkerson coming in on the right. V8 powered S13.4. Great initiation, 74.2 miles an hour on the entry. Taking out the cones, going wide. JTP hard on his door. So watch for that transition. JTP is going to dive in. Walker Wilkerson maintains drift the entire time, doesn't let JTP around him. That's a great chase from both guys. Now it's kind of interesting on this replay. What we'll see is, Walker Wilkerson took the wider line. Here we go. Walker Wilkerson took the wider line. JTP cheated a little bit to get on that inside line. Ryan, let me know what you see in this replay.
Well, you see Walker coming in huge angle. Looks like he chokes up a little bit coming towards this outer zone, and then Justin utilizing, in the drivers' meetings, the judges have been emphasizing that they really want to see us attack the lead driver's door. If we have to compromise our line, they'd rather see us drive a little bit shallow than hang back. It looks like JTP used that to his advantage there.
And again, some of that feedback that, the crowd may not be privy to, there's an ongoing discussion always between the drivers and the judges of what exactly they want to see. Again, this is a sold out house in Florida. The Florida drifting scene has definitely been growing. A lot of grassroots events coming on, the Pro-Am. Great to see in Top 32. Looks like we got someone picking up some bumpers on track. So it'll be a quick delay. JTP is going to be leading on the right again. Walker will be following. Again, want to make sure we thank our sponsors for the Drift Stream: Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, and Achilles Tire. Our associate sponsors for the Drift Stream include Universal Technical Institute, Advanced Clutch Technologies, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tire, Nexen Tire, sponsor of Ryan Cato, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Rays Wheels, X-Mini Speakers, and Juku Racing. Ryan, when you're sitting on the start line like this, waiting for them to send you, you get nervous sitting next to someone like Pollock?
Definitely feel the nerves building up, but we always try and control our nerves, relax, and just visualize the run and go do what we know we can do.
So here we go, moving on the start line. Justin Pollock's going to come in. That Ford Mustang coming in at 76.8 miles an hour. Walker Wilkerson's going to be looking to make up some ground, running a little bit shallower angle, not able to catch up to Justin Pollock. Pollock running through the course, just like a qualifying run. So it's tough, you know, knowing you have substantially less horsepower than a factory-powered car like Justin Pollock. Falcon Tire Mustangs are always going to be fast, whether it's JR's or Justin Pollock's. Watch these guys going around the clip, hitting those clipping points very strong. So the judge is going to decide, look this over. I don't know, Ryan, do you have a pick for who you think might be able to make it to the podium?
You know, my pick, based on Walker falling back a little bit in this outer zone, I'd say JTP would win that, and it looks like he did.
Yep, so it looks like Justin Pollock's going to move on. It will be a Mustang battle between JR and JTP in the top 8. JR is going to be looking to remind Justin Pollock who the higher sponsored Ford driver is. So our next battle is going to be Odi Bakchis, fellow Nexen Tire driver. Chelsea D'Onofrio is on Hankook tires.
And actually, when you were talking about Pro-Am earlier, I actually did run with Odi. We ran in the same series in Southern California, Just Drift, and we both got our Formula Drift licenses through that series.
And you've been running a V8 for a while now. Did you run that same car in Pro-Am?
In Pro-Am, I actually ran a 240 SX with an SR20. My rookie year in Formula D was my first time driving with a V8. It's a great motor, so I'm sticking with it for this year.
Odi the same way. He qualified for his FD license in an SR20 S13. So here we go. Odi's going to be leading on the initiation. We got 77.6 miles an hour on the entry speed. Odi taking the outside line. Chelsea ducking in inside to get on the door of Odi. Wow, what a chase. Giving just enough room for Odi to transition. Everybody up in the judges stand is clapping. This is a great run. Chelsea's been on a tear to show that he may be considered a rookie in Formula D competition, but he's no rookie to tandems. Ryan, why don't you give us a walkthrough of this replay?
That was a really exciting run. You see Odi coming in really aggressive with lots of angle. It looks like Chelsea has a little correction trying to get inside of Odi to close the gap. Looks like he manages to get up on Odi's door halfway through that sweeper, and then he's able to stick right on his door for the rest of the run.
Again, watching Chelsea give just enough room for Odi to transition. As soon as that transition is completed, Chelsea jumped right back on his door. I don't know that you could get a much better chase run than that. So these guys are going to go back to the start line, get back, switch positions. It'll be Chelsea leading, Odi giving chase. Again, that was 77 mile an hour entry. The most we saw was 86 from Daigo, but not many drivers actually hitting the 80s. We might see a high entry speed from Odi. He's been, or I'm sorry, from Chelsea, because Chelsea's been fast all weekend. Now, Ryan, through the weekend, we've been talking on the live stream about the grip levels and running, you know, a big wing, big arrow, versus running more mechanical grip. You run without a wing. Have you tried your car with a wing to see that if that is something you prefer, or is it just something that you don't want to kind of go down that road at all?
I ran a wing on my car for a couple rounds in Pro-Am, and I really didn't notice a difference. And for my personal taste, I prefer the factory styling of the car. I don't like the big GT wing, so that's just a personal preference of mine to run without it.
And definitely part of the fun in drifting is the style element. So looks are almost as important as the performance. Coming down here, Chelsea's going to initiate 74.3. He's actually slower than Odie on his initiation. Odie's diving in on the inside. Chelsea's walking away, hitting that rev limiter. Odie's not far behind. Here comes the transition. Wow, this is a great tandem battle. Lots of smoke pouring off those hand-cooked tires across the finish line from Chelsea to Nofa. Wow.
Odie had a hard time seeing Chelsea through that smoke, and he was just driving on memory at that point.
Wow, this is a great replay. This is an excellent tandem run from a rookie and a sophomore in the competition.
It looks like Odie might have missed a shift at the outer zone. He straightened out, had to get back into the drift, and the gap created looks like it was too big for him to recover from.
So Ryan, if you had to make a pick, who do you think is going to be moving on?
Yeah, I'm biased. My next entire teammate, Odie, I would love to see him move on, but based on from what I've just seen, I would have to give Chelsea the edge in this battle.
Yeah, we'll get some Chelsea chants from the crowd. Chelsea is a Florida driver. He lives in Orlando. He works for BC Suspension, BC Wheels.
Sounds like he's got the hometown crowd here.
Yeah, definitely. All three judges gave the decision to Chelsea. Very interesting. Chelsea moving into the top 8. Chelsea's had some very tough battles previously, running up against Osbo in top 32 in Long Beach, ran up against Daigo Saito in Atlanta, so finally he's getting some luck on his side with the ladder, and an excellent chase run from Chelsea, I think, kind of sealed the deal for him. Looking up ahead, D-Mac versus Daigo. Should be an excellent battle coming up. Ryan, what are your thoughts on considering Daigo as a rookie? You had you're one of the guys that came up to the Pro-Am ranks. When you're up against these international drivers, are you intimidated by them, or do you think that they're just as much of a rookie to the season as you are?
It's really not my call to classify a driver as a rookie or not. Obviously, Daigo has a lot of experience drifting. He's won a few D1 championships, Formula Drift Malaysia championships, but technically this is his first foray into Formula Drift America.
D-Mac, great entry speed. Daigo not giving him any room. Both these guys actually from the international ranks. D-Mac's the former Irish champion. Great run. I think one of the things that Daigo has played with on his chase runs is being able to be close to the car, but not have a lot of corrections. And I think when you watch this replay, you can really see that Daigo's very consistent. You don't see his car lurching forward like some of the practice runs we saw in practice. You'll see neither car had many brake lights to correct. Daigo knew exactly where D-Mac was going to be and followed very closely. Just enough transition. Back on the throttle. Wow. What a chase run from Daigo Saito. There's a reason he's sitting second in points, that's for sure. So Ryan, when you're practicing for top 32, do you try and line up against drivers that you haven't experienced before, or do you want to run up against the people that you kind of know how they run, so you don't want to risk your car much?
I definitely try and line up with a variety of drivers, different level, skill level or standings in the series, different horsepower levels, so I can really get a feel of what it's going to be like to chase my competitors through the course and where I can put my car.
So we're going to have these guys switch places. Again, Daigo will be on the right, D-Mac on the left. Daigo with the fastest entry speed we've seen in tandem, 86 miles an hour. We'll give you a reading once we get that reading after initiation. Should be interesting to see how fast they can go. Of course, D-Mac on the left side of the car is not used to that. He's been driving right-hand drive for several years. So here we come down the road. Former 2008 Rookie of the Year versus potential 2011 Rookie, 2012 Rookie of the Year. Woo! What is going on? 81 miles an hour on the entry. Daigo going. I'm not sure what happened. Lots of smoke, can't even see the finish line. We're going to have to look at the replay for this one.
That was really scary to watch from the judges' stand. As they're coming right beneath us, it looked like D-Mac was going to drive straight through Daigo. I don't know how he missed him, so let's check out this replay.
This is why we have the replay. Daigo has a wide line. D-Mac very shallow, not a lot of angle. He almost passes him, almost makes contact on that transition. Then he gets back on the throttle to attack Daigo's door.
It looks like he actually made contact with Daigo in that transition into the sweeper.
You know, with the greatness of Daigo's chase run, I think Darren definitely had a big wall to climb. We'll have to see what the judges decide. Unanimous decision. Daigo Saito will be moving on. So Daigo Saito will be up against Chelsea Denofa, which is a rematch of that Atlanta top 32 matchup in the next round.
That's definitely going to be a smoky battle.
Yes, both those drivers just have tons of smoke. Coming up next, we're going to have Ken Gushi, who upset Miro Ovcharek in the first round, going up against Kenny Moen. Again, Kenny Moen, another one of those international drivers who's made the transition to Formula D.
And I actually had the chance to tandem with Ken Gushi in top 32 here last year. He's a really consistent driver, really smooth, no funny business during his tandem run, so we're probably going to see a really close, clean run with these guys.
You know, Ken Gushi's also driving that FRS. Have you had a chance to drive an FRS, or have you looked at them much? What are your thoughts on that car?
I haven't had much experience with them at all, and I've never been behind the wheel, but I did have Ken Gushi knocking at my front door in practice last night. It was pretty cool.
Of course, Kenny Moen also has that championship chassis of Tanner Faust, also a 350Z. Ryan, you have the VK56 V8 motor. You know, Moen who's on the right as you look at them on the start line. He's got the V6 power. What was the reasoning behind going the V8 route?
It was actually a coincidence that we ran with the V8. We picked up the car as a bare chassis so we could build it from the ground up, and the guy we bought it from had a V8 laying around, and we took it off his hands.
Again, Kenny Moen, powered by the Garrett Turbo, looking to go V8 hunting. On initiation, 73 miles an hour. Wow. Moen's got a super wide angle. Gushi cuts in very tight on his door. Coming around the clipping point, a little off the clipping zone. Gushi gives him just enough room for transition on that outer line. Wow, great chase run from Gushi.
And like I was saying, he was knocking on my front door in practice last night, and looks like Kenny Moen just got to see what that feels like.
Always intimidating when you get a car like that on your door. Here we go with the replay. One of the rare four-cylinder cars in the series with Ken Gushi going up against a turbo V6. It's not very often that we have a matchup like this without a V8 motor. Gushi getting hard on the door of Moen. Moen's used to close competitive tandem rounds like this. He's got a lot of experience in tandem, especially over in Europe. I know a lot of the Norwegians are staying up late to watch this. We thank all you guys in the Drift Stream for tuning in around the world. I know we got people from Ireland, from Norway, from the US, a couple Canadians. We even get people staying up late / waking up early in Australia and New Zealand. It's already Sunday in Australia and New Zealand. In the Far East, like Japan, Singapore, FD Asia. So these guys are going to switch positions. Gushi will be leading. Kenny Moen will be on the left, giving chase. So Ryan, I want to thank you again for coming out up here. You know, our next stop on the schedule is New Jersey. How do you like that track? It's a little bit tricky with all the bumps and the steep angle. Do you like driving on banked tracks like that, or do you prefer the flat ones like the Palm Beach setup we have here?
You know, I used to race a lot of motocross when I was younger, and driving on the Wall Speedway in New Jersey really reminds me of going through the whoop section in that infield. The car's just bouncing around and staying full throttle. I actually enjoy that track a lot.
Ken Gush is going to be initiating first down here on his lead run. Here we go, 73.3 miles an hour on initiation. Kenny Moen running that shallow line to catch up to Gush, returning the favor that Gush gave to him. Little bit further behind than what Gucci gave him, maybe a little bit cleaner line. Moen staying close. Around the last clip, finishing out the run. Ooh, tough to call.
It looked
Ryan,
like,
what do you think?
Looked like Kenny Moen had a little bit of a correction in the sweeper here. Saw some pretty intense understeer. That might be too much of a gap to overcome there.
Interesting to see what happens. Both drivers hard on the brakes. Catching up. There's the washout, who loses a little bit of angle. That's what you're talking about, Ryan. Pretty conservative run from both drivers. Not too aggressive compared to some of the other tandems that we've seen, but both drivers definitely giving it all. Interesting to see how the judges run that. So all three judges are going to be looking at this to see which car they're voting for. Looking over their very interesting decisions. One more time from Andy Yen. Unanimous decision one more time. Again, I think the situation was both drivers had pretty similar runs, both on their lead and their chase. Nothing really stood out, so we're going one more time. Before we go one more time, we're actually going to move on to Yoshioka versus Forsberg. These drivers have actually met twice before already this season. If you guys are keeping track at home, we've only had 2 events, and they've met in 2 events. And both times, Yoshioka has beat Forsberg. So I know Forsberg's definitely going to be looking for some retribution, hoping the 3rd time's a charm.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. During the Formula Drift season, oftentimes you'll have matchups that occur more often than others, and I don't know why, but it seems like Forsberg and Yoshioka are facing each other a lot this year.
That's kind of the roll of the dice. Ryan, is there a driver that you have faced more than others in your tandem experience with Formula D?
My rookie year last year, it seemed like I faced Yoshioka quite a bit. I didn't have very many chances to battle him because of mechanical failures, but again, that's just that thing where you happen to get matched up with one driver more than others.
So because Forsberg is the higher qualified driver, Forsberg's going to be leading. Yoshioka qualified 26. He upset Tony D earlier. 76.3 miles an hour on the initiation. Forsberg running that outside line. Yoshioka catching up. Forsberg tags the outside clipping point, dragging his bumper. Yoshioka's right behind him. Not giving him much room. Forsberg's car is definitely louder than Yoshioka's, but I'm not sure that Yoshioka didn't make many big mistakes that I noticed. I think Forsberg taking out that outside clipping point, might have been the lone mistake on it. Kato, what are you noticing from a run like this?
It looks like Forsberg just came in a little too hot trying to get away from Yoshioka. And actually, in top 32, Tony Bracco Hiapo lost his front bumper in front of Yoshioka as well. So maybe Yoshioka has an intimidating factor.
Right before we came up here for the top 16, I happened to be walking by Chris Forsberg's pits, and his wife was mentioning that she thinks Yoshioka has voodoo dolls that he plays with in between rounds, because something crazy always seems to happen against Yoshioka. Yoshioka is one of the few drivers who's actually won a Formula D event. He won the Las Vegas round a couple years ago in his Corolla. The last
nitrous-powered 4AG.
Yep, the last driver to win an event in a Corolla. Actually, I think the only driver to win an event in a Corolla in Formula D competition. Now he's got the VQ-powered S15. And of course, Chris Forsberg is kind of known for the VK-powered Z chassis that Ryan, you're running very similar to. You also share a sponsor with Chris Forsberg, correct, with the NOS Energy Drink?
Right, with the NOS Energy Drink and also actually advanced clutch technology.
Awesome. So be sure to tell your friends, formulad.com/live, watching the drift stream. Doing something different with Jacob Leviton here announcing, with Ryan Cato joining us. Ryan got knocked out in the round of 32 against Justin Pollock, a very formidable opponent. so he's up here joining us for a little bit of insight what the drivers are noting. Coming down the pipe, Toshiki Yoshioka is going to be initiating. 75 miles an hour on entry. Forsberg right on his door. Is going to be narrowly reeling him in, staying tight all the way around that clipping point. Perfect. Leaving just enough room to transition. All the judges are on their feet, clapping and stomping. What a great run from Forsberg. Going to the replay.
That's a common sight for me, is a Nissan Z without a rear bumper.
This is a great run. You know, Forsberg has just enough brake to make sure that he's on the door of Yoshioka. Again, that's what the judges wanted to see. They said that if you needed to run a shallower line to keep up with your lead driver, they preferred that, but it looks like Forsberg ran that outside line the entire time, which is very tricky to do.
Right, looks like Forsberg was using a little bit of left foot braking, which is a rally technique. Odie likes to use that as well, and it actually helps you keep your line wide while accelerating.
All three judges went for Chris Forsberg. Forsberg will be moving on. The third time was a charm for Chris Forsberg. He's finally able to beat his nemesis in Yoshioka this year. You know, again, this is a new chassis for Forsberg this year. It looks similar to the 370Z they ran last year, but this one has a very different setup. You know, tube chassis front and rear past the suspension points, which is legal per the Formula D rules. Now, Ryan, your car is a little bit more on the stock side. You don't have that tubular front end and rear end, correct?
Right, we basically have the stock framework with our car. It makes it a little bit more simple for us.
Some people go for that weight reduction, others go for the simple factor. So it's definitely finding a balance that works for you. We're going to be going back to Ken Gucci versus Kenny Moen. I think Ken or Kenny's going to move on, one of those. Again, full house again. For those people who are thinking we're in a recession, Formula D's not experiencing it. This is the second consecutive year of event-on-event growth across the board. Again, Kenny Moen, one of the Turbo by Garrett drivers, going to be leading first as the higher qualifying driver. You see him coming down, see what they initiate at. 74 miles an hour for Kenny Moen. Oh, Gucci hard on his door. Is there contact? There's definitely contact there. Staying hard on Moen. Looks like there may be some damage, not able to complete the run. We're going to have to look at that replay again.
Looks like Ken Gucci came in super aggressive on Kenny Moen, and maybe Kenny Moen might have had a mechanical failure. You see him slowly pulling off the track over there, but that might have caused Ken Gucci to come into the back of him and make contact.
Now the entry speeds were very similar to what we saw before, so it's not like Kenny Moen's going any slower here, but Ken Gucci has been faster, it seems, overall. Watching on this initiation, let's watch and see what we can figure out what's going on. Looks like very shallow angle from Gucci. And on that tandem, it looks like Kenny Moen was a little bit slower to rotate than maybe what Ken Gucci expected. So Ken went offline to try and avoid the contact. I know they made contact after Gucci took out a couple of clipping points right here. You can see that rear bumper on Kenny Moen moving.
Yeah,
and
it looks like actually Kenny Moen might have been
leaving
trying
both
to
bumpers on the
accelerate.
track.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to accelerate away from Ken, but Ken maybe digging his car into the rear tire of Kenny Moen, not letting him get away.
So the judges are trying to discuss what happened and whose fault it might be. We will have one more matchup where Gucci will have an opportunity to lead, so interesting to see what happens.
Hey, just a reminder, please stay off the fence and don't throw anything on track. This is safety happening hazard. If we do find you, we will remove you. Not be allowed to enter. Please ask respect for the fans, drivers, and the fellow fans.
So they're going to be getting back to the start line.
And do not touch any of the gloves or any speakers.
Another look at the replay up here. Both drivers hard on the brakes. Gucci was definitely hard on the brakes longer. Again, it's kind of tricky to figure out whose fault it might be, especially from watching up here on the judges' tower. Both drivers will probably check over their cars with their crew, make sure everything's in one piece. I think Gucci is probably going to be considered at fault since he's the chase driver. It's up to the chase driver to dictate exactly where you are.
Is that a good music volume level? Is that a little lower for you?
So we're going to be going back to the start line with Ken Gucci leading this round. Again, they've been both entering right around 73, 74 miles an hour, so we'll see where the entry speed is here. Again, 73.8 miles an hour from Gucci, right on par with what we were expecting. Kenny Mo's going to be looking to close that gap, getting in tight with Gucci. Slowly reeling him in. Not quite on the door like the judges expect, but not too bad of a run either. Finishing with some Hankook and Falcon tire smoke across the finish line. We'll be going back to a replay. It'll be interesting to see who's at fault for that first race, first tandem. Ryan, how hard is it to adjust the speed of the car, you know, mid-drift, right after this transition like we're seeing in front of the judges?
There's a few techniques we use when we're driving if we need to choke up or slow down to not run into the lead car. Again, you saw Chris Forsberg using that left foot braking to slow his car down but stay on line. You can also use your hand brake and also just lifting off the throttle since the car is sideways, it slows down fairly quickly.
As we're seeing now here, Kenny Moen is given the win at the finish line. Again, Gucci getting a little bit too aggressive, and it's considered at fault for colliding with the lead car. So we've got two more battles still to go in the top 16. Coming up next is going to be Robbie Nishida and Dai Yoshihara. Again, Robbie Nishida, his first top 16 tandem battle of the season, as his car got finished late. Dai Yoshihara, the defending Formula D champion. So both these guys definitely worthy opponents that have battled before. Now, one thing that we might want to note with these guys is, you know, Robbie Nishida is driving a right-hand drive car.
I got 47.
Dai Yoshihara is driving a left-hand drive car. Is it intimidating if you're on the left side to see someone right next to you, closer than what you'd expect with a left-hand drive car in tandem?
It's a little bit awkward to see something like that you're not used to, but when it comes down to it, your mind's in the game and you just go for it.
77.9 miles an hour on that initiation from Dai Yoshihara, which is one of the faster entries we've seen. Nishida giving him some room to transition, but staying hard on it. Pretty good run overall. Could be a little bit closer from Nishida, but no major mistakes that I saw. Again, 77.8 miles an hour on that entry speed. See Nishida hard on the brakes to make sure he gives enough space to Dai. And again, Nishida's still getting used to this car. A new build for 2012 with his Achilles tire team. He's on that same team with rookie Daigo Saito. So we'll see these drivers switch places, and we'll see Robbie Nishida leading this second run. Just waiting for the start signal from our starter. Robbie Nishida just competed 2 weeks ago at Formula D Asia. Dai Yoshihara was there as a guest judge. So he's been watching closely, I'm sure. We'll see what kind of notes Dai and his discount tire team have against someone like Robbie Nishida. Definitely a hair battle. I don't know who has better hair. Dai's always up there in contention. Robbie Nishida initiating 75.9 miles an hour. Oh, 77 from Dai. Dai's closing in hard. Tight on his door. Lots of angle. Wow, this is why Dai Yoshihara was champion last year. He definitely wants to avenge his finish in the top 32 last year at Palm Beach. Closing in, staying close to Robbie through the entirety of the course. Pretty good run. Ryan, I'm thinking that Dye might have given a little bit better chase run than Robbie did.
Yeah, it looks like Dye ran a little bit cleaner. You also saw him using that left foot braking coming into the first turn. He obviously knows his car's a little bit faster, and so he just played it nice and clean and edged up onto that door of Robbie Nishida. It looked really good.
So we're going to be looking at the judges. Take a look one more time at the replay. Robbie Nishida leading. Ryan Cotto getting some text messages from his fans who are watching him on the live stream. Again, Dye is aggressive on this transition, trying to get close to Robbie Nishida. Judge's decision is in. Unanimously for the defending champion, Dai Yoshihara. So we are coming up to our final run of top 16, which will be Reese Millen against Ryan Turk. All right, you battled Reese in the top 16 in Atlanta. Any notes that you would have passed on to Ryan Turk if you had the chance to talk to him right now?
You know, Reese Millen runs really clean. He's also really fast. I mean, aside from drifting, he also does rallycross, and he's set a couple Pikes Peak records. So the only advice I can give to Ryan Turk is stay as close as you can and good luck.
You know, you mentioned rallycross. The first round of the Global Rallycross Series was just a couple weeks ago. Did you get a chance to watch it on TV at all?
I did not. We were traveling out here to drive this event.
I guess that's probably more important than watching rallycross. So here we come with Reese Millen, followed by Ryan Turk. Wow, 80.8 miles an hour from Reese, the fastest we've seen in top 16. Turk hard on his door. Lots of smoke coming off Reese's Hankook tires, but Turk isn't moving anywhere. Diving in, trying to stay close to Reese. Good run overall from Reese Millen. Ryan Turk isn't far behind. We're going to watch the replay right now. Now, Ryan, one thing that, you know, some of us have noticed is that Turk seems a lot more comfortable in that S13 chassis than the Camaro he ran last year. You know, between the Z and the S13, if you could put that motor into an S13, do you feel like you prefer the chassis of the S13 more, or is the Z something that just has better, a good evolution on the Nissan chassis?
The Z is definitely the next step forward from the 240SX chassis, and I've gotten really comfortable with it. But a lot of these drivers like Ryan Turk and actually Dai Yoshihara, they came from a more foreign platform back to the S13 and started seeing improvement in results, and that could just be because it started in the S13, that's where they're comfortable, and that's where they can push it the hardest.
Yeah, and Ryan Turk's sitting in 6th overall right now. Reese Millen's ahead of him in 4th, so this definitely has a lot of championship point implications. Finishing in the top 16 gives you 54 points. Finishing in the top 8 guarantees you, I believe, 63 points. 62, 63 points. So although it's only 10 points, those points matter because last year our champion was Dai Yoshihara was crowned by very few points. I believe it was less than 10. Yep. 5.5 points is what Dai won by. So those 10 points, every single tandem battle that you win is very important. Ryan's going to be leading here again. We had the fastest entry that last round with Reese leading. Ryan's entry is 79.7, almost the exact same entry speed as last round. Reese is hard on his door as well, staying tight around that clipping point. Switching through that transition. Looks like Millen slowed a little bit, but stayed hard on Turk. Wow. This is one of those moments where I'm glad I'm not a judge. Ryan, did you see anything that kind of stood out?
That was a really clean run from both drivers. Reese was just all over Ryan Turk, so this might come down to the first run, who made the bigger mistakes. It looks like Reese ran a little bit wide, but he was able to bring it back in behind Turk and didn't sacrifice his run too badly.
Again, the judges mentioned the word proximity a lot in the drivers' meetings for Tandem. Now they're trying to see, the judges are asking if we can go back to a previous run. I think, you know, they noticed the exact same thing you did. It might come down to a couple of very tiny mistakes, so they want to see if they can look at that first lead run again to have it for comparisons.
Right, I've actually had the chance to judge a couple of Pro-Am series. After graduating through the Pro-Am, I was invited back to judge, and this is one of those runs where it's a really tough decision. You really got to think about it.
Again, this is back when Reese was leading that first run. Hard to say. Again, I don't really see anything that stands out. Ryan ran a little bit shallower line there through that big sweeper, but that's allowed per what the judges have asked. These judges are kind of trying to figure out what's going on. Thinking, Jeopardy music. Crowd definitely likes it. Again, last battle of top 16. Then we'll be moving into top 8. Very interesting to see how all this plays out.
You know, I'm just going to go off a hunch here, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that the crowd and the Driftstream fans probably want to see it one more time.
You know, I wouldn't be mad at that, that's for sure. Very tough to make a decision on a run like this. Again, packed house here in Florida. Thank you very much for coming out to everybody at all the events we've had so far. Formula D Long Beach was sold out before the doors opened. Formula D Atlanta was very full. Judges are coming in with their decisions. Eggert says one more time. Ryan Latane says and Ryan Turk. Andy Yen voted for Ryan Turk. Turk gets the win. It'd be interesting to see what they saw. Again, Turk moving into the top 8. So all 4 Drift Alliance members made it into the top 8. Actually, our first run of top 8 is going to be a Drift Alliance matchup between JR and JTP. Our second matchup will be Chelsea Denofa versus Daigo Saito. Again, a rematch from Atlanta's top 32 round. Our third matchup will be Kenny Moen versus Chris Forsberg, a battle of Z's. Our final top 8 matchup is going to be Dai Yoshihara versus Ryan Turk. Some very tough battles all across. I think the ladder's very balanced. Ryan, if you had to pick a winner right now looking at these battles, who do you think is going to win on top of the podium at the end of the event?
You know, after losing to JTP, it'd be nice to see him go all the way to the top, make a three-peat for 3 in a row.
Never been done in Formula D competition. Actually, I take that back. The first year, Sam Hubinet won the first 3 events Formula D ever did. So, it'd be a very tough fate for JTP to
yeah, it's a little bit easier to deal with a loss when the guy that you loses to wins the whole thing.
Definitely. So we got JR is going to be talking a little bit with Steph Papadakis.
Telling him.
Sure. So the spotters, there's a lot of different ways that people spot up here. You know, some is emotional support, like, bro, that was a sick run. You know, you hear that up here sometimes, but we tend to be a lot more technical. You know, we went through 2 championships with Tanner Faust, the runner-up, and Frederick's definitely come a long way over the years. And what I try to do is, I'm not going to show anybody how to drive. That's the driver's job. But he has a perspective from inside the car. And he might feel that he's on the right line, but he's not being judged from inside the car. He's being judged from the judges who are in the judging tower. So we are now his eyes and ears for the judges, and we have to articulate to the driver, you need to move on to this different line or transition a little bit differently and help them get the perfect run to ultimately get a better judge score to ultimately win a round.
And we're talking to Stefan Papadakis, team owner, Papadakis Racing, the team Need for Speed, Motegi Racing on Hankook Tire, Scion TC, just to elaborate a little bit more. And again, this being brought to you by Motegi Racing. Now, Frederick Osbo, he's progressed over the years, obviously Rookie of the Year, the Scion TC. He's used to the Supra, 4-cylinder turbo. What kind of changes are you making to his car to help him, you know, gain success?
These tracks, especially like the track today, is a lot about speed. If you can't keep up leading into the first turn, you're going to have a gap, and you're not tandeming the guy in front of you. So over the years, the drift has really progressed to, you got to make sure you're catching up and sticking with the guy in a tandem run. So we work a lot on getting the car quick and making sure that Frederick can be comfortable in the car, staying close in tandem, and then when he's leading, he can just go from wall to wall and connect the whole track with tons of angle and tons of speed.
Well, he's always an exciting driver. I love Osbo. I love you guys. You guys have a great team. And like you said, you know, between Aldo, Hillier, yourself, you guys always have a good time. You always have a smile on your face. And I love talking to you because you articulate so well. And you have a long storied history with Tuner and Motorsports. And you have some great sponsors. So congratulations to you. Anything you want to add?
No, we've done a lot of different motorsports over the years. And the drift events is just such a good show. And love to be here. We unfortunately went out in the top 32, but I'm watching all the rounds.
It's some great battle, and it's going to be continuing here at Palm Beach International Raceway for the third round of the Formula+ Pro Championship. Don't go anywhere. Stefan Papadakis, again, inside the spotter stand. This being brought to you by Motegi Racing and the Motegi Racing Track Light Wheels.
Heading back on track again for the top 8. Jacob Leviton here with Ryan Cotto. Man, looking at these ladders, I think it's hard to imagine that every year the skill level escalates with Formula D, but you know, a couple of the two rookies already in top 8 right now. Daigo Saito, Chelsea Denofa. I know Chelsea definitely wants to give Daigo everything. They actually have a pretty storied history because they drove a lot when D1 was here in the US for a couple of rounds. Our Elite 8 brought to you by Discount Tire. Again, Discount Tire's driver, Dai Yoshihara, is still in the matchup. We're going to be going hot in just a second for this Mustang battle. Von Gittin Jr. versus JTP. Von Gittin Jr. is going to be entering. Wow, what an entry from Von Gittin Jr. JTP is going to be hard on his door. These guys are very familiar with each other. They do a lot of tandeming and practice together. Von Gittin Jr. having a great run. Justin Pollock not giving an inch. Oh! Justin Pollock losing drift. Wow, that was unexpected. Showing that he is human. Justin Pollock lost drift around that last run. We're going to see it here again on the replay. Wow, what a wide entry from JR.
JR showed a lot of commitment on that wide entry. You really have to come in fast and enter late to make that wide line. But JTP did a pretty good job sticking right with him. Hopefully he didn't have a mechanical failure in that last turn, maybe just a missed shift, and he can get into his lead run.
You know, Ryan, you might have cursed it by picking JTP to go all the way. Again, Mrs. Pollock is at home expecting a young one any moment now. Actually, when I talked to Justin in the offseason, he was saying he might have to miss this event if he wasn't in championship contention because he was expecting his first child. But when you're leading the points, you don't have an option of staying home.
Yeah, after 2 wins in a row, you know, he's out here for the
Definitely
championship.
want to maintain it. Again, Justin Pollock won this event last year. He was here with his wife, celebrated with her in the winner's circle. But this year might be a little bit different. Anything can and will happen. JR still has to complete this run cleanly. If we see a spin or any sort of major mistake, we could definitely still go one more time. Justin Pollock entering 76.1 miles an hour. JR catching up, taking that shallow line, might have made a mistake on that entry. Door to door, it doesn't get closer than that. Giving room for the transition. Wow, we're gonna have to see that replay again. There's definitely a mistake on the initiation.
You know, I thought that Von Gittin Jr., knowing he has a clear advantage going into his chase run, would have played it a little safer, but he didn't leave anything behind going into that first turn right on JTP's door.
Anything can happen. You know, Von Gittin Jr. tried to mask it well, tried to disguise it as part of his transition. Definitely shallower than on angle than Pollock was in his transition in that same location, but I don't know. It's not as clear-cut as I thought it might be. Both runs count equally. The crowd is chanting one more time. Wow. This is a great tandem battle. You can see him here. Jared says he can't hear him. The judges agree we're going one more time. All three judges voted the same way for one more time.
That's an interesting call. Obviously, they saw something in Von Gittin Jr.'s chase run that, you know, was a big enough mistake to be on par with a complete loss of drift from JTP. So we'll see how they do on their second chance.
Just goes to show you that nothing is confirmed until both battles are done. I think we're going to move on quickly before those two drivers go to their one more time battle. It would be Chelsea Denofa versus Daigo Saito. Chelsea Denofa qualified 20th. Daigo Saito qualified 12th. Daigo should be on the right.
All right, here we go.
So here we go, Daigo Saito, battle of the big wings. Daigo initiating 82.1 miles an hour. Wow, Chelsea coming in hot, makes contact, sparks fly. Wow. Again, we've had contact before. The onus is on the chase driver to maintain distance and allow the lead driver to transition and drift.
That's right, the lead car has the right of way in the tandem battles, and it looks like Chelsea Denofa just came in with full commitment. He didn't want to give Daigo an inch to get away, and it looks like he came in a little too tight.
Chelsea Denofa definitely giving it his all, wanting to show that he's the true Rookie of the Year this season. Right now, he is second in points on the Rookie of the Year standings.
And the crowd chanting Chelsea again. I think they like that.
The crowd is definitely cheering them on. Watching on the replay, Daigo initiates. Chelsea's coming in hot. Lots of angle from Daigo. On this transition, Chelsea takes the inner line. Barely enough room. Daigo hard on the brakes. Looks like Chelsea dumps more angle to try and avoid the collision, but it was too little too late.
You know, I could see how it would look like Daigo might have brake checked Chelsea coming into that turn, but you do have to slow down to make that turn. If you come in a little too hot and there's a car in the way, you might just go through him.
Now that zone is an area where all the drivers are slowing down as part of their transition to make it around. So although both drivers were on the brake lights, that is something we're seeing on a regular basis. So it's not entirely clear how this is going to be managed. You can see that broken wheel.
And there's no tire left there either. That was a hard contact.
Trying to figure out the best way to get this car off track. Luckily, it looks like the driver is okay. Always good to see that whenever there's a collision. These cars are built with safety in mind, with roll cages that extend into the door areas. We're going to be rolling a tow truck out. Now seems like a great time to thank our sponsors: Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, and Achilles Tire. We're going to roll right into a commercial. We'll be back shortly.
So my name is Brian Abel. I'm a technical sergeant in the Air Force, born and raised in South Texas.
I am Staff Sergeant Natasha Burrows, and originally I'm from Vacaville, California.
My name is Staff Sergeant Stephen Douck, and I'm originally from Palm Bay, Florida, and Melbourne Beach, Florida.
My name is Simi Corals. I'm a senior airman stationed at Luke Air Force Base. I grew up in the military, so I've been moved around a lot.
I've never drifted before. I've driven autocross and some other small circuit racing, but nothing like this.
Do I think I'm the underdog? They think just because I'm a girl that I don't know anything.
My chances are very good. I don't think the other guys have a chance.
I usually pick up things really fast, so hopefully this isn't anything different.
I think breaking it loose is going to be fairly easy, but controlling it, I think, is going to be the hard part.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Burrows.
Tony Angelo.
Nice to meet you, Sergeant Burrows.
So you guys excited? What'd you think of that?
That was awesome. That was so cool.
So you guys are here today. The Air Force and Formula+drift came together for this Drift into the Blue series, where we are going to put you guys into these cars, and in one day we're going to teach you how to drift, and then on the second day, put you in a competition against each other to see who's learned the most and who has the most car control.
Sweet.
And it's high stakes because both the teacher and the student of the winning team gets a ride in an F-16.
Yeah.
So we're going to be deeply invested into this competition, and we are super pumped for the opportunity. All right, so let's go and find out what these teams are. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's drift into the blue.
My name is Ryan Turk. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire, and I've been drifting for about 10 years now.
Go. All right, man, you ready to kill this or what?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it, man.
My name is Odimus Bakshis. I also go by Odie. I've been drifting for about 3 years.
Abel. Yes. You ready, man?
Yes, sir, you know it. I'm Jun Main from Seoul, South Korea. I've been drifting for 10 years.
All right, Sergeant Burrows.
All right.
Let's have fun.
Yes,
Woo.
definitely.
My name's Tony Angelo. I'm from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and I've been drifting on and off for about 10 or 11 years. Quarrel.
Save the best for last.
Ready to have some fun?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. Let's try doing it in first gear.
Try to do it in first?
Yeah, just right next to the cone, okay? That's all right.
So we're back on the drift stream. Jacob Leviton here with Ryan Cotto, giving you some insight to what's going on. We are actually, so Chelsea Denofa got towed off. Daigo Saito was able to drive off. We're going back to JR versus JTP. JR is going to be leading as the #1 qualifier. 79.4 miles an hour on the entry. JTP hard on his door. He's going to be careful not to make the same mistake. Staying tight, giving just enough room for transitions. Look for him to stay cut inside, but keep drift all the way around. Wow! Runs over that clipping point. Andy Inn is jumping up and down. Wow, that was a great run. That is the run that JTP wanted to put down the first time for sure.
Right, JTP was really aggressive. You can see Vaughn Gittin Jr., when we see on the replay, throwing huge angle into the first turn. JTP right there with him. And then in the final clipping point, actually making contact front tire to front tire. So he was perfectly mirroring JR's line.
Andy Yent's reaching out to make sure the judges know that they appreciate that battle. It was a great run. coming up on a replay right now. You can still see the Falcon tire smoke lingering in the lights. Coming in again, 79 miles an hour on this entry. Great angle coming through this sweeper, side by side. This is pretty much exactly what the judges have asked for in the driver's meeting. You'll see him slide in, realize it's not quite enough room for a pass, so he'll stay on his door, run over that clipping point, which the judges have said you're allowed to take out cones as the chase driver to maintain that proximity. So although that might look like a major deduction to the drift stream, that's something the judges have said that is okay for that close competition.
Me personally, I wouldn't have dove in that close on that final turn. I mean, JR was taking a perfect qualifying line, nice and wide, late apexing that turn. Justin could have maintained proximity and stayed off those cones, but he chose to be really aggressive, and so we'll see what the judges say about that.
Very interesting. I know Andy Yen was jumping up and down on his seat. We're going to see Justin Pollock leading again. JR initiated 79 miles an hour. Let's see what Justin Pollock hits. 77.4, a little bit slower. Wow, JR hard on his door. Did they make contact? JR spins out. Justin Pollock finishes out his run. Oh, heartbreak. Justin Pollock finishes his run. Lots of Falcon tire smoke. JR's parked on track. Hopefully he'll be able to, I hear the car running. Hopefully he'll be able to make it off. Nope, he's getting out. We're gonna watch this replay, find out exactly what happened. JR saluting the crowd. You can see here on initiation, Justin Pollock. Ooh, JR's coming too fast again. Justin initiated 2 miles an hour slower than what JR did. JR thought they would be at the same speed and was not able to maintain drift. Looked like there was some light contact there.
Yeah, JR applying a lot of pressure in that first turn. Justin Pollock obviously not phased at all, running a perfect qualifying line, and it looks like it was a little bit too much for JR to maintain. He just lost it there. He's doing some crowd pleasing now.
JR's out of his car, saluting the crowd, letting them know he appreciates them. JTP's waiting at the finish line for the call. I think we know which way that one's going to go. Looks like judges have made official. JTP did get the win. Justin Pollock continues his win streak. JR giving a quick salute to the crowd, waiting for the tow truck to come back. I know the tow truck was tied up with Chelsea Denofa. I can actually, looking back at the grid, I see the tow truck rounding the start line now to come pick up JR. Again, want to thank our sponsors on the Drift Stream. Thank everybody tuning in around the world. Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, Achilles Tire. Also, special thanks to our associate sponsors, Universal Technical Institute, ACT Clutches, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tire, Nexon Tire, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Rays Wheels, X-Mini Speakers, and Ajuka Racing. Go back to that replay just to see exactly what happened while we tow JR off. Yeah, it looks like, I'm not sure if they made contact or not, but nevertheless, JR is unable to continue. Justin Pollock's going to move on.
It actually looked like JR made pretty serious contact with JTP there. You can see as he goes to make the transition, the wheel is just flopping around in the wheel well. Obviously broken control arm, no control over the driver's side front wheel there.
So while we get this car all set up with the tow truck, we will probably be going back to Chelsea versus Daigo. Ryan, you're actually going to be watching yourself on the big screen because we have an interview that you did with J-Rod yesterday, going over everything.
That was an interesting interview. I was taking a nice little nap in the truck.
How we doing, Drift fans? Little break in the action and getting to speak to some of these drivers in front of the car and talking to the man, Ryan the Kid Cotto. Ryan the Kid Cotto here in the RKR Forged Racing and ACT is on your vehicle, ACT Advanced Clutch Technology. You've been running ACT since day one, right? And this is your sophomore season.
Absolutely. When we first put the car together, we contacted ACT. We let them know we were running a kind of awkward setup with the VK56 from the Titan and a 370Z transmission, and they were able to help us out with a clutch package. And we actually used one clutch all year last year, so really reliable and obviously good performance.
Yeah, so a testament to the product, obviously lasting whole season. Talking about your season last year, your debut, you know, you had some tough competition as far as Rookie of the Year, and that's always a coveted title. Walker Wilkerson, then Odi Bakhshis gets the overall, but you had a tough season. But by comparison, this year you're killing it. I mean, you came out swinging in Long Beach. What do you attribute that to? All this, you know, obviously the clutch, but what else? What changes have you made from your car last year to this year?
Actually, in the off-season, we took the car completely down to the frame, stripped everything off the car, and we went through with a fine-tooth comb, trying to find anything that could possibly break and improving on everything that broke last year. So we really put a reliable package together this year.
That's awesome. Well, I know you're exhausted, dude, waking up really early this morning, doing some local TV action here in Palm Beach and Florida. But, you know, what do you make of this track? What are we looking for you out on track? I mean, do you have high expectations? I mean, you got a great team behind you.
This was actually our highest finishing track last year. We made top 16. It was my first top 16. So we're kind of dubbing this our good luck track. We'll see what happens this weekend, though.
Cool. Well, there you have it. Ryan Cotto Racing, ACT, giving him that clutch performance he needs, lasting a whole year. We'll see how far it takes him this year. Well, here you are with Toshiki Yoshioka, who, you know, we don't get an opportunity to talk too much, but you've been living in the States for how long now?
I think I've been living here at the States about 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you live right in Southern California, Orange County area, right? And right now we're talking with Yoshioka about Enkei wheels. You know, obviously many different wheel options out there, and your wheel of choice, Team RSR, is Enkei. Why do you like the Enkei wheels so much?
It looks good, yeah. And this wheel is very light.
Yeah. And you had another reason too, because
another reason is this model we are using the RP F1 wheels. Yep. It's same as a McLaren F1 team's model.
These aren't F1 wheels, but you just like that.
Yeah, F1 wheels.
Yeah. And so the RSR S15, you know, you're running a pretty unique setup by comparison to some of the other cars. It's not SR, it's not V8. What are you running under the hood?
VQ motors with the twin turbos.
Yeah. And why that setup? Is it weight? I mean, it's actually a pretty heavy engine. Why twin turbo VQ?
Because most of people going to the V8, so they are trying to avoiding the V8 motors. So and then only our choice is the VQ compared to the V8. I mean, you know, this guy's original motor is SR. Yeah. It's very hard to competing with the V8 motors. So that's only one. Our choice is a VQ.
Well, it's unique, you know, under the hood, but you know, everybody knows the S15, iconic drift car, and then everybody knows Enkei wheels. It's a great wheel. It's lightweight, looks good, runs on F1 teams, you know. So Yoshioka, it's approved.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you have it. Toshiki Yoshioka, Enkei wheels, and the RSR S15 twin turbo VQ powered. There you go.
So once again, we are back. We're going to be moving on to Kenny Moen versus Chris Forsberg. Again, Justin Pollock did get the win. Chelsea Denofa didn't get dropped from the tow truck. His 5 minutes didn't start until just when JR crashed. So he still has time left in his 5 minutes. Therefore, we're going to move on to Kenny Moen versus Chris Forsberg.
Yeah, I see Daigo's car up on the jack over there, too. Looks like he might have broken something under the car as well. So hopefully both these guys can get it together and put down a sick second run.
So Chelsea is back together in one piece. Will be coming up right after this battle. Kenny Moen versus Chris Forsberg. Another Z battle. Wow, great angle from Moen. 76.1 miles an hour on entry. Forsberg running his line. Moen getting tight, sucking in close to Forsberg. Switching back, running that outside line. Kenny Moen not giving it an inch. Tons of smoke from both cars. These battles are just getting better and better. I think this is the best top 8 we've had all season. This is fantastic. Looking at this, the replay. Again, massive angle from Kenny Moen. sucks in close to Chris Forsberg there on that sweep and stays pretty close to the rest of the battle.
And you can feel that motor from up here. I think it's crazy.
Yeah, that motor that Chris Forsberg runs, although it's also a VK56 similar to yours, he's got a couple of race spec motors from some off-road trucks that are a little bit more beastly than what you have, although I do enjoy the sound of those individual throttle bodies you have on that car.
Yeah, the sound is nice, but our motor's a far cry from what he's got under the hood of that thing.
You know, when Forsberg won his championship back in 2009, his motor was mostly stock. He hadn't opened it up really. They had mostly stock steering. Pretty incredible that he was able to win with that car. So
really shows how much the level of competition's increased, as well as the builds of the cars too. When a few years ago, 380 wheel horsepower and a mere stock chassis could win a championship, and now you need a purpose-built drift car.
Yep. So we're going to be switching those cameras around for the Formula D TV show, which will be airing, I believe, starting the first week of September over on NBC Sports Network. Kenny Moen is running that Garrett GT Turbo in the V8 Hunters Cup that Garrett has formed today. He will be leading here, initiating 73.6 miles an hour, a little bit slower than what Forsberg's initiating, and you can see Forsberg hard on his door, attacking hard, giving Moen exactly what he wanted. Wow, door to door. Andy Yen clapping, jumping up and down. All the judges clapping, loving that run. What a run. So I think Forsberg might pull this off. But after watching that first tandem, it was tough to say. Here we're going back through the replay. Amazing angle from Moen. A lot more than what Forsberg has, but Forsberg sucks in tight, stays close to the rest of the run. Right here, they're door to door. You can see the transition right there. Stay close, power out. Again, the Z from Kenny Moen is the former chassis of champion Tanner Faust, and it's powered by a Garrett Turbo. We have a unanimous decision from the judges. Chris Forsberg. Forsberg's going to be moving on into the final four. We will be going back to Chelsea Denofa versus Daigo Saito. Both of them are Turbo by Garrett drivers. So we've got Justin Pollock and Forsberg already in the final four. Unfortunately, looks like Chelsea Denofa is not able to make it back to the line. I'm trying to get a little bit of clarification real quick. So here's what happened. Chelsea Denofa collided with Daigo Saito. Although he fixed his car, the technical steward of Formula D decided the car was not safe enough to continue. Therefore, Daigo Saito gets the win by default. So again, safety is a big issue here in Formula D. You know, Ryan, one of the things that Formula D recently implemented was the fire suppression system. Why don't you talk about how that fire suppression system works in the car?
Right, we have a 3-nozzle fire suppression system in our car, and basically what it is a massive fire extinguisher with lines coming out of it that we can route throughout the car. So I have a nozzle in the engine bay, a nozzle in the driver's compartment, and a nozzle in the trunk. And basically anytime we feel that we're in danger because of fire, we can pull an emergency handle and the car will get doused in fire suppression and put out the fire.
So on top of the fire suppression system, they have full roll cages. Everyone's wearing fire safety suits. Formula D prides themselves on their safety record and is not willing to let a car continue if they feel it is unsafe. So coming up, our final battle in the Great 8, Ryan Turk versus Dai Yoshihara. Ryan Turk's going to be initiating 77.6 miles an hour, swinging back. Yoshihara hard on his door. Wow, this is another great battle. Defending champion Dai Yoshihara going up against Ryan Turk, both V8 powered S13 chassis, running around that final clipping point and finishing it out.
I think Dye was looking for a little bit of redemption in that battle. Ryan Turk took him out in top 32 in Atlanta, and I don't think Dye's willing to let that happen again.
That's right. Turk is currently sitting 6th in points. Dai Yoshihara is in 7th. They are less than 2.5 points away from each other. So again, a lot of championship points on the line here. The difference between finishing in the top 8 and the top 4 is at least 8 points, depending on where you finish.
And watching that replay, it looks like Dai might have made pretty hard contact with the wall exiting the final turn. So we'll see if they put his car up and try working on it, or if he's good to go.
Crowd loves it. Driftstream, I hope you're loving it. Already in the final 4, we're going to have a matchup between Justin Pollock and Daigo Saito. Interesting enough, these two guys are 1 and 2 in the championship points, but have not faced each other yet this year because of the way the brackets have lined up. So that will be a very monumental battle, with Chris Forsberg taking on the winner between Dai Yoshihara and Ryan Turk. So, Ryan, in that break that we just had right now, we were kind of joking about how there's a lot of Ryans involved in this series. We got Ryan Sage up here commentating to the live crowd. We got Ryan Letang doing some judging, and Ryan Turk that we're watching on track now. Does it ever get confusing in drivers' meetings or hanging out with everybody else when someone yells for Ryan and it's not you?
It's confusing for me right now. People are trying to get a hold of Ryan Lontaine and Ryan Sage, and I'm just looking all over the place.
Entry speed 78 miles an hour for Dai Yoshihara. Ryan Turk's going to attack hard on his door. Definitely little room for error. Staying hard on him. Coming around the clip transition. Just enough room for the transition. Great run from both drivers. Again, 2 V8 powered S13s. Let's see a replay here. Interestingly enough, Ryan Turk's car is the former car built by Enjuka Racing here in Florida. Dai Yoshihara, of course, in the S13 that he built 2 years ago. It's been redone each of the last 2 years. He won the championship in this same chassis. Both these drivers are pretty familiar with the chassis, with the car, and you're seeing very close battle between both of them. Judges have an interesting decision ahead. Andy Yen voted for Dai Yoshihara. Ryan Lontaine says one more time. Ryan's going to be the tiebreaker. Ryan goes one more time. We're going one more time between Dai and Ryan Turk. Wow, it has been tight. So as of right now, we have a Falcon driver in Justin Pollock in the Final Four. We have an Achilles driver in Daigo Saito in the Final Four. We have a Hankook driver in Chris Forsberg in the Final Four. And our last driver will either be on Falcon tires or Maxxis tires. There is potential to have 4 different tire brands in the Final Four here. It's pretty exciting to see. Again, a year ago, Falcon Tire had a podium sweep where all 3 drivers on the podium were on Falcon tires. Say hi to the Driftstream. We're in the back over here. Ryan Caddo, Jacob Leviton, giving you guys a little shout out. We got Jared Deanda and Ryan Sage taking the spotlight. We're going to be going to a quick commercial. Driver's going to be changing tires. So I'll give you live streamers a break.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
It's 5:30 a.m. We got a car, a couple cameras. Gonna go have some fun. I can get closer. Here's the true test. Chris, let's see what you got.
Drink NOS, now with Complex 6 for high-performance energy and enhanced mental focus. Find NOS at your nearest Dollar General store.
Back with you on the live stream. We looks like Turk is on the line waiting for Dye. I see his team working back here, putting Dye's car together. So unfortunately we're not able to show another matchup yet because it's the final run of the Final Four. We don't want to get into running those Final Four battles until after all of the Elite 8 runs have been finished, so we're going to wait to finish this one up. Little interesting fact, we were looking up back through some of the history, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Justin Pollock have faced each other 3 times previously. Pollock has won 2, and JR has won 1 prior to this weekend. So Pollock has the upper edge on Vaughn Gittin Jr. Looks like now Dye has called for 5 minutes. So we're still going to be waiting for everybody to put everything together. Looks like everybody's checking out Daigo's car.
It looks like they're trying to fix some suspension arms. You know, I personally use Park-Sharp Max suspension on my car. They compromise a little bit of weight savings for durability, but the upside is that I can bounce off of walls and I don't have to deal with fixing my car like that.
Yeah. Daigo Saito really is a lot of the hype in this year in Formula D. He's an international champion, he's Formula D Asian champion. A lot of people have been waiting for him to come over. He was seen walking around the pits at the Red Bull World Championships a couple years ago, trying to talk to a couple teams. He did some test sessions with the car. And he's been coming over a lot with Rami Nishida, who's one of his buddies. Here we're seeing Kevin Wells, who is the technical steward, supervising the repairs on Dio Chara's car. Looks like they're just buttoning it up. Probably one of the film crews there from Behind the Smoke, the online series that Dio Shar is a star in, produced by GT Channel. I highly suggest you check it out if you haven't already. You know, Dai's got a lot of room to make up in the championship. This would definitely make a big impact if he was able to move on to the Final Four. Again, want to thank our Driftstream sponsors, Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, and Achilles Tire. Again, 5-minute break here while Dai buttons up his car.
You know, while we got this break here, I'm just going to go ahead and make a shameless plug. And give it up to my sponsors for such an epic weekend. You know, Ford Racing, Nexon Tire, Parshot, Max 350Z worked great for me. Justin Pollock bested me in the top 32, but, you know, we see him doing good here.
You know, like you said earlier, it's never bad to lose to the guy that wins it all. So Justin Pollock looking for a very rare feat, looking to win 3 consecutive matchups, something that hasn't been done since Sam Hubenet did it in the first year of Formula D back in 2004. That was 55 events ago. Don't ask me how I know that off the top of my head, but we are on the 55th event here in Formula D history, and our 14th different racetrack. We've been to West Palm Beach for the 2nd year in a row. This is the newest track on the Formula D circuit, a little bit different configuration this year compared to what we ran last year. So how do you like this year's configuration compared to last year's, Ryan?
You know, at first I didn't really like this layout. The high-speed entry, you know, followed by the decel into the first turn where you really have to power out of it, seemed to favor the higher horsepower cars, whereas last year the course was a little bit more mellow and leveled the playing field a bit more. But, you know, as we're seeing right now, it makes for some epic tandem, so I have no complaints.
We saw Dai Yoshihara sliding into your view right there, getting those tires warmed up, getting ready for battle. I know the judges look like they're just about ready. So again, this is a one more time battle between Dai Yoshihara and Ryan Turk. The winner goes to the Final Four. The loser goes to the grandstands. We're going to be underway in just a few moments. A couple things, get a couple GoPros in line. I think, Kato, I think you're cheering for Ryan just because of the first name commonality. And we just heard the shout from Chief Steward Doug, send the car. So here we go on initiation. Ryan Turk starting up. 76.8 miles an hour from Turk. Sliding through that transition hard on the brakes. Dai Yoshihara stays on his door, coming in tight. Coming around that clipping point, they're staying close to each other. This is again another great chase run from Dai Yoshihara, another great lead run from Ryan Turk. It's very hard to distinguish these guys.
It looked like Ryan Turk might have learned something from his first run. He was able to create a little bit of a gap on Dai in that last turn.
Doc?
So we're going back to the replay. Ryan had some good angle there on initiation. Again, this is a natural area for both cars to slow down. Ryan runs his lead run. Dai Yoshihara sucks in close and stays close to him the rest of the run. This is tough to judge. Kato, is there anything that stood out to you about those runs?
Yeah, that was a really clean run, so both drivers threw it down. We're going to have to see how the second run pans out.
So the cars are going to switch. You'll see Dai leading. Again, Dai qualified 14th. Ryan Turk qualified 11th. We've got Chris Forsberg qualified 10th, who's already in the Final Four. Justin Pollock, who qualified 9th in the Final Four. Daigo Saito qualified 12th, so no driver higher than 9th place qualifier is still left in this event. Pretty amazing. So you'll see cars taking off from the line. Ryan Turk's going to lead. Dai Yoshihara is going to lead. 78.8 miles an hour on initiation. Transition back in front of the judges' stand. Turks sucking in slow. Lots of smoke from Dai Yoshihara. Turk, hard to see through. Staying pretty close. You know, I don't think, on that follow run, I don't think Turk was as close to Dai as Dai was to Turk, but over major mistakes from both drivers. Again, Kato, how are you leading? Do you think you have a winner, or do you think we might go one more time again?
Overall, I'd say those were two really clean runs. Not a very clear winner, but Ryan Turk did seem to be a little bit farther in proximity compared to Dai Yoshihara in his chase run. And also I noticed he went one tire off track, sprayed some dirt over here on this first outer zone, so we'll see how the judges take that into consideration.
Trying to peek over the judge's shoulder so I can see who's voting for what. Looks like they're asking for another replay of the first run. Ryan Letang asked to see a replay of the first run when Ryan Turk was leading. So here we go again.
Here we go. The first run you can see right here is
Turk leading. Dai is hard on him. Again, I think Dai is closer through that big sweeper section than Turk was to Dai. But again, no major mistakes. It's hard to see anything that stands out as being a winner. I see Andy Yen's decision. I see Ryan Letang's decision.
Huh. I think if this was a battle of who had more cameras on their car, Ryan Turk would win.
So Ryan Letang voted for Dai. Andy Yen voted for one more time. Tiebreak is going to be Brian Eggert, who vote for Dai Yoshihara. So Dai Yoshihara is going to get the win. Dai Yoshihara is able to move on past Ryan Turk. Wow, that was close. Andy Yen was the one who went one more time. Ryan and Brian voted for Dai. Majority rules. We have our final four confirmed. So again, Justin Pollock will be matching up against Daigo Saito in the first run. And Chris Forsberg will be matching up against Dai Yoshihara in the second run. We're going to be doing a wave again. Give the drivers a quick chance to change some tires.
We should get a drift stream wave going around the world. I wonder how.
All right, if you're standing at home on your couch, sit down on your couch on the count of three, stand up. 1, 2, 3, stand up. Wow, that was the best wave I've seen all night long. All this stuff going on live. I can feel it. Although I can't see you guys drift stream, I felt the wave. This is exciting. Look at this. One more time, ready? 1, 2, 3, drift stream, stand up and wave. It's coming to you, drift stream. Coming around, coming around, coming around. Here it comes. And media, yeah, stand up. Final four, sponsored by Air Force. Justin Pollock against Daigo Saito. Justin Pollock again qualified 9th. Daigo Saito qualified 12th, so Justin Pollock will be leading. Again, Daigo Saito has had some of the fastest entry speeds we've seen all weekend. I think Justin Pollock is probably the one who is remaining who has been closest to him in entry speeds. We saw 86.1 from Daigo earlier in the top 32. We haven't seen anybody quite that fast here in top 16. I think that the track cooling down, a lot more grip, a little bit harder to get up to speed. So we'll see these guys taking off. Daigo Saito looking for another kill on the turbo by Garrett. V8 Hunters Cup. Justin Pollock initiating 76.9 miles an hour initiation. Wow, Justin Pollock's able to create some gap. Daigo's not able to suck up till the end of that sweeper, and Justin Pollock's able to continue to create a gap. Daigo slowly reels him in over the course of the track. Again, although these guys are first and second in the points, and both of them have stood on the podium at both of the rounds before, they have not met each other until now. This is the biggest gap I've seen of anybody against Daigo so far this season.
Yeah, Justin was going super fast out of this first turn. I actually thought he was going to fly off the track.
Lots
of
angle
throwing
there,
huge
too.
angle to slow the car down and manages to keep it on track, and I don't think Daigo was expecting that.
A little bit unorthodox line from Justin Pollock, but again, the drivers are given the freedom to lead with the line that they're comfortable with, and that it's the following driver's job to stay in proximity as best as possible and follow the moving clipping point of the car. So Justin Pollock, a little bit unconventional entry, or a wrap around the sweep, an unconventional line in that sweeper in front of all those fans, but not something that is unexpected necessarily. Again, full house here in Florida. If you are anywhere close to New Jersey, make sure you buy your tickets in advance. That facility will likely sell out. If you're here in Florida, there's going to be a local event, CFRC, Central Florida Racing Complex, for some Pro-Am action. I know a couple of pro guys have talked about coming out. Ryan, are you going to be stopping by tomorrow?
You know, I'd love to be out there drifting and hanging out with some of the grassroots guys, but unfortunately I've got to get back to California.
I feel you there. I'm not a huge fan of the community here in Florida, and I got to get back because my Kings are in the Stanley Cup final, so I got to make sure that I get back for Game 3. I'll be attending live. So Daigo Saito sitting at the line with those bright HIDs. He'll be leading again. He's seen the fastest entry speeds all day from Daigo, so you see what he registers, 75.3. That's actually a lot slower than what he's run before. Looks like Justin Pollock spun out. He wasn't expecting that. Wow. So a late initiation from Daigo. He's going to finish the course. As the lead car, he's going to be up to finish the entire course. Now, again, that entry speed was about 8 miles an hour slower than what Daigo has been entering at, and 3 miles an hour slower than what Justin entered at last time. Be interesting to see if the judges realize that. So Daigo initiates. A little tap of the brakes to control himself. Justin Pollock is kind of shallow on angle here. He's trying to stop himself and get keep out of the way of Daigo Saito, but at that point he's already overcommitted. He was able to get on the brakes and avoid the wall. Daigo Saito continued his run. Interesting to see what the judges decide. We're going to see this replay again. If you really want to look at this closely, judges are kind of deciding how to do this. Again, that entry speed was about 3 miles an hour slower than what Justin ran last time, and about 8 miles an hour slower than what he's run before. This is one of the tricks of Formula D, you know. As a chase driver, you must adjust to that moving clipping point. I think Justin Pollock kind of, again, in that first run, ran a little bit unconventional line in the big sweeper. Daigo ran his line that Justin wasn't able to adjust for. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges decide. Unanimous decision. What's up, live streamers? Daigo Saito gets the win. The first driver all season to beat JTP in tandem is Daigo Saito. So, Mr. Kato, again, Forsberg up against Dai Yoshihara. You gonna make a prediction who you think might have enough to move on to beat Daigo in the final?
You know, Dai's been chasing really clean. playing really conservative lead runs and just being on point, but Forsberg's been driving like a maniac. And, you know, just a little bit of bias here. Forsberg and I both share a NOS Energy drink and ACT Clutch as sponsors, so I'm going to pull through for Forsberg in this one.
Very interesting. Now, interesting as well, both Chris Forsberg and Dai Yoshihara have been to every single Formula D event. Both of them are experiencing their 55th consecutive Formula D event. It's kind of like a perfect attendance award in school, you know? Again, Forsberg qualified higher, so Forsberg will be entering first, leading the first run to the right as you watch here on the live stream. Dai Yoshihara, the 2011 champion, Chris Forsberg, the 2009 champion. Here we go. Down the straight, initiating 75 miles an hour by Chris Forsberg. Dai Yoshihara dives in, little shallower line, staying close. Dai Yoshihara loses drift. Chris Forsberg is going to finish out the run. Now, it'll be interesting to watch again on the replay to see what happened on that outside line, because I did notice a clipping point fly out. We'll see who took it out. Kato, let me know if you notice anything.
You know, like I said, Chris is driving like a maniac, and he carried a lot of speed into that outer zone. I actually chased him in practice, and he completely blew the track. So you know he's charging in there hard. It looks like there might have been a little bit of contact.
Looks like there was some contact there.
Yeah, but like we saw earlier, we're really going to have to wait for the second run to see how this plays out.
So we're going to see it one more time with the replay. Chris Forsberg's spotter is yelling over to try and get some things clarified. It looks like Dai hit Forsberg, which would give Forsberg enough time to fix his car as he needs. If Dai is determined to be at fault, again, Chris Forsberg can call for a break. We would call it a 5-minute rule, but he's allowed to have as much time as he needs. Judges are paying very close attention again to this replay to try and figure out what happened. Forsberg again slowing down. That is a natural area to slow down on the course. The contact happened into Dai. Judges are asking again to look at the replay, trying to determine exactly who's at fault. Kato, what are you thinking here?
You know, on this last replay, I noticed right before Dai hit Chris, we'll see if we can see it again, his front tire actually locks. You see a puff of smoke, and that kind of brings Dai in a little bit too close. So it's going to be the judge's decision who was at fault here, and it's going to be interesting to see what they say.
Very interesting. It's very hard to determine this information. Once again, Jacob Leviton here with Ryan Cotto here in the back, waving out to the drift stream. Again, full packed house here in Florida. I don't think anybody's left. I don't think anybody went home yet. Maybe some of the car show guys, but I don't see, not only do I not see any empty seats, I don't see anybody in their seats. Everybody's on their feet here in Florida. Again, this is such an exciting event to take in live. If you're anywhere near a Formula D venue, we're going to be heading over to New Jersey next. Once again in the back, Jacob Leviton, Ryan Cotto.
Hi, Mom.
Hanging out with you, Drift Streamers. So the cars are going to be heading back out on to the grid, checking it out. It looks like Forsberg's crew is looking at his car closely. I don't see Dai Yoshihara right now. Dai's heading to the line, it looks like. So we'll see what happens. Everybody's trying to figure out exactly what's going on up here. Oh man, this is definitely going to shake the points up. So the judges determined fault to be Dai Yoshihara's fault, which gives Chris Forsberg enough time to fix his car. Looking at who's remaining, Daigo Saito entering this weekend had 157.5 points. 51.5 points behind Justin Pollock, who is in first. So looking at who else is left, Chris Forsberg is in 14th place with 93 points. And Dai Yoshihara is in 7th place with 118 points. Now, all of these drivers are guaranteed no less than 69 points for a Final Four finish. The winner will get 100. The second place will get 88 points. Third place will get 78 points. And fourth place will get 69 points. So we want to take a chance to thank our sponsors for the live stream. Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, Achilles Tire. Our associate sponsors are Universal Technical Institute, ACT Clutches, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tire, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Raise Wheels, Xfinity Speakers, and Juker Racing. And the sponsor of our special guest for Top 16, Ryan Cotto, is Nexen Tire. Ryan, I want to thank you again for coming out, joining us. You've been one of the drivers that's been coming up in the ranks and, you know, definitely making an impact on everybody. Taking a look over at Chris Forsberg's pit crew as they work on the car. So drift streamers, I know this is a little bit different from what you're used to hearing. Jared Deanda and Ryan Sage, who announced the last round, are taking care of the crowd locally. Myself, Jacob Leviton, here with Ryan Cotto, taking care of you drift streamers. So if you guys have any feedback, feel free to email info@formulad.com. Love to hear your feedback, good, bad, or indifferent. Always looking to modify the drift stream to make it a more enjoyable experience for you, the viewer.
And while you're on your computer giving some feedback, make sure you head on over to facebook.com/Cotto614. Shameless plug here, just give me a like.
You're good at
Always
that.
Doing some cool giveaways with my sponsors, so you never know what you're gonna get.
You know, a lot of our sponsors have Facebook pages, Twitter pages. I know Hankook Tire USA just started up their Facebook page. Make sure and check out their page. They always have some exciting news. Nitto Tire also has Facebook, U.S. Air Force. See Yukio there for Garrett Turbos with some of his Garrett Turbo teammates. Sponsoring that special V8 Hunters Cup this year, trying to encourage, add a little money to the pot for the turbo drivers.
Getting
Shar is ready to go.
Our unsuspecting teams over there.
And again, as you see the flags on top of a lot of the bleachers, just goes to show how international our series is. We've got drivers from Japan, New Zealand, U.S., ventured as far as South Korea, Greece, Norway, Sweden. Sport drifting is growing and growing internationally. You see Toshiki Yoshioka just off the screen here, who's grew up in Japan, competed in D1 over there. Now he's competing in Formula D full time, living in Los Angeles, enjoying the beautiful sunny weather. Though I hear LA is going through a little bit of a heat wave right now. Maybe it's because the LA Kings are on fire in the Stanley Cup Finals. I have to check the score real quick. Formula D Palm Beach. You know, if you guys want to see Formula D in your town here in the U.S., make sure and email the Formula D guys and let them know if you know a local racetrack that might be a good host for Formula D.
I think J-Rod's making his way out to the crowd to throw some shirts out while we have a little lull in the action.
Jared's doing his own crowd entertainment.
I think he just wants more waves.
Need more cowbell. Need more wave. That's a man taking things into his own hands. Jared Dean has been announcing all 55 events for Formula D. Looks like Chris Forsberg's got all his car buttoned up, ready to get his drift on. So we'll be, looks like we'll finally get this battle back underway. Chris Forsberg, Dai Yoshihara. Winner goes to the final round. Loser still has a chance at the podium.
Getting some inspiring comments from J-Rod's co-host Ryan Sage here on his throwing technique.
See both drivers pulling to the line right now. So because Dai Yoshihara chased on the last run, Chris Forsberg led as the higher qualifier. We're to switch places. Dai Yoshihara will be initiating. He'll be leading this run. We're only waiting on Jared. And he's running back up to the tower so we can get back underway. It looks like we have a clear track. We're going to be getting those cars on their way in just a moment. Oh man, I can't even imagine who's going to win this event so far. The winner will face Daigo Saito. Daigo is guaranteed his 3rd consecutive podium. Justin Pollock still can't earn his 3rd consecutive podium, but he'll have to do it from the losers bracket in the consolation round. Here we come down the straight. Dai Yoshihara is going to be initiating 79.1 miles an hour, which is much faster than we saw earlier. Chris Forsberg is going to be chasing, staying close, getting tight to Dai Yoshihara. He is not playing conservative at all. Dai Yoshihara makes a run through the course, but Chris Forsberg is just on fire right now. Kato, I know you said you're cheering for Forsberg. I think you might be cheering for him in the next round as well.
Yeah, he ran really aggressive and was all over Dai on that run. And again, I'm surprised that Chris obviously knew he had a huge advantage going into this run because of Daijiro making a mistake and making contact with him. And he did not decide to play it safe and hang back. He charged in there and gave Dai the run for his money.
And again, because Dai was determined to be at fault, that meant that Chris Forsberg was given as much time as he needed to repair it. Luckily, it happened pretty quickly, but you have to think that Chris Forsberg is going to be able to move on with a clean pass like that. Judges have decided Chris Forsberg will be moving on. So Chris Forsberg will be facing Daigo Saito for 1st place. Before that, we're going to have a showdown between Dai Yoshihara and Daigo Saito. Interestingly enough, Dai and Daigo did face each other in Long Beach, and Dai Yoshihara was able to defeat Daigo Saito. So again, only 2 drivers this season have beaten Daigo so far. Dai beat him in Long Beach. JTP beat him in Atlanta. So
J-Rod letting us know how much he likes our commentating for the drift stream over here.
Exactly. Jared's a fan.
Nothing. We're good.
So Forsberg has a chance to be the 3rd driver to beat Daigo. This guy is not unstoppable.
That's good.
Daigo is the 1st driver to defeat JTP this season. We will see JTP versus Dai. Falcon Tire is going to be guaranteed on the podium either way. Pollock's up on the line. Great look here at the beautiful facility at West Palm Beach Raceway, formerly known as Moroso Motorsports Park. You know, a lot of modifications have been made in the last couple of years. It's a great track, great facility. They have a go-kart facility over there. Kato, did you try any of the food from the vendors this weekend?
No, we brought our own grill out here, but you know, it may look beautiful weather out here on the screen, but it's really hot, and the key to staying competitive out here is staying reliable. And we actually had overheating issues here last year, and when we switched to our Forge Racing radiator, we haven't seen any heating issues this year. And so, you know, you got to wonder if that comes into play with some of these guys that are pushing a lot of horsepower. They got to keep those things cool.
Definitely. I know all these drivers run, I think all the ones left are all running radiators, custom race radiators. Daigo has a rear mount radiator. JTP also has a rear mount radiator. Dai and Forsberg both have normal conventional front mount radiators, but they've gone to larger race-specific units to try and keep cool, as Ryan Cotto mentioned. So if you're wondering what you're looking at, this is the wall which is behind the first entry corner. You'll see a bunch of media, a bunch of team members watching from here. As you pan over, you're going to see our wonderful camera angle as well as the judges' tower. We are here in the back.
Giving a wave.
Oh, there we are. Woo! Zoom in. Let's see. Can I put bunny ears on Jared? There's bunny ears right there. Woo!
We got a bunch of crazy hand signals going up in here.
Jacob Leviton back here. Ryan Cotto to my right. What's up, Drift Streamers? Got Bell One Racing taking care of the beats here locally at the track. Everybody's tweeting, telling everybody to join us at formulad.com/live. Looks like JR is over in the spotters tower, rooting on his Falcon Tire teammates for the podium. So if you guys play fantasy drift, I'm a huge fantasy sports fan. Wrecked Magazine put together a fantasy drift team, fantasy drift league. So fun to join up with your friends. You can still join. You can see the flag there for South Africa. We had the South African champion Otto Graven join us last year. What's up, fans? Flag for Sweden right there in honor of our fan, our former champion Sam Hubinet, one of the only two-time champions. Under the lights, it is warm and humid. Florida's known for humidity. This track's actually, I think, known more for the Gators than the actual racetrack. I think everybody came to go visit the Gators that are sitting here behind the hot pits.
Yeah, we got a sweet little pond here in the middle of our track right next to our grid, and I know some of the media guys were trying to get some shots of some alligators yesterday. It was pretty silly.
The photographer from Scion Racing, Chris Harrington, he named one of the Gators George. So if you ever go hang out with George the Gator, tell him Chris said hi.
That's how he won't bite me, right?
Exactly. It's like, oh yeah, you know, Chris.
I'll be a friend of the Gator.
Exactly. Me and Chris are homies. George and Chris hanging out. FormulaD.com is going to have all the standings, all the points updated, nearly live by John P. from ID Agency. So, trying to peek over here, see what the point standings are like. So we see these guys pulling the line, Justin Pollock and Dai Yoshihara. Again, Dai qualified 14th, Justin qualified 9th, so Justin Pollock will be leading on the right. This is the consolation round with some serious championship point implications. Justin Pollock currently in number 1. Dai Yoshihara is the defending champion, looking to get back in their chase. Falcon Tire battle. These guys have been teammates for the past 3 years now, helping each other out. Justin Pollock's team is run by ASD out of North Carolina. Dai Yoshihara's team is actually run locally in Southern California by SPD Metalworks. Both these guys are quite comfortable with their cars. On initiation, initiating 76 miles an hour by Justin Pollock. Dai Yoshihara slowly reeling him in. Lots of smoke from Justin Pollock coming around that clip on that transition. Dai still has about 2-car length distance behind him through the majority of the track.
Yeah, I can tell you firsthand that Mustang's really fast, and I think Dai just got a taste of that.
Again, we were mentioning the cooling factor later. You'll see 2 small scoops on top of Justin Pollock's car. That's for the rear mount radiator. And Dai Yoshihara's car is the traditional front mount radiator setup, but you know, Dai had a good run. Wasn't necessarily something that was bigger. Not able really to close that gap very well through the entirety of the course, but again, anything can and will happen on either run. John P., PR director for Illis Clothing, is reminding me that Dai Yoshihara is sponsored by the Illis Clothing, which is a brand of Fat Lace. Fat Lace is based in NorCal. Justin Pollock, sponsored by Ford Racing, Falcon Tires, run by ASD. Again, reminder for those of you in the U.S., Formula D has their TV show coming later this summer on NBC Sports Network, channel 603 on DirecTV. I know it's on a lot of other places. It will be airing shortly after the Olympics air this summer in London. So again, these guys will switch places. Dai Yoshihara will lead. Justin Pollock will be chasing. This is for consolation, the last rung on the podium. Here we go, coming down the pipe. Initiating into the first corner, 77.4 miles an hour from Dai Yoshihara. Justin Pollock getting hard on the door, closing that gap through the sweeper. Running the wider line, Dai's a little bit shallower on the line. Justin Pollock still able to keep up. Transition. Oh no, Justin Pollock spinning on the transition. Wow. Again, anything can and will happen. Dai Yoshihara had a good chase run. All he had to do was run a clean lead run, and that's exactly what he did. Justin Pollock came in with a great initiation, 77 miles an hour again on that initiation. Justin Pollock was slowly reeling him in, lots of smoke coming off. Dai Yoshihara, Discount Tire S13, again defending 2011 champion. Transitioning back here, and I think that transition, there was a tap of the brake lights from Dai. Maybe that screwed him up. Justin Pollock spins out. Again, Justin Pollock is the defending champion here at West Palm Beach. He won the inaugural event at West Palm Beach last year. We're going to be looking for the judges to make the decision. I think we can safely say that Dai Yoshihara likely won. Dai Yoshihara with the win. Justin Pollock with that spin will finish off the podium for the first time this season. So Justin Pollock will earn 69 points for his tandem efforts. Dai Yoshihara will earn 78 points for his tandem efforts. Very interesting to see where these points land. I think Daigo Saito and Justin Pollock will be definitely much closer. I think actually Justin Pollock, with his qualifying points, should have enough to hold off Daigo, but it's going to be very interesting heading to Wall, New Jersey. Again, Ryan Cotto, want to thank you for coming out, doing some announcing with us before we get into this final round. Want to make sure you can plug your social media outlets a little bit more, plug your sponsors.
You know, and I'd obviously rather be out there driving, but thanks for having me up here. I'm having a blast. Make sure you guys go check out facebook.com/Cotto614. Like it. I'm always giving away a bunch of free stuff from my sponsors, so you have a chance to get hooked up with some awesome stuff. I just want to give a shout out to all my other sponsors: Ford Racing, Nexon Tires, Park Shop Max, SR Motor Cars, NOS Energy Drink, Ultra Racing, DNA Motoring, Recovered Carriers, ACT Clutches, and Replay XD, TNT Auto Body out of Sacramento. All those guys make it possible for me to come out here and drive, and you know, sponsors are super important for all the drivers, really making it possible for us to go out there and put on a good show for you guys. So thanks again, all my sponsors. Check out facebook.com/Cotto614. Like it, become a fan, win some cool stuff.
Perfect. So we're looking towards the finals. Daigo Saito versus Chris Forsberg. Forsberg will be leading as the higher qualified driver. Daigo Saito, turbo by Garrett, V8 Hunters Cup, looking to take out another V8. Daigo's taken out 3 V8s already today, 3 more marks on the Garrett Turbo Hunters Cup. The crowd's getting excited. Driftstream, I know you're excited.
I'm
this
excited
is
for
for
this.
all the marbles. We're going to be going just one moment. Chris Forsberg will be leading against Daigo Saito. Hand-kick tires for Chris Forsberg. Achilles tires for Daigo Saito. Here we go. Both drivers get away from the course. Forsberg coming in, initiating 74.5 miles an hour. Daigo Saito hard on his door. Wow, door to door. Look at this tandem. This is saving the best for last for you, Drift Stream. Barely inches from that clipping point, getting back on and around that after the transition. All three judges are standing up clapping. Andy Yen says he quits because it's too close for him to make any decision. This is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see the replay. Ryan Letang is currently picking his jaw up from the floor. He is in awe of this driving. Look at this. Wow. Inches away from the door. This is why Daigo Saito has done so well this year. A little bit shallower on angle from Daigo, but again, they want to encourage that door-to-door action. Perfect room for transition. Inches away, corner to corner, inches from the clipping point. All the cones have stayed exactly where they were when they got set up because these guys know exactly where the course is. This is why they are in the finals. Shout out to all the people watching from the Drift Stream in Ireland. It's like way early o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I give a quick shout out to my girlfriend back home, my family, all my friends watching in Northern California. No big deal, it's like evening for you over there, but thanks for hanging out with me.
Yeah, the guys on the West Coast definitely have it easy for these East Coast runs because it's only 7:30. You know, some dinner time drifting for you. Keep you entertained. The crowd's getting pumped. This is going to be potentially the last run. We don't want to curse it because we could go one more time with such an exciting event. Again, Jacob Leviton here on the Drift Stream, joined by Ryan Cotto. Sending them down from the start line. J-Rod does his pan to send it remark, and here we go. Daigo Saito with an early initiation, tons of angle, 80.6 miles an hour. We haven't seen that speed all day in top 8. Chris Forsberg staying hard on his bumper. Getting super tight to Daigo, not just enough room for the transition. Daigo Saito stomps on it. You know, technically speaking, this is supposed to be the last run. If I had a say in it, I think we got 2 more runs coming up.
Right, I could definitely see it one more time. Daigo chased awesome. He was all over Chris Forsberg, but he did shallow up a couple times and have a few corrections. Forsberg was pretty tight on Daigo on the entry, closed the door right away, but then you see him make a mistake, give it a little too much brake, and then lose a little bit of proximity to Daigo, but he instantly reeled him back in.
The crowd wants one more time. I see a decision from one driver, or from one judge. I see a second decision from a second judge.
The course allowed it. You know, we had a fast, high-speed entry to a phenomenal rear clipping zone.
Interesting. Looking at these judges. Watching it again. Ryan Letang is the last judge to make a decision. He is looking for this replay one more time before making a decision. Ooh. Ryan Letang has made a decision. Andy Yen's made a decision. It sounds like we may have a winner. We may go one more time. Crowd wants one more time.
I can't hear you guys. What?
Jacob Leviton wants one more time. I don't want to go home. Let's stay. Let's go all night. There's supposed to be a sound ordinance 30 minutes ago. You know, George the Gator's hanging out with us. Wow, the crowd cheers loud for Daigo Saito. Crowd cheers just as loud for one more time. Now they're just cheering just to cheer. What's up, Drift Streamers? In the back, Jacob Levitin, Ryan Cotto to my right. Jared Deanda is hyping up the crowd. I see cars moving.
Yeah, let's do one more wave. The fast wave. Ready? Up here, we're doing the fast wave. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Fast wave, fast wave. We're doing the fast wave. Fast wave, It died down. It died down.
I see some cars coming in front of the crowd. I believe that means we have a decision. Driftstream, we're doing a wave here live. I want to see you stand up on your couch. On the count of 3, Driftstream, do the wave. 1, 2, 3, wave! That might have been the best wave all night from the Driftstream.
Let's get our final 3 drivers outside of their vehicle.
We have a decision, ladies and gentlemen. We know the last rung on the podium has been determined already. Dai Yoshihara is going to be the winner for 3rd place. Ryan Cotto is going to be signing out. Thanks again, Ryan Cotto.
Thanks for having me, all you guys on Driftstream. Thanks for watching. Thanks for cheering us on. You guys are what fuel our drive to compete, so we'll see you next time.
You see Chris Forsberg and Daigo Saito embracing. We have a decision. Jared Deanda is going to be announcing it live to the crowd. You'll see the reaction. The winner, Formula D Palm Beach, is, drum roll please, Daigo Saito gets the win. Daigo Saito gets the win. Chris Forsberg with 2nd place. Dai Yoshihara gets 3rd place. Once again, want to thank all the sponsors of the Driftstream: Discount Tire, U.S. Air Force, Hankook Tire, Nitto Tire, Achilles Tire, associate sponsors of the Driftstream: Universal Technical Institute, ACT Clutches, Enki Wheels, Yokohama Tire, Nexon Tire, GoPro Cameras, Turbo by Garrett, Kenda Tire, Motegi Wheels, Rays Wheels, XP Speakers, and Juku Racing. Thanks again for tuning in to everybody around the world. Our next event is in 3 weeks in Wall, New Jersey. If you're anywhere near New Jersey, make sure you buy your tickets ahead of time. Every event has been sold out or nearly sold out this season. Formula D, North America's premier drifting championship. Jacob Levitin signing out.